Hi, this is Regina Y. Favors with theme of Setback and Blood Out, so a film that was done in 2011. This is the second film that I have conducted an analysis, not necessarily a critique. This is part of my Overcoming Setback series where I apply the 7 stages of setback, but I also conduct a film analysis calling attention to areas where I believe that the main character or the supporting characters reflect some sense of setback. With this particular analysis, I want to focus on the writer-director and his or her decisions and how those decisions create character setbacks. So if you've had some time to review Pressed, the theme of setback and Pressed, you will realize that I focused more on how setback affects character development and just looking at the main character. For this one, however, I want to look at the writer-director. The writer-director is Jason Hewitt. As a writer, he has a co-writer, John A. O'Connell. But I want to look at possibly Jason Hewitt because he is both credited as writer and director, and basically look at examine and analyze how he is using his decisions, making decisions almost on behalf of the character, and how the character has to walk out particular setbacks. In other words, writer-director is throwing a setback in the way of the main character, and thinking about how the writer-director organizes, furthers, times, perpetuates setback through that character. So this is theme of Setback and Blood Out, understanding how writer-director decisions create character setbacks. Just to note, this film analysis does not utilize film clips because of YouTube restrictions. I don't want to run into the issue of copyright trademark infringement. And I particularly use frames. So I will go frame by frame of particular visuals to give you an understanding, explain it, go through it, and hopefully you will gain insight from it. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you are interested in further videos, please hit the notification bell. Theme of Setback and Blood Out, understanding how writer-director decisions create character setbacks. So this film analysis is subject to fair use. All right, so here is your plot summary. Blood Out centers on Michael Savion, and this is played by Luke Goss, who also played in Blade 2, Hellboy 2, Death Race 2, One Night with the King. Michael Savion's semi-vigilante quest to investigate his brother David's murder. After he confronts the city detectives responsible for not investigating David's gang-related murder, Michael, a small-town lawman, is forced to give up his badge to pursue an undercover operation solo. He transforms into a gang member, skilled and knowledgeable about gang life and territorial wars, and maintains his focus despite tests and challenges that arise throughout his journey. The narrative leads to Michael's discovery of David's murderer, culminating in him winning a blood match. At the end of Blood Out, Michael makes a life-changing decision in rescuing David's pregnant girlfriend. Here are your learning objectives. So by the end of this film analysis, you will be able to do the following: summarize the plot, outline Michael's strategy for going undercover, define Michael's setbacks, interpret how the writer-director creates Michael's setbacks, create a film analysis, define how the theme of setback is explored within the analysis. Do keep in mind that I am not conducting a film critique. I am merely conducting a film analysis. And then in the learning objectives, when using the 7 stages of setback, by the end of this discussion, you will be able to apply the 7 stages of setback. And I explored these 7 stages in my book, Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. which will be available August 2021. So the 7 stages are missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advance. Usually when you miss an opportunity, it is due to the fact that you missed some turn in life, you missed an instruction, you decided to not heed a warning, you decided to disobey an instruction. So then when that happens, punishment comes. It's automatic. And then pain, you have to go through a correction process. The recovery time oftentimes takes a little longer than the correction process, even though many people think that pain takes a longer time than correction. And then you go through a restoration. So recovery is usually recovering from your bad thinking about a particular decision. Restoration would require a mentor. And then advance is that forward and continuous movement once you have overcome your setback and you have gone through the correction process, because overcoming setback requires you to go through a correction process, which is connected to you obeying an instruction. And you cannot advance, you cannot move forward without obeying an instruction. So these are your learning objectives for applying the 7 stages of setback, and that is done at the end of this film analysis. So the narrative structure, the way I perceive it and understand it, is there's one major plot which focuses on Michael's setbacks. And remember, the writer-director is not writing necessarily in mind with the idea of applying setback to a character. Sometimes writers and directors they write and then they direct. And so within the the script, you might perceive something as a setback, and we would call it normally an obstacle. So I'm calling it a setback because I want you to be able to think about it from this standpoint. How will you get out of it? How will you go through it? How will you overcome it to get to the other side? So I feel like there's one major plot, which is Michael's setbacks. And then there are 2 sort of subplots, which is David's setback and then the drug dealer setback. And there's more than one type of drug dealer. That's why you have in parentheses that S. So the purpose and goals, the purpose of this film analysis is the following. So I would like to explore how the writer-director creates setbacks for the major character, and then focus on the writer-director's decisions and strategies used within the film to further and time setbacks. So as much as we usually we enter setbacks simply because of a missed opportunity or ignoring an instruction, but then there are setbacks that are just timed, that are part of a natural progression of things, that someone might throw a setback. Here it is, you decided to apply for something, but it won't start for another month. Like you are applying for a job, you need a job, but the training won't start for another month. That's part of timed setbacks. So I want to look at how the writer-director times setbacks for the main character. The goal of the film analysis is the following. So outline the writer-director plot decisions. We need to look at that. Interpret writer-director plot decisions based on the attitudes, belief system, and actions of the central character. And we're talking about Michael Savion. Apply the concept of setback as a theme, and then create a rationale statement for why using setback as a theme is appropriate. Because again, in most film analyses, I've never, or even film critiques, I've never really heard even of a commentary or any sort of film critic mention setback. They often mention hindrances, obstacles, but I want to actually look at this from the place of setback. So I will address the rationale statement at the end as well. So this is analyzing Blood Out using setback as a theme. So the opening credits focus on drugs. There's sort of visuals of different types of drugs. And throughout the film, there is obviously referencing to drugs, but I realized throughout the field there isn't really a lot of smoking drugs. There is one character that one of the supporting characters, gives a bag to, like, on the streets. But it opens with drugs. There is a opening scene that we see, and we're going to look at now, about a meth lab. But I noticed that the drugs itself, or the ideal of drugs, is really doesn't really. It's more along the lines of a supporting character, if that makes sense. So let's go through it. So again, here's the opening. We have money. We have someone counting money. We have also a bag of drugs, and then we have, of course, a naked woman, right? And usually within these contexts, you would have certain rules and regulations for how to count the money. So there's no one trying to steal anything or steal money or steal any drugs. So this is kind of standard. This is still part of the opening credits. And we have some kind of setting. So the film, the writer director gives us different types of settings, but they do tend to be the types of settings that are maybe the area is economically depressed or distressed. And so here's one type of setting here. So now we are looking at Michael Savion. He's the lead on this particular task. These they are still small town lawmen, but they are confronting a meth lab crisis, in a sense. People creating meth labs out of their homes, so they are prepared to go in, storm the place, take everyone into custody, and hopefully it is a clean operation. So this helps to set the tone for the particular movie, and it sets the tone for the person who is the leader, because you will see Michael Savion later conduct the same kind of exercise while he's undercover for the gang. So we have Michael Savion here leading off, telling his crew what they're going to do, how to conduct themselves, and what they should expect. This is juxtaposed against, like, the neighborhood. So no matter what, even if we have criminals creating a meth lab, we are still in a neighborhood. And this truck that is coming by is the truck that is going to be the team of officers who are going to storm. So it's really disguised as a furniture truck, I think a mattress truck. So we have kids playing in the yard, we have a dog, and it is seemingly just a simple neighborhood, right? And we don't seem to think that there's going to be any sort of issues other than kids playing in a yard who should not also be playing in the water or in the mud. So now we have this angle of the officers coming out and getting ready to storm the house. I guess it looks like a trailer. And the young girl here in the stars shirt notices them, and she basically suggests, asks the other kids, do you want to play cops and robbers? Even the dog is sort of oblivious to what's going on. Usually dogs oftentimes will notice things that are sort of out of order and begin to run after it or attack it. This dog here doesn't have any clue, or doesn't even care to have a clue about the two officers or the officers that are jumping out of the truck. Again, we usually see dogs running after cops, running after anything that looks foreign. So you almost have to wonder if the cops coming to this area, if it's truly foreign, or if it's a normal thing, because it seems like this scene here, if you look at the scene here, it seems like it's out of the ordinary in the sense of our common understanding of how kids might react, how the dog might react. Usually if kids see someone coming into the neighborhood who doesn't look like the normal person, they often run up to the person and say hi and befriend. But even the kids are staying in place, and that could of course be the writer director's decision making here, to sort of tell us that this may be just a normal day where we see cops jumping out of a mattress furniture truck and going in and storming a meth lab. But I think it's interesting how that dog is not even running after them. So here's another angle. This is show of force, so it tells you that this is a very serious thing. It's not like a couple of cops driving up to the house to conduct a warrant. This is something that required some kind of intel, some kind of research. They are definitely prepared. They have the appropriate gear. They have taken all of the appropriate precautions. So we know that this is a focused operation that is going to require concentration and coordination. So this is a typical signal that the leadoff would do, sort of hold his hand on one of the operator's shoulders, and then move it or tell the person when it's time to go in. So this is a way that, in a way that Michael Savion's character is timing his own men, the writer director is also timing them too. So that's something that you want to think about. So we have them rushing in. Of course, there's light coming in through the house from outside, and these are guns drawn, these are rifles drawn, so they are expecting to overtake whoever is in the house. So there's return fire. This is Michael Savion here, and he's returning fire as well. And there's a difference between how the meth lab operator is dressed and conducting himself versus Michael Savion's character with the headgear, with every bit of protective gear to ensure that he can conclude his operation clean. He's going to be hit. So here he's hit. He ends up having to take off the headgear, which makes him vulnerable. That's very important. I guess the person who returned fire, the meth lab operator, he didn't feel vulnerable other than to shoot his gun. But this scene here gives you an idea of how vulnerable Michael Savion's character is here. And it's interesting that he's vulnerable here as a cop leading an operation to close down a meth lab with headgear off. But when he enters and when he transforms himself and becomes a gang member of the assassins and goes in and under his own sort of operation solo, there is no real care and concern for vulnerability. So make sure you note the difference. So the guy runs out, there's a gun, and it's expected that one of the men will begin to take chase. Michael Savion comes in. Again, he doesn't have the gear. He doesn't have the headgear, so he's not concerned about that. I would think, knowing that the perpetrator is going to always return fire, that he would have kept the gear on. So you almost have to wonder how much setback plays a factor, because there are normal time setbacks. It's clear that when the perpetrators, the operators of the meth lab return fire. That's a normal setback. It's them trying to set back the officers from, getting too close. But then you may have a professional setback, an operator setback in terms of not maintaining the standard. If cops are supposed to wear cameras and then they turn them off, they are creating setbacks for themselves in the sense that they're going to be questioned and investigated, especially if an operation turns deadly. So the fact that he is not wearing his headgear is an indication that he's sort of ignoring rules. He's sort of ignoring standards, and it could be because he's the lead and there's more prerogative there, but he doesn't care about any vulnerability at this point. There is the image of him taking control. We see the 2 bullets here shot into this shell. I guess I don't know what that really is, a door, and he's returning fire or aiming to return fire. And it's his way of trying to resolve the setback in a sense, right? Because when they return fire, that sets them back, and then they have to turn around and then shoot the meth lab people. And so you have to quickly resolve a setback in this sense, right? You have to quickly resolve any sort of threat, any sort of potential danger, because it's going to affect the neighborhood around them, even if the people are around them are used to this type of thing. And it's interesting, no one comes out of their doors. There's no shot of anyone looking out the window or anything like that. It just seems like it's a normal day. So the man is stumbling, trying to get away. So it's interesting that he had the comfort of being in a meth lab, and that was freedom for him. But when he has to leave and be chased, he's trying to seek freedom in a certain kind of way. So that's just obvious. So this same man here is now confronted with that one girl who said, "Do you want to play cops and robbers?" Now the 2 kids have enough sense to go on ahead and run away. But the one girl here is very interesting because she's about to enter a setback. In other words, she's about to die. And usually at that level, you can't overcome your setback. Death is very final for you. But he is standing before a girl. Now, he doesn't call out her name, so we don't know for certain if he knows her. But maybe she's a tool for him. Maybe she's going to become a tool for him. But he stops right in front of her. He doesn't run past her. He doesn't run around her. He doesn't think to himself, maybe I should not get near her because I don't want anyone to shoot her. And the fact that she's just standing there, she's not doing anything other than looking at him. And we don't know if it's shock or if she recognizes him. Regardless, the other 2 kids, they decided that they were not going to engage him and they were going to run. So this is Billy, Michael Savion's partner. And so he's telling the guy to basically halt, stop, right? But in some ways, the perpetrator is really not interested in adhering to that command. And that's one of those warnings, that we often times struggle with. That it's a clear warning. How many times have we had someone tell us, don't do this, stop this, or whatever, right? And if you picture it really like an officer holding a gun telling you to stop, you may be willing to stop. But a lot of times we look over that person and we say, well, they're holding a gun. They got the tactical gear on. They got a hat and everything. But, that really doesn't apply to me. So whatever is going on with him, he's just going to have to shoot at somebody else because it really doesn't apply to me. I'm going to keep walking. So the perpetrator is holding a gun to the girl. and that is clearly by reflex. But it's sort of like a life setback too when you think about it, because how do you get to a point in your life when you are holding a gun in front of a girl, in front of a child? Okay, say for instance, we understand that you decided to conduct a meth lab, right? Create meth in your house. But how do you get to a point? What are the steps that lead up to you eventually holding a gun, holding a girl hostage with a gun, and then having your hand out as if you are asking for mercy? But the interesting thing is that you're not really showing mercy to this young girl who is the target of your gun. So that's kind of like irony. So we have this image. The guy is still in front of the girl. Billy is still trying to hold him, get him to um, heed his commands. And then Michael Savion shoots. He slides up under a ring of clothes and he shoots. And the interesting thing about shooting, he's not shooting with real direction. He's shooting because he sees the back of the man, and he's shooting both guns. And, you would think to yourself, why would you need both guns? And this is going to create a setback for him because he's shooting without true aim. He's not aiming to take down the perp. To me, he's aiming to sort of get the situation under control. And so the perp just so happened to be there because he didn't necessarily have to aim the guns in the back. I mean, he could have shot him in the leg, but he slides in under those clothes that are hanging and just shoots. And this is him right here. Surprised, of course, but you look at his face and you wonder why he didn't put his aggression in check. Because remember, he is aware of the kids in the yard. So that means if he is aware of the kids in the yard, he would need to be careful not to endanger them. So to shoot aimlessly without real focus is counter to what you see when he is conducting the team in the truck, and then when he gets to the door and he's conducting, and then how he manages himself throughout the whole operation. So he's here reckless, and he's creating a setback for himself simply because of his decision to shoot before he saw. So after he shoots the gun, the guy is hit and the girl is going to be hit too. I couldn't tell in the movie if it was like a ricochet, but it was clear enough that those two guns, those two shots basically affected those two people. And here we see Michael Savion holding the young girl. The other men are coming to solve this particular setback by providing emergency services. So, whenever we have setbacks, there are services that will kind of help us, that will come along and help us, get over it or whatever. But sometimes some setbacks you may never overcome those setbacks. This young girl dying on the ground is not something that you can overcome. And Michael Savion having to hold her in his arms is an image that is going to stay with him, and that's going to be part of his own setback. He doesn't necessarily talk about the girl throughout the film, which is very interesting, that there's no real emotion concerning it. There's no reflecting on it or thinking about it or saying anything about it. He just jumps into the next decisions he makes. So the emergency services are being rendered here. and he's holding her arm. There is at least one kind of flashback of him holding her arm, and we'll see why that's important. But I thought this image here was interesting, how this sort of white arm is against this black background, right, with his suit. And for all intents and purposes, his gear and all the protection that he has couldn't protect his decision making. The helmet, the gun, the gloves, the other tactical gear that he's wearing, that he didn't have enough insight to use that as an indicator to protect his decision making as well. So we're in the locker room. Billy just finished boxing, and this is kind of like a jump to the scene where they're kind of talking. There's no, it's interesting that we don't see Michael Savion really just holding his head, thinking, sitting down. It's like he's just packing up and getting ready to leave. He still has his gun in his holster, and so he's still considered a cop. But there's nothing that basically suggests that there's concern until he asks the captain a question. So here's the captain, and he's basically going over today's events and he's suggesting that nobody wins and everyone is, can be collateral damage at times. And so his face also, I thought, and I had to watch the movie twice, and I didn't notice him the first time, but his face is kind of just blank. There's nothing, like I said, in the same way that they go to the neighborhood and the kids are sort of used to it and the dog is used to it, it's like he's used to it too. So then you have to wonder to yourself, when did his setback begin? Because we always go and enter these jobs and professions with the best of intentions, with a good heart, thinking that we're here to do some good. We never really plan to be hurt or be bothered or frustrated or annoyed at something, especially if we've had to shoot somebody as well and it affected us. But somewhere on his journey, he developed a blank face. And I promise you, it did not begin as a blank face. It began as some kind of personality, not necessarily bubbly, but he has something. Here it's just blank. And so right before that, Michael Savion asked about the girl, and he said that the girl died, and then there was a blank face on him as well. So we're looking at Michael Savion and his brother David. David is there to ask for help. And I thought to myself, as I was going over my notes regarding this, that David is in a gang, he's a drug dealer, and he's visiting his brother at the precinct, right, at the cop place, right? And I thought to myself, it's interesting that he's crossing territories here, and you're going to see that throughout the film analysis as well, and throughout the field, that there's a mentioning of crossing, mentioning of territories. Someone has the territory of North America or South America, and so there's Europe at play. But I thought to myself, this is very interesting that this is a drug dealer coming into a cop precinct. I understand that he's coming to see his brother, but there's nothing on the inside of him that is shouting out, maybe I should not, as a drug dealer, go into the precinct where cops dwell and do their business, right? And so Michael is hostile to his younger brother, and it's normal in a sense that he doesn't want to be seen with his brother. He doesn't want to be seen with a drug dealer because it could affect how he conducts his business, especially if he's going out on runs to shut down meth labs, right? To shut down any other type of drug houses, trap houses, anything like that. And so the brother coming here And talking to Michael Savion is troubling. It is sort of not a safe space, and it just defies all logic. So they are talking to each other here. We see the badge. It's clear that he's still a cop, of course. And David is struggling. He wants to he want to get out. He met this woman, Gloria, and she wants to get married, but she won't get married to him until he gets out. You get out of the drug game, out of the gang, the gang banging. And so he's basically wanting to get out of his own setbacks. So somewhere he made a decision to begin selling drugs. He doesn't look like he's old enough, so he might have started when he was a teenager. And so he thought about a decision that he wanted to get into drug running, right? Become a drug dealer, also become a gang member, because we're going to see later that he's going to have to jump out. And so he's saying in his mind, I don't want to be in this setback anymore. I met someone. I can live a better life than this. She wants to get married, but she has a condition. And so I have to leave. Can you help me? And Michael Savion's character is still very much skeptic. He's skeptical of him, even when he tells Billy, his partner, he's saying that Michael is not in trouble. Michael is trouble. And so that suggests something about his mindset concerning his brother. And that also suggests something about how many times David has disappointed him to the point that he just doesn't feel anything anymore. And they're mentioning here that David wants to give their mother's ring to Gloria, right? And it's almost like dishonoring their mother to give their ring, to give that kind of ring to another woman, especially because Michael doesn't know the woman, has never seen a woman, and basically suspects that David is not actually serious about the thing that he wants to do. Regardless, they sort of face off, right? They face off as two brothers confronting their issues. So this is where David is showing the ring. So he's sort of proving to his brother that he wants out. He wants out of the setback. Now, when we say he wants out of the setback, we're basically meaning that he wants out of the gang culture, out of that hustling life. And so Michael, looking at his younger brother hold the ring, sort of convinces him that he is actually willing to let this go. That's why he says, come stay with me. I love you. And so he's not missing his opportunity here to even appeal to his own younger brother. So somewhere he's convinced, and he must not, in order to have that kind of belief system about David not being in trouble, that he is trouble. Again, somewhere he must have felt that David is just not changeable, not winnable. But at this moment, holding that ring, there's some sympathy. But there's some sympathy for his brother, and his heart changes, his mind changes. So they are being watched. This is a person, his name is Sticks, and he's the one who's actually going to tell the higher ups, or the gang bosses, that David is meeting with a cop. And so we're going to see a lot of watching. We're going to hear people say, I'm watching you, but we're going to also see a lot of watching. And what watching does is it gives you that kind of third eye, or it gives you the writer director is sort of helping us see the main characters through the lens of an individual character who doesn't quite know what's going on, but just assumes because of common lore about gang culture, about snitching, being a stool pigeon, that if he's meeting with someone, it's automatically he's snitching. He hasn't asked him a question. He doesn't talk to him personally. He doesn't try to get something out of him. The fact that the brother, Michael, has on a badge and a gun, and David is talking to his brother is enough for sticks. And again, this is the wider view of watching these two interact with each other. There's a lot that could be said here in terms of what each other is, what's suggested. Remember, with the previous frame, they are facing off. But with this frame here, we see Michael's head lowered. And we haven't seen his head lowered since he took off his his tactical headgear, and we saw the vulnerability of him when his head was lowered. So somewhere, somehow, there's something in what David is saying as a younger brother that's making him feel vulnerable to the point that he has to lower his head. Now, there may be some kind of history of him lowering his head and feeling vulnerable, and then ending up being disappointed, and then feeling like he had to put back on a defensive posture. One lady that he's going to run into is Anya towards the middle, and she's going to be a Fed, undercover as well, not connected to Michael. And she's basically, talking about her own vulnerability and not being let down. So you often see this kind of head lowering with Michael Savion, in contrast to when he raises his head and is kind of like in a defiant mode. So here's the phone that David is going to answer, and this is the phone call that's going to actually lead to his death. The interesting thing about this phone call is it is again preceded by sticks on the phone, and he's watching David and his brother Michael, and he's saying to whomever on the phone, "We got a problem." So as soon as you say that without getting enough understanding of what the problem is, you immediately create a setback that's going to influence and have an effect on everyone else. This phone is going to ring, and David is going to answer it, and it's going to be a trap for him, and he's not going to know that it is going to be his death, meaning that he is killed early in the movie. So that tells you that that's a writer-director prerogative, and it is a way to use maybe a technique, a plot technique, to motivate Michael, to surprise him, to motivate him to find out what happened. But regardless, this is the phone call that's going to lead to his death. So he's on the phone with his partner, Anthony, and Anthony is basically saying something about meeting somewhere at a spot, quick pickup. It's going to be $5 and he's using money to bait to get him out of the house. Now, this is contrary to what David was saying to his brother, the cop brother, Michael, that he wants to get out. And, when you are in setback, you often are not really aware of the fact that you're in setback. You're just feeling inconvenienced, right? But if you make a decision and say, you are not going to do this thing right here, whatever this thing is, as soon as he made the decision to want to get out, he should have gone with his brother and let his brother put him in some kind of protective custody or something like that. And that's his missed opportunity, which is going to result in a punishment of being sort of branded as a snitch. And then he's going to feel the pain of his decision when they are jumping him out. And then, of course, the pain ends in the boss shooting him. So that means that he can't be corrected. He can't get into recovery or restoration or advance. He is cut off right before he can be corrected. So it would have been better for him to go and live with his brother, so then he could go through the correction process and then overcome his setback. But that's not going to be the case for him. So this is Anthony, whom Michael Savion will meet later, but this is David's partner, who is also part of the gang. And he has some kind of conversation. He's the one who's on the other end of the phone, and his look is one of maybe concern. Maybe he doesn't even know the full scope of everything, because once they get to the spot, the boss tells him to step aside. So maybe on some level he didn't even know that it was going to go down the way that it will go down. But there's some kind of concern in his eyes. So David is essentially walking to the spot that Anthony told him to meet him at. And again, it's going to be a trap. And suddenly these lights on the cars come on, and these two men are standing, waiting to see who's going to come out of the car. Now they know who they work for. It's obvious it's going to be the boss and his number two, and then all of the crew. But it's still a surprise that you are meeting at a spot, and then all of a sudden it turns kind of deadly. So I want you to notice the people surrounding him, and notice the woman with the leather gear. And I'm just going to give you a sort of like a hint. She's the Fed who is undercover. And it's very interesting to me that when she finally meets Michael Savion, and he says that Zed, who is in the gray shirt in front of David, that he killed his brother. He killed David. But she never says anything. She never asks which brother, who the person was, right? And so maybe maybe her face is just as blank, that her focus is to gain as much intel concerning the situation, play a role. So that means she's setting herself back, play a role of girlfriend or part of the enterprise, part of the enforcer enterprise. Because if she's standing side by side, then she's like an enforcer herself, right? Because the guy who is pointing, he is Elias, he's number two, and the guy in the gray shirt in front of David, he is Zed, he is the main boss. And so we have this group here surrounding David. So Anthony is told to move to the side. Okay, they surround him, calling him a snitch. So and David says, I'm not a pigeon, but he just wants out. And Zed is essentially saying, you're still a dead man, you know the code. So immediately when you enter these environments, these contexts, you have immediately created a setback for yourself. It's not like you can clock in and clock out. It's not like you can turn in your resignation letter. David is missing something in his logical thinking, that he thought that he could get in and get out whenever he wanted to. But it doesn't work like that. Once he gives over his free will and sells his soul to become a gang member, the only way out is by death. But what you see here is this crowding around what they are calling a snitch, and that whenever there's a snitch, there's a global understanding of what a snitch is, right? And that if there's a snitch in the midst, then that's a setback for us. And we got to resolve that setback. We can't trust it to be what it is the person is saying it is. The person is saying is, I'm not a snitch. I have a reputation. And he's appealing to Zed that I've done this for you. I've done this for you. Even when my mother died, I was doing this for you. So it's like he's in a courthouse, and Zed is the judge, and Elias is the bailiff, and all the other people are like the jury people. Okay, the jury pool. And so he's standing here appealing for his life, pleading his case, and basically suggesting, I was talking to my brother. He's no snitch, but his brother is still the cops. And when he crossed the territory to go into the cops' precinct, he should have understood. So somewhere on his journey, he missed an opportunity to learn truly about what it is that he was getting himself into. You're going to see the contrast to Michael when he decides to go undercover. There's a lot of knowledge that he displays, that he talks, that he demonstrates through fighting, that he understands. And I'm quite sure that he got that through training. He got that through just being a cop, being exposed. It could be age as well. The hastiness of David to enter something before he fully understood it, or even if he understood it, he just didn't accept it as what it actually is. That if you blood in, you have to blood out. There is no in between. It doesn't matter that he's met someone and he wants to get married to that person, and she tells him, you gotta change and get out before I marry. He's looking at that argument as being superior to the main argument that blood in and blood out. And that when they shoot him, they have served on him the ultimate rebuttal. I teach college English, and I always teach argument at the second level. And so the building blocks of argument are claims, counterclaims, evidence, and rebuttal. And there's already an existing argument when you are part of these crews, that you jump in, we beat you up, you jump in, and then you remain, and then you is blood in, and then if you want to get out, it's blood out. And so again, there's some kind of missed opportunity with him, that he just did not get a good understanding about what he got himself into. And that's many people who get into games, to games. They are motivated by some vulnerability. Maybe they were going home and a couple of gang members jumped them, so they decided to join the opposing gang for some kind of strength, right? Instead of learning how to defend themselves as the obvious thing they should learn how to do, and then fighting those guys on their own. No, what they do is they hook up with other people so that they can feel stronger. And so this is him appealing to Zed as the main boss and the bailiff and the jury for his life. So again, he's outlining his reputation, and he's pleading his case in this sort of faux court. And so Zed basically says, so if you want to jump out, then you get past them, you can be free. But if you don't, you die. And the thing is, they begin jumping him out, and he's doing well, but Zed decides to still kill him anyway. So they're now going to begin the jumping out process, right? And we have the 4 at the top of the screen, and then we have all these other guys who are going to jump him. And he's still seething. David is still seething, and Styx is at the back, the one who told off on him with the headband. And he's, giving his spiel before, the full jump out. Elias here, there's that blank face. There's a blank face on the woman as well. And they don't hear him. It doesn't matter. They have already made up in their minds what they're going to do. So right now it's all entertainment. It's almost like we as the viewing audience is just watching this go on just for fun or just because it's part of the process. But once they came there to that place, they had already made up their minds to kill him. So there's him experiencing the jump out. He's really successful. He does a good job of defending himself. So somewhere he got some skills, but he's not going to be successful in the end. So he's not going to be able to overcome his own setback. And one of the guys tells him, "Run, David, run," right before they kill him. And this is Zed right here, who is pointing a gun. So, Zed is not even a man of his own word, in a sense, right? That he said that if he won, if he did well, that he could leave, he would be free. And David believed him. So, it's interesting how they say there's a code, but they don't really adhere to their own code. They don't really adhere to the integrity of their own code, right? If your word was you can go, then if you are successful in the jump out, then you should be able to do it. It's very interesting also that this woman standing here, who is a federal agent, undercover federal agent, is just not moved at all. And you wonder how long she's been part of this exercise, this enterprise, because the writer-director doesn't really capture her emotionally. She's not emotional. It's counter to her nature not to be emotional, and she is definitely not emotional. And so David Zed here is very focused in his goal to kill David. I also thought it was interesting that it's Zed who is pulling the trigger, the boss man. And usually the boss man is instructing the number 2 or anyone under him to shoot the gun. Because remember, the boss man ultimately likes to have his hands clean, right? You're going to hear Michael say later, when Billy offers to help him while he's undercover, offers his services, Michael basically says, "No, I got to keep this clean." So he was so preoccupied with trying to save his own partner that he didn't even want him part of it. And so it's interesting that Zed is the one holding a gun and is going to shoot David, and not Elias, or not even an enforcer type of person who holds a gun, meaning that the leader is honestly not leading. That really he's no different than all the people around him. He's no different. He's just an enforcer, just like everybody else. But he's calling himself a boss, and everyone is referring to him as a boss. It's very interesting, though. So here we have David on the ground. He's been shot. And then Zed is going to come over him and say, "Blood in, blood out," and shoot him again. This is him looking down on whom he perceives as an enemy now and resolving it. So again, the setback was referencing to him as a snitch. Someone witnessed him talking to his brother, who is a cop. And so we got to resolve this setback, because we cannot have any future issues, right? So then they would fit, if we were looking at the 7 stages of setback, he would be the correcting agent. He's not going to suffer correction. He's not going to go through correction, but he's going to correct the issue of having a snitch among us, having a mole among us, because he's correcting something before it could become a problem, meaning that if they let him go and stay with his brother Michael, then he could truly become a snitch and become someone that they have to place in protective custody, and then turn evidence against him, plead out, anything like that. So this pleading out would have been, had he lived, this pleading out that he was doing with Zed and Elias would have been the equivalent of a plead out with, say, a district attorney, prosecuting attorney, etc. I think this scene here is the most gives the most impact in terms of affecting our senses, our visual senses, our emotions, our thinking, because Blood Out, like many other films that explore the same subject matter, reflects a cautionary tale. And like I noted, there was something in David's understanding that he skipped. He skipped a lesson about this life, that he did not get the kind of understanding, because even before you go and find the gang, you know about gangs. You hear the common statements about gangs. You hear the violence about gangs. You usually know someone who is a gang member. And so to not ask questions, to not really get a good understanding, what you see here is the result of this, that he missed that opportunity to really think and reflect on the decision. And then the punishment was attaching something to him that did not belong, meaning that they were calling him a snitch. And later you're going to hear the cops call him a stool pigeon. And so then feeling the pain of that in you so much to the point that you have to defend yourself. You have to say, this is not me. You're putting something on me that does not apply to me. I've been here for you the whole time. I've been doing all of this for you the whole time. And you're going to treat me like this when I've treated you with honor? That's the pain of it, right? And so then there's no room. Zed leaves no room for David to prove himself, other than the jumping out, right? He leaves no room for him to prove himself, and leaving room for him to prove himself is the correction phase, the correction stage, right? That if you can prove yourself through correction, through passing other tests, and you're going to see Michael pass the types of tests that Elias is going to give him, not to be corrected, but just to prove his loyalty. If he was able to do that, he might not be dead now. He might have still been jumped in or jumped out to the point that it left him physically, abused, but he might still be alive. And the idea that he's not able to be corrected from a setback initially that he created when he joined the gang, but also a setback that was projected onto him to the point that he could not defend his honor to the point that he could remain alive. So we have Anthony looking at him also. There's a little bit more concern on his face, but he's silenced. There's more concern on his face than Zed's face, Elias' face, the woman's face, but you can't speak. And before you get to a place at this age and in this environment of feeling that you cannot speak, this must have been part of your childhood. You attract what you are. You attract what you know. You usually run to environments that are familiar. So maybe in his background, in his narrative history, and we don't get that other than he retelling issues that he has with his sister while he's talking to Michael, and Michael going over issues that he's had with his brother and his mother. Other than that, we don't have a window, a lens into his history for us to really understand his space here. The writer director doesn't give us much more than the fact that he's Anthony. He works directly with Elias. His partner is going to be Squat. He's going to be the one with the two long braids, and he's concerned. I will say this, that he talks about it in ways kind of like a slip of the tongue. And so something about the situation concerns him, but he's silenced. And when you're silenced, that is a setback on its own. That it's hard for you to come out of what it is that you need to come out of. And you usually need something to fight for. So even though his sister is struggling and he doesn't want to help her to kill herself, that's honestly not enough for him to pull himself out of his silence. It is only when Michael comes along and says he wants to help her, because he discovers that his sister, Anthony here that you see on the screen, his sister is David's pregnant girlfriend. And because David gave her the mother's ring, and he wanted to marry her. He's so concerned. Michael is so concerned about her that he wants to try to get her to safety. So it's not the brother who's trying to get the sister to safety. It's someone completely outside of their environment coming in and wanting to get her to safety. It is important to note, as we look at this scene with Michael, boxing with a trainer at the precinct, it's important to note that the writer director does not give us his process in contributing to the death of that young girl. That happened at the beginning of the movie, and we're just going to leave that there, right? I believe there's a when he's in a bed and he's dreaming a nightmare sequence, there's a mentioning of it, but it's really connected to going over in his mind about the death of his brother David, and him feeling like he might become the next person, right? He sees himself in death. But we still, though, don't get him saying, I should have been more careful. I should have scoped out the area. I should have made sure that the kids were I should have instructed one of the team members to get those 3 kids to safety, as well as the dog. That even though he led his team as an operator to that meth house to storm it and overtake it, there wasn't enough leadership in him to have the foresight that we're going to a neighborhood, and in a neighborhood there are kids, and we need to make sure that we have maybe a female officer get the kids to safety before we run out guns and rifles ablazing and shooting up the place, because anything can happen to kids. So Michael is missing some logic in his thinking about leadership. That he might have been just very good at numbers and shutting down meth labs, in terms of data, and then they promoted him, but he's missing some aspect of his leadership that required him to have foresight for certain contexts, right? And so there's a missed opportunity on his part. And then if you look at the punishment of sort of making a decision, and then the pain of that decision, and then he's not going through a correction here. He's still going on like everyday, business, going to box, training away, but he's not training his mind in terms of leadership. So Billy comes over, and they are having a discussion, and right after this, he's going to get a phone call. Michael is going to get a phone call. And the phone call is essentially telling him about David, about a person at a crime scene, and it's David. And he's, the way that he comes to this scene, Michael comes to this scene, he comes like he's just a regular investigator. He got a call to come in and go to a crime scene and investigate a crime scene. Notice the difference in the clothing choices. You have these two men in suits, then you have David and his friend in sort of casual wear. All right, so they're all sort of this crowding around, the same crowding around that you saw when David was going to be killed. We have it here, right? It's just two different types of groups. They're formal in the way that they are handling it. Michael is asking questions, of course. Billy is just listening, and then the two guys are the other two cops who come from the big city precinct or answering his questions. So there's a little bit of a tension here when they're talking about what went down, and there's going to be an accusation of David being a stool pigeon, and there is a recognition that this is a gang-related situation. The guy with the clipboard, this is just business as usual. So you can essentially say that there's his blank face, nothing more than what we've seen all the time. So there's no real reason to get into any motion. So he's telling Michael that he has to sign in terms of conducting a positive ID that this is his brother on the ground who is dead. We don't get a funeral after this. No, Michael has a blank face. He doesn't cry over this situation. And that's kind of disheartening to see that he's not really moved by it. He's here trying to figure out what's going on with the case of his brother's death. So he continues to call. He was told by the two men that Detective Hardwick would contact him in a couple of days, but it's been more than a couple of days and Michael cannot get any answers. So there is some frustration here. There's still not a cry on his face, but there's some kind of intent to care about the situation. So after repeated calls, he couldn't get an answer. He decides to travel to that particular precinct. Now he's coming in with his uniform, as well as this staff person here holding a coffee coming in with a uniform. But he does look a little striking. It's funny how he was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, but now he has decided to wear his uniform. And what that suggests is that, one, he's crossing over from one precinct to the next, not necessarily crossing the color line, but he's crossing over. Two, he wants to demonstrate strength. He wants to demonstrate authority. There you go. Authority. Authority is the better word here, because whereas he's been calling authority figures and trying to get them on the phone to figure out what the status of the case, and they won't give it to him, and they won't tell him what's going on, he's going to come in and bring in the law. And he's the one who represents the law. And he's going to wear his uniform, and he's going to come in, and he's basically going to show them what's up. Understanding, though, not understanding that he hasn't conducted research on this particular precinct and how these people think. In the same way that his brother gets into something before he understands it, Michael is going to get into something before he understands it, and it's not going to have the best consequences for him, and it's going to lead him to then make a decision to go undercover, when in reality, had he come in with a prepared understanding in terms of who the cops are on this side of the pond, in a sense, right, and what they represent, meaning, conduct the research, because When he goes undercover, he's going to go undercover with the gang. Okay, the gang, the gang business, the gang hierarchy. But he's not going to go undercover with the cops. Now, does that make sense? Of course, because he's already exposed himself as the brother of David. And the other cops already know him from the crime scene as the brother of David. But it would have been interesting, though, for him to conduct a little bit more research before he came in with his moral attitude. So he's confronting Detective Hardwick, asking him about the status of the case, and that, and remember, he's entering another territory. So in some ways, he hasn't gotten a pass to come over there. He hasn't gotten permission to come over. He hasn't received an invitation. He has no appointment. He's just showing up. So then when you go to another territory without an invitation, the people who are guarding that territory are going to have a problem with your presence. No matter how demanding your presence is, no matter how intimidating your presence is, they're going to defend their own territory. So they have a conversation, and Michael is asking about the status of the case and what's going on, and why they haven't called him back, and what this all means. And the cops, right before Michael comes into the scene, you can tell they're not the best cops in terms of character and integrity. They're using bad language. They're just not acting respectable as cops. So he asks about the case file as being unsolved and is not resolved. And for them, however, David's murder is a problem solved. That's what they basically suggest, that David's murder is a problem solved. So there may be some implication that Detective Hardwick here is connected to the people, Zed, or to that larger, set, that larger gang set, that he may be connected. He may be someone who looks the other way. He may be someone who arrests people. He may even be someone who kills people. But when he says David's murder is solved, is a problem solved, that's already an inherent setback, because there was no investigation. And Michael, from his moral directive, tells him, you need to do your job. So there's something in this dynamic of being cops on both ends, that they need to do their job. And the irony is, as I noted in a previous frame, that Michael did not do his job in ensuring that the area was clear enough to go in and take down the meth lab. Detective Hardwick here is not doing his job in terms of investigating the murder, and also not returning phone calls. So there's a conflict with both. And the film is setting it up almost as, of course, a plot conflict, right? But it's also reflective of a setback, because then how would they both come back from this immediate encounter, right? There's going to be a conflict here that arises where he and the other men attack Michael Savion. So they take him by the arm, and arm hold the other cops, and it was Detective Hardwick who hit Michael Savion. So another cop hitting another cop for no good reason, right? And I assume that when Michael Savion said "do your job," that was offensive. Because if you are a type of person who doesn't do your job and someone tells you to do your job, that's going to be offensive. So when did Detective Hardwick, his setback begin with "do your job"? Somewhere he might have been the same type of person who got the job and was happy about it, and then had some disappointments and stopped doing his job. But I beg to differ, though, that if you are not a worker, you started out not as a worker. Now you're just wearing a badge, right? And you get to wear a suit as a detective. But if you are not the type of person who has a work ethic, that alone is a setback. If you're not the type of person that's a work ethic, because no one should have to cross territories and come into your environment and that you manage and you run and tell you to do your job. No one should have to do that. So if someone is coming into his territory to do that, that lets you know he hasn't been doing his job. That this is not the first time this has happened. And their attitudes, Detective Hardwick and the other officers' attitudes suggest that they're just there to collect a paycheck and wear a suit and say that they are detectives, right, and hold a gun. But they are not there to actually do any work. So instead of handling the problem with better strategy, they take out a taser now and tase Michael Savion. And it's interesting that they would choose that as an option as a solution to a person who is just simply asking the status of the case concerning his brother. And this too becomes a motivator for when he decides to go undercover. Again, he's not going undercover to resolve the issues with these cops and them not doing their job, because honestly, that would be the obvious strategy, the first obvious strategy. The fact that the writer-director gives him a different strategy and a different focus by infiltrating the gang group, whatever. Instead of giving Michael Savion the focus to try to understand that precinct and what's going on there and how to resolve those issues so we don't have those types of cops on the street, he's gonna bypass that problem and try to solve another problem, which is who shot my brother. And that's what I feel like that's a missed opportunity for him, because he's skipping process. He's skipping problems. He's not taking problems one at a time. And so I just thought that was kind of interesting. All right, they're laughing at him. He's on the ground. So the job that they did was the job of attack and intimidation, and not the job of resolving a murder case. So now he's handcuffed in the bathroom, in a restroom. And so what this scene is suggesting, and what Detective Hardwick is suggesting by default, is that Michael Savion is the criminal. Now he's wearing his uniform. So he's clearly not a criminal, but they're treating him like a criminal. So it's a way for them to set him back, to keep him from getting at the truth of something. And so now let's mess with his psychology. Let's mess with his emotions. Detective Hardwick is holding some items of Michael Savion, including shades, and he's going to put those shades on. So he puts on his shades. He sort of mocks him in that situation, right? And you can tell that he took his gun. So the only thing he has is just still the uniform that he has on. They have this little stare off with each other. And that is the extent of their communication about the issue that Michael had coming in, which he still leaves unresolved with that particular environment. And so now Detective Hardwick again is sort of taunting him. Michael knows to keep his peace, right? Because if you do too much on another person's territory, it could cost you your life. right? David is very much an example of that, that he did too much and it cost him life. Even if he calls it innocently, that he went to talk to his brother, it was still too much. So Michael ends up leaving. He got the shades in his pocket. Billy comes to see him, and this thing about looking back, and you'll see this a lot of times in films that Luke Goss plays in. This looking back, I don't know if it's contemplative. I don't know. I know it's anger and maybe confusion, or maybe certitude that he understands what they really are. As him being a small town lawman, he gets the big city detectives more than the big city detectives get the small town lawman. Regardless, though, he still did not get what he needed from the situation, but it was in some ways enough intel to tell him what's really going on. So right before he visits this tattoo, Billy comes to see him, and he tells Billy that he's likely not going to return because the only way that he can return is to desk duty, and he doesn't want to do that. What does he look like, going to desk duty? So we see him visiting a tattoo, and I guess that looking back is the motivating the motivator that pushes him down this road. So he was going down one path, trying to do the right thing, trying to find out information about his brother, trying to get the investigators to give him some information to resolve the murder case. And now he feels like he can't achieve anything on that right path, so he's going to go down the wrong path. And this visiting the tattoo parlor is the first step in him becoming a criminal. He was treated like a criminal while he was in the precinct, handcuffed to the sink in a restroom, and he wasn't a criminal. But now he is forcing himself to become a criminal in order for him to find out more information about his brother. Once he opens that door, there's really no turning back. To pursue this particular path that was completely different from his original path is to suggest, as I noted, that he has no other options. He has, as much as he's tried to go and speak with Detective Hardwick and his crew, he can't get anything out of them that is necessary for him to understand. In some ways, he could have low-key conducted an undercover operation without having to go the criminal route. Many people who make decisions in this way feel like that the only way that they can learn about the situation is to put themselves within the context. And in many cases, that is true, or that can have some, some credence, that the more that you surround yourself within the context of that particular thing that you're trying to understand, the more you will find out about it and discover about it and gain some insight from it. But this decision that he's making to stand at this door and become something else, basically to set back any efforts that he was making while he was going down the right path, and to go down a completely different path and push forward in this other agenda, could definitely have deadly consequences. I mean, there is a big contrast between him and his brother. I don't feel like David knew enough of the enterprise before he joined it as a gang member. Michael Savion does know something. He has had training. He was the lead on the meth lab operation. You're going to see throughout the rest of the film that he displays and demonstrates skill and aptitude. But even with that knowledge, and there's a little bit more confidence there, that even with that knowledge, you can't guard against everything. And so this is a decision that he's making to open the door to a completely different world, and becoming what he's about to become. So these are the tattoo artists, the business guys, and so of course it's going to be set up as a tattoo shop, ready and willing to take anybody with resources. And so Michael is contemplating how he's going to play this, right? So he tells the shop owner that he wants work done basically all over his body, sleeves, and I don't know the terminology for tattooing, but he seems to know it. When he comes in, he knows exactly what he wants, so he's very sure of himself. So that means that he knows also the types of tattoos that will go on a particular body of a person who is a gang member, who is part of the criminal element underground. He knows that whatever he wears, it should be recognizable to someone else. That he just can't put on any tattoo just for the sake of putting on a tattoo to look like he's hard or like a thug or a criminal. That there are certain tattoos, certain tats that are recognizable between gang members, between lords and bosses and other people. So he comes in with a particular list of tattoos that he wants to put on his body so that he can look the part. And so then he brings in a copy, and remember, he and Billy found that tattoo off the database. So it is the assassin tattoo, and again, he comes in prepared. So like I said, this is definitely in contrast to his brother's youthful exuberation over joining a gang, or whether he felt like he was compelled to join a gang because of a recent loss. And the recent loss is really due to their mother dying. But this is him coming in and understanding that this is the particular tattoo that he wants, in addition to all of the other tattoos, to signify the change that he's about to make, the transformation that he's about to make. And he made sure to bring the money because he knows that money talks, as well as he doesn't want to leave a record. So the only record that's going to be basically on his body is that assassin tattoo. But other than that, he's not leaving a record. So this tells you that he has thought this through. And you wonder how much money, how did he get all of that money? And it's likely, if he's not returning to his job, he might have cashed out something, maybe some retirement pension or something like that, because that's a lot of money to sort of shell out just to go undercover, just to get a bunch of tattoos, that reflect his ability to blend in as well as stand out. So the money is transactional, and his strategy to become a criminal is also transactional. So when he goes among them, eventually, it's a transaction. It's not just obtaining intel, but it is engaging the world, the context, the environment, because he couldn't get what he needed to get from Detective Hardwick. So now he is forced to get what he needs to get from the criminal underworld. So this is transactional. He also tells them that this goes nowhere. And of course, he wants to make sure that it goes nowhere. That's why he brought the money. So they are tattooing his body. This is going to be a long, grueling exercise, of course, because it's going to take time. And when, I've never received a tattoo. I don't think I ever will. I'm too much of a chicken baby. But it is interesting that he puts the name of his brother on his chest. I think this is the word brother as well. Then there's this lion wrapped around it as a snake, and it kind of, the lion kind of looks like him, But this is the goal. This is the whole goal is to become the thing that you've been sort of fighting against, really, because he's been a law and order type of guy, and he is sort of logical in his thinking that if there's a case to be solved, let's solve it. So this defies his logic to become something that he, I don't know, hates or that he has been fighting against, that he has dedicated and allocated all of his effort to resolve drug issues and criminal issues and law enforcement issues, and now to become something that is completely opposite to his thinking, his logical thinking, is very telling. So this is his process of now becoming the thing that he hates. So he's, of course, looking the part is not going to always just require the tattoos, but you have that motorcycle, you have the tank top, you have a number of things, and this is just to suggest that positioning himself around the area in this way is also necessary. So he has to trade his cop car, right? He has to trade even a regular car that he has had, because criminals, they often have a ride, have a certain kind of ride that they go by, in the same way that they have their own sort of creed and code. And this is just one of those aspects of his cover. Again, there's a clear picture of him. He's resolute in his thinking. There's no turning back. There's no way that he's going to now turn this motorcycle around and go back the opposite direction and take off all the tattoos and go back and put on a t-shirt and a uniform and ride the way that he's supposed to ride. No, he's going to ride dirty now. He's going to ride criminal. He's going to ride gang. He's going to ride on a completely different code. So he's abandoning his code. Whatever personal oath he took as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, he's now abandoning that code to seek out what happened with his brother. So this sets the scene in terms of the area. We don't really get the area that he comes from other than our exposure to the precinct and outside when he's speaking with David. But it's interesting that we don't get access to his house, to Michael's original house. So we don't know really how he lives. We know he's a worker because he's a cop, but we don't know how he really lives. We don't know if it's fancy or not fancy, or middle class or working class, right? But we do get some kind of contrast here, especially in the way that the building has, sort of gone down. And we know that the area is not the best area based upon the real estate. So this is a hotel. And probably in its prime, it used to be the best hotel, but it's no longer that. And they are likely renting rooms like they would do with an apartment. So this gives us some sort of insight into what type of place and and what type of area in terms of economic depression Michael is now pursuing. So he's now renting a room. Um, as interesting as it is, as a hole in the wall, it's not that bad. It's livable. There's a bed, there's a desk, there's a shelf, and a lamp. The floor is clean. It seems clean. The woman here is kind of, special. She's supposed to be the landlord, and she doesn't look like a landlord. I think when you live in these types of buildings, you give up. But the thing about Michael is that he sets a goal to make it better. Unlike many people who might be challenged in this type of situation and decide not to do anything beyond what the situation gives them, Michael makes a lot of decisions in this one little room. This woman here has given up, and I don't know why she is dressed the way she is dressed, if she's supposed to be a responsible individual, but she has found herself on this particular path in life, and there's no need for her to keep herself up. She has a drink in her hand. She has this skimpy little dress with a robe, I guess, and her hair is not as combed as it should be for a woman. And this is not to criticize her. It's just a contrast that you're going to see with Michael. Michael comes there with a purpose. And oftentimes when you are in setback, and you may not always like the surroundings that setback lead you to, but you make the most of what you got until you can get better. And the good thing about how important this room looks is it's made up. It's still made up. It's still clean. It's not the best that you would have in terms of hotel access, but it gives you some kind of purpose that you can achieve whatever it is that you got to achieve. All you need is a desk, and you begin the work. You begin the work of reworking your life, looking at your setback, examining your setback, thinking about it. The purpose of setback is not for you to just moan and cry about your present condition. The purpose of setback is for you to reflect on areas of weakness and fix them before going on to greater battles. And I basically got that quote from Bishop T.D. Jakes' message, Step It Up, years ago, and that was in 2006. And so from that, I had to go through my own setback, and I had to go through correction because of disobedience. And I lived in a place like that. I had to work it out. I had to live with family. I had to live in a shelter, but I kept a journal. I kept a book. I kept plans going. No, I did not have to become a criminal, right, to achieve anything, but I basically had to go through a process, and it was a very long process. And wherever you are, you plan your way out. So you plan where you are in terms of understanding where you are and doing what you can to live where you are, but you also have a vision out of it. And it's interesting that he's looking out of the window, in a sense, of what we have to assume there is, and that window is light is reflected on that wall. So to me, that looks like a little bit of hope. The lamp is on as well. The light in the place is on. And all that is to me is just insight, instruction, wisdom. And so, no, it's not a good idea that he would become a criminal to solve his problems. But in contrast to this woman here, he looks like a person who is willing to make the best of this particular situation until he can do better. And that's kind of being, naive to say it in that way, but we're just going to stick with that. So the woman is flirting. She's saying that he needs to pay rent, and I think he says that here's the first 6 months, and she basically says, "I like you already," and she kind of flirts with him again. She's just not as lucid as she should be, and it's a lot due to the drink. But I also think it has a lot to do with her own, despair, depression, No, the building is not an encouraging building to live in, for you to do anything more. But you know, you got people who live in high rises, fancy, expensive high rises, and they're not all that encouraged to do anything either. They are encouraged to be lazy, to not do anything, just sit around, have no real purpose, go out to parties. And a lot of those people who are in those high rises are not there based on their own efforts. They are likely there based on their family's efforts, or some family member funding them. Because most people, if they have a mind for work, they're going to work regardless, whether they are in a hole in a wall or right in a penthouse. And so somewhere on this woman's journey, she gave up. Her energy is completely different from the energy that you see in Michael in the film. That his decision to become a criminal in this regard is kind of energizing, because he is motivated by sort of like this well-intentioned, I need to find out what's going on about my brother. So now he needs to truly look the part. He can't look the part sitting in the motel room with tattoos and smoking and drinking or whatever. He's got to get out. There's no way around it. So he's going into a neighborhood that is an opposing neighborhood, enemy territory. So here's this crossing territories again. He is now an assassin, or he has tatted himself as an assassin, and he has branded himself as an assassin. So now he needs to tell the people around him that he is an assassin. This territory that he's crossing into is indigo territory. So these are, I guess, little officers, gang officers, sergeants, lieutenants, or something like that. And there's some guys across the street who are also guarding the area. And so this crossing over into the territory should net him a reputation, because of course he's going to, fight them and take them down. And it's almost like building a record of success, right? So when you first enter your field, your career field, you pay your dues. You begin building a record of successes in terms of the work that you put in, and then you are promoted, etc. And so this begins in some ways paying his dues, in a sense, right? What you would normally do if you were first getting into a gang, you have to be jumped in, right? And then you begin racking up passing certain tests. And sometimes those tests are violent. Sometimes those tests can be other types of criminal. It can definitely be drug running, because you're not going to be part of a gang and not do drug running. I mean, if that's the case, anybody can basically be in a gang. But he's crossing territories, and that's what I want you to take from this particular image. And so, of course, he knew that they were going to come after him. It's just obvious, right? And so they do come after him. There's one with a bat, and he's eventually going to take that very same bat and beat them with it, of course, right? And so the image that is conveyed here is purposeful. It's a purposeful. And then there's that looking back again, right? And this time it's looking back to engage. Whereas when he was looking back at the precinct of where Detective Hardwood was, he was looking back in anger. This is purposeful here. This is strategic. This is him actually going to engage them. I also want to note with the visual here, not only is he crossing territories, Michael, in terms of one gang territory to another, he's also crossing the color line when you think about it. Indigo is a predominantly black gang, and of course Michael is white, and so we know that it's an issue because one of the gang members yells out, "Yo, white boy," and that's always a signal that this is going to be a race-based issue. And the black guy is saying that, of course, but this is crossing also the color line, right? And it has major, major implications for why a white boy would decide to cross over into a predominantly black neighborhood and engage the gangs. Well, I think there's always part of some sort of, putting in your dues, color against color, race against race, right? You're nobody if you don't engage the other race. Of course, we always say there is no systemic racism, right? But this is one sort of level of it. And so when Michael comes into this territory to engage this crew of gang members, he's doing it not only from a place of territorial wars, putting in his dues, crossing territories, but he's also doing it from the standard code that you always engage black and brown, or black and brown always engages white, right? So this is also crossing the color line. So the two guys at the back represent, some form of security, of course, right? They are surrounding him. Remember that you see this a lot, this technique, the writer-director. And, we saw it with David when they surrounded him. Then we saw it with Michael and his partner and the other two partners surrounding David on the ground. And then we saw it with Michael being surrounded by Detective Hardwick and his crew. And so we see this kind of grouping of one person in the middle, and it's kind of like everyone around them. And it always reminds me of little Sally Walker on the recess playground. And, and if you don't know that particular tune, you can always find it out. You can seek out that information. But this is the start of them now engaging each other. They don't know each other. And it's interesting how you will fight someone you don't really know. But because they have different skin tones, it's just like an automatic, we're going to engage each other and fight. No thinking, no rhyme, no reason, no logic to it. It just doesn't matter. This is what the code is. So the indigo guy, the guy with the big afro, he's basically saying, what is a assassin doing on indigo territory? And in many ways, he has every right to ask that question. It's their territory. But then Michael gets into this sort of moral thinking about, so, this is your territory, right? And so it looks like, and then he says, the street belongs to the hookers and drunks. This is something that you should clean up. And so now he's getting into this kind of, it's funny that he's a fake criminal trying to tell them to do better as a criminal, as real criminals, right? He's a fake criminal trying to tell them to do better as real criminals. And so there's that sort of interesting how the writer-director is trying to give Michael some credibility, some legitimacy, but it also doesn't ring true for the viewing audience because we know who Michael is. We know who he is. Now, he's very convincing in this role, the role that he's playing as a criminal. He's extremely convincing. So when he says it's something that you need to clean up, he's acting like a moral enforcer. And it's like all these gang members coming together and saying one person needs to be much more moral than the other, which is kind of ironic, right? But he definitely is convincing, but it's just interesting how the writer-director is using his character as a fake criminal to tell real criminals what they should be doing and how they should be doing a lot better, versus Michael, if he had stayed on his original path of being a cop and maybe starting a gang community program and then making that kind of comment, then maybe that might ring true. But it is interesting, though, to think about that if you're supposed to run your territory, you should run your territory well. And that your territory shouldn't be filled with hookers and drunks, and that you should clean it up. It's kind of like cleaning up your house. It's your house. You don't want your bed unmade, and the dishes in the sink, and the floors unswept. You want to make sure that it's done well, that it looks like a nice neighborhood. But you're not going to be that responsible as a criminal. You're too preoccupied with being a criminal than to care about the actual environment around you. So it's almost like, they, just as much as Michael is a fake criminal in this regard, they are just as much as the surrounding gangs or fake community organizers, fake community people who are trying to maintain the community because they don't really care about the community. They have no work ethic beyond standing watch. Right, there's that watching again. They have no work ethic other than standing watch, and then when they feel they are triggered, they want to get into a fight. And I don't think people are always triggered. I think people just want to fight. I think they just want to engage. They just want to feel powerful in the moment or whatever. It doesn't matter if it results in the death of somebody. They just want to fight. So this kind of engagement here is very interesting. A fake criminal talking to real criminals about doing better, whereas the real criminals are not as concerned about their own community, and they are just as fake in their efforts as well. So there's that continued exchange, right before they're going to fight. And then he's putting on some hand chucks or something like that. I don't know what that is, because I don't fight. And Michael is saying, so is that the best you got? And in his youth, it's interesting, in his youth, that's the best he got. He doesn't have any other skill beyond putting on this little hand thing for defense. He's wearing a chain, so he thinks the chain is good protection. He got something on his wrist. He thinks that is protection. He got a coat on, some kind of jacket or shirt or whatever. But beyond that, he thinks putting on this ring here to fight Michael is enough. He's not relying on any skill because he has no skill. Many of these people who join gangs, they don't have any skill. Some, like I said previously, some of these people were walking home from high school. Somebody jumped them, a crew jumped them, and they decided, I'm going to join a gang so no one can jump me ever again. They join the gang for protection, but they don't learn any real skill. Your opponent, your enemy does, however. But they think just the idea of now being part of a gang is enough of protection and knowledge than to actually develop skills. So this is an interesting question that Michael poses. Is that all you got? So the fight begins, and Michael beats them all with his bat. He displays a lot of skill. I mean, a lot of skill. He's managed to take down 4 of them without even coming with a gun or with any kind of instrument, to fight. He didn't come with anything. He just came with himself. So he displays a lot of skill. He's fast, he's aware, and very aggressive. It is interesting how Michael is not jumped in. And I understand that there's some age on him and that there is the expectation from the enemy or even his own crew that he's already jumped in and that it is not necessary to do so. Of course, I think this is the prerogative of the writer-director. But I also think on some level, on some very strange level, that this scene where he's taking down the 4 guys is almost like a jumping in process, because there's no official jump in. He comes on the scene as somebody who is part of the assassins, but he's not with the assassin crew. He has nobody behind him. And we're going to later see that he's being watched by Anthony and Styx, who got David killed. And it's interesting that he could just easily walk on. It's kind of like a actor in his or her profession. There are, I think, some, or let's not say actor, a dancer who wants to be part of, I don't know, some kind of dancing musical or whatever. You can do a walk on. And this reminds me of that we don't see him jumping in. We don't see the same dynamic that David got, right? David being in the middle and he having to fight for his life in a sense, right? And with Michael, maybe age plays a factor, and it's just assumed that he doesn't have to go through that same process. But I also think it's skipping. And that's at the behest and prerogative of the writer-director, mainly because of film timing or something. But I also think that there's hierarchy, levels, authorities, and that assassins might have it like that, where they can just kind of skip. But we don't see him jumping in. We don't see him really connecting with the crew before he tries to take down these four men. It's like he has to collect a crew, and the way that he's going to collect a crew is to beat these four men. And it works the same way. And he's also taking their bat and beating them, as I noted, sort of like that moral enforcing that I mentioned. But I wonder too how easily it is for you to fight people that you don't know, especially if you were in a uniform, a cop uniform, and you were supposed to protect and serve. So, that's a strange psyche to change from someone protecting the community to now fighting the community. And the thing is that these four guys had nothing to do with David being killed. But that's what happens oftentimes in some race-based situations, that you fight the people who oftentimes don't have anything to do with what happened with your loved one, right? And it's much easier to fight them than it is to fight the people who actually do. So to me, I don't want to get too much into the race-based issue. I just thought it was very interesting to note that in terms of crossing the color line. But the most important aspect of this is to me, is his way of jumping in or being jumped in. And he's winning, he's winning. This is sort of like his, first test. If he was having to take a test in terms of determining his loyalty, his skill, his stomach for this life, this will be his first test. So again, he's being watched. So that's Anthony out to the left, and then that squat with the two braids, and then at the back of the car is Styx. And I wonder too how it is that they just so happen to be in the neighborhood to watch this fight. Maybe they were just driving along, right? But this tells me that that this crew here monitors the Indigo crew, that they also cross territories, and it's their way of surveilling, right? It is their way of keeping tabs on this Indigo crew. So anytime they feel like they can come over, cross territories and come over and do whatever it is they want to do, they can. They have that prerogative. That's why you have the guy ask, what is an assassin doing over here on the Indigo territory? And I forgot to note this in a previous slide, that how does the guy with the afro know that Michael is part of the assassins? To me, it doesn't seem like the tattoo is visible enough for him to catch that in the dark. But it may be, again, like I say, this sort of color by color, color against color, that it may just be assumed racially that he is part of that crew, versus anyone else coming along who may be black might be assumed as part of the Indigo crew. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't catch that until I kind of went back over my notes. But they're being watched. And remember, watching is, for my film analysis, a sub-theme. For any other film critic or other film analysis, it may be a major theme. So there's that sustained fighting that you see here. Michael just has the energy, has the stamina, and he's much older than these other men, but he's not going to let it up. He's not going to let up because he's trying to get to another side, and fighting the Indigo crew, the opposing enemy. The enemy is a way for him to get to the other side, and then they sort of yell at him and talk to him, or in man code, right? And he yells out, do it, because I guess what they're basically suggesting, all of their voices were going all at once, so it's kind of hard to hear, but I have to assume is that they were basically saying, we'll take you down, we'll do this, we'll do it, or whatever, and then Michael says, do it. And of course they run off. They don't have the stamina as young men, but that basically tells me they don't have the skill as young men to withstand this type of fight. And I wonder sometimes why people get into these types of groups and gangs and things like that, because I realize that people who are bullies, they can only really bully when they have a crew behind them. You hardly ever see them do one-on-one with nobody around, right? So this is a major setback for Indigo. This fake assassin, but assassin no less, has won against the Indigo crew. So this makes them vulnerable. They're going to remember him, remember his face, of course, and they're going to target him later when they try to do a drive-by. But this is a setback for them because, and the thing is, instead of doing the drive-by with guns, trying to solve the problem, why don't you learn why you lost this fight? Why don't you take some time to reflect on your weaknesses and your knowledge base and your reasoning behind challenging a person coming into your territory when you don't have the skill set to defend your territory? And that's really what this is about, that they are standing on the corner like they are in the military, trying to guard the neighborhood, but they don't have the build, the mind, the passion, the skill set, the aggression, because even their aggression is kind of fake. It's like them trying to step into an actor's role, right? Like the director says action, and then they just act what they think a gang member should be. Now, all of these are actors, of course, but the people who often are in gangs, to me, they're just acting out a role. They're trying to be aggressive for the sake of being aggressive, and they don't have anything to back that up. So this is a setback for them, and it's a very interesting setback because the fake criminal has just beat up the real criminals, and this moral enforcer has just put them all in their places, in a sense, right? And so now he has gained legitimacy, as if he was racking up points in a video game. He has gained further legitimacy. So here's Sticks in the background. Remember, he was the one who called about David and, suggesting that David was a snitch. It's interesting here that Sticks doesn't recognize Michael. That he was outside sitting in a car long enough watching Michael and David talk outside the precinct. He should know the build of the individual in terms of how the person's body is shaped, his head, everything, but he doesn't recognize him. That's very strange to me. Maybe it's a blind spot. I know the writer director behind this must be purposely causing Sticks to not recognize him, because even when these guys leave, Michael comes to the forefront here, and he stands in the light, and it's enough for Sticks to be able to recognize if that is the person that he saw talking with David, but he doesn't. And that speaks to his credibility, his legitimacy, because why doesn't he know the enemy, especially if he got especially if he perceived a person to be an enemy and got him killed. So I just kind of thought that was very interesting to think about. So then he comes to the forefront, he's in the light, and we see them in a car. And of course, Sticks gets a very good look at him, right? And then Michael lits the cigarette. I think that's just a man thing. Men do stuff like that, and then he shows them his tattoo. And here's where he's showing the assassin tattoo. And that's why I say it wasn't as visible enough for the Indigo crew to see it in the dark, but he knew that he was an assassin. So that lets you know on some level that these gangs are color coordinated. If that's the right phrasing, they are color coordinated, that all whites, it's just automatic that they're going to be perceived as assassins, and all blacks, it's just automatic that they're going to be perceived as indigo. So he's showing him his tattoo. To me, this is skipping ahead. I understand that he needs to show him who he is, right? But it's also, skipping ahead. Why didn't he hook up with the assassin crew and reveal who he is before all of this? So again, I thought that was interesting as well. Of course, this is just a repeat of this. And it's interesting how he's blowing smoke from that cigarette. That can be perceived in many ways. It can be ego driven. It could be just a man thing, a man code or whatever. I got this, that type of thing. But it is also him blowing smoke in a sense that he is not who he say he is. He's not the person that he is trying to perceive himself or present himself as. That he's really not truly a criminal, that in many ways he's blowing smoke, and he's going to blow smoke up in everybody's backside. But I just kind of thought that was interesting that he was blowing smoke. And then he's standing on the corner alone, meaning that he doesn't have the crew. The guys drive off. They don't approach him. It's interesting that they don't approach him. He's supposed to be an assassin. He's supposed to be with them, but no one gets out of the car and approaches him. And maybe, like I said, this situation with taking down the 4 guys works like a jump in, and it works kind of like an initiation. So then it's going to be followed up by meeting with the boss or something like that, not before Anthony approaches him first. So we skip to this scene. Remember the lady that I told you about who was at the scene with David? She is an undercover federal officer, and she has to play her role. And in this role, she's playing this bondage, submissive, dominant, masochism type role. And she hits the women. So she's becoming like them. She's no different than Michael in that she's becoming a criminal. So you can often understand why her face was blank when Zed killed David. But I still think it was her face was so emotionless that she is not really bothered by this whole idea of someone being killed. And even at the end of the movie, when she kills Zed, it's still with a very blank face. It's just a job. And I often think to myself, I don't think any job should get to that point where you can't have an emotion. She demonstrates emotions later, but that's only with Michael. But she's not demonstrating any kind of emotion when she is speaking, when she's beating on these women, and when she was at basically David's funeral. And that's another thing, that was essentially his killing, his murder, but you don't see Michael having a funeral for him. So that means that he is so disconnected from the emotions that should be present at the killing of his brother, that it just, for him, it's just a job. So they kind of work the same, even though she doesn't know, and she will find out that Michael is undercover solo, and that he's going to find out after she reveals to him that she's undercover solo as well. So I just thought it was very interesting that these two people who are law-abiding citizens have now become criminals in order to accomplish a particular task. And so she's really playing her role very well. This actress, on her name is, I think, Annalyn McCord, but her name in this film is Anya, and she's playing this role. I was actually shocked. I have to give it up to the writer director. I was actually shocked when she revealed that she was a federal agent. It never even occurred to me. And even when I saw her take Michael's DNA, I just thought that was maybe part of what they do while the person is asleep. I didn't think it had anything to do with her being a federal agent. So she plays this role extremely well. We have Elias here watching the lady with the other two ladies, and this is no different than him watching TV. This is his entertainment. And I look at him, though, in this image, and he's slouched with shades on, half-button shirt, and he doesn't seem like, to me, he's all that excited. But, the more you watch something like what the woman is doing with the other two women, the more you just become accustomed to it. And it's really not even triggering anymore. It's not even engaging. It's not even uplifting. It's really nothing but the woman hitting the other two women, and in some bondage, situation, some bondage event. And so when you get like this, and I think about Elias and what kind of setback led him to make this decision to become, I guess the equivalent of a drug lord, right? But he is in the drug business. And what led him to become this type of person here? Because you're going to see later in the scene after Michael meets with them, this whole, debauchery scene, and they are engaging in all different, types of sex-based acts. And you often have to wonder, how dull in your senses do you have to become to the point that it doesn't even make anything rise anymore. It doesn't even make your heart beat the same way it did before. I remember someone saying, and most people say this now that we have an understanding about drugs, that first high you get, you'll never get that again. And so that first high that he got when engaging in these types of bondage, situations, he's never going to get that again. So, of course, someone would say, well, no, he is enjoying himself, but that's not what I see. I see him slouched. I see him kind of bored. I don't necessarily see him annoyed or frustrated, but there is no attentiveness either. For all we know, his eyes could be closed, and he's just listening to the sounds of the lady using the whip on the women. But there is some kind of, desensitization of with him sitting there and just watching. So the woman is finished. She's finished her bondage scene with him, and she comes to talk to him. And it's Very interesting, though, how this whole scene is kind of decorated. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, Real nice colors, I guess. So Anthony Squat and Anya are talking with Elias. This is not a full surrounding of Elias, but he is considered the center. And they are basically going to talk about Michael. And so he empties his cigarette in the he's using the women as a trash can, and he's emptying his cigarette. And you know, if you're looking at Setback as a theme, why would these women ever subject themselves to this type of thing? Again, you got to be dull in your senses. You got to be more preoccupied with something else to not see just how bad this is. But he's emptying the cigarettes. She doesn't mind. And that is, the basis of the scene. So Anthony is basically telling Elias about Michael and how he took down 4 men, and how significant it was, and how he's considered an assassin, and he's telling them to go find him. He says to Anthony, and he also says to Anthony, "We cut off the heads of those who don't bow." And later, Anthony is actually going to have a problem with that, because he's going to say in a scene later that no one is bigger than the set. And you're going to hear Billy say the same thing to Michael concerning his solo undercover operation, that no one is bigger than the law, or something like that. And then you're going to see Anya say the same thing to Michael when she uncovers herself and reveals herself, and he reveals himself, that no one is bigger than a set. So that's one of the things. It seems like 3 people already have a problem with that one statement. We cut off the heads of those who don't bow. And it's reflected in their statement. No one is bigger than the actual thing that they are trying to fight against. I want to know something about Elias before I address this visual here. That when he says, "Go find him," to Anthony, that is an invitation, right? That is an authority figure telling a subordinate to go find Michael. And remember when I said that it's interesting how Michael did not approach the assassins to tell them who he is and come in and become one of them. Well, I see now in Elias's statement, "Go find him," that Michael needed permission. He needed to be invited. So this also tells me that Michael knows protocol. As much as the viewing audience would say, why didn't he do this? Why didn't he go on and just basically ego driven and say, "Here I am, take me in"? He understood that he had to be invited in. He had to be called in. So all that time that he went out there to fight the Indigo crew and then reveal his tag, that was all part of the lead up to him being invited. So I wanted to make sure I noted that. So, and he doesn't know that a decision has been made on his behalf. So when he's calling and talking to Billy, and Billy is asking, "Where have you been?" He doesn't reveal to Billy what's going on, but he does use his own authority with Billy to say, "Can you research something for me? Can you investigate something for me? Can you do a cross check on some information that he gives them?" Now he doesn't bring Billy in on his solo undercover operation, but asking him to do some work on his behalf works like an invitation, because Michael represents some kind of authority if he can get Billy to do something, right? I don't know what the ranking is, but he represents some kind of authority in the same way that Elias represents an authority in order to tell Anthony to go and get Michael. So we have here authorities at play. One authority in one way and one authority in another. Michael is standing, so because remember, he wants to be invited. He wants to work. This reminds me a lot of when I used to live in San Diego, and Hispanic men would stand out on a corner waiting for someone to come along and give them work. And so Michael wants to work. He wants to work because otherwise he could stay in his room and be a fake wannabe drug gang person or whatever. But he needs to make the case that he is important and that he needs to be part of that crew. And the only way that's going to happen is if he's coming out. So he's doing now what he saw the Indigo people do, stand guard, right? It's not necessarily his community per se, but it is something, he has taken claim to this particular territory. And I'm assuming that it's either near the hotel or in front of the hotel that he's living in. But this is now his territory, or this little part of his territory. And so Anthony is driving up with Squat. So he says to Michael, you want to go take care of some business. And it has a lot to do with Detective Hardwick. And again, this is this proving ground, this proving your loyalty, proving your skill, proving the fact that you are an assassin. It's funny, though, that they don't assassinate anybody throughout the whole film. And I didn't think about that until now, that they don't really assassinate anybody. It's not the assassins, the gang members who assassinate. Well, I will say the assassin, Zed, the head boss, does assassinate or kill David. But all of these little group members, these little gang members or whatever, I don't remember them assassinating anybody. But they are called the assassins. So the irony. So he's being tested here, right, of course. And it's interesting that Anthony would know to take Michael to the cop place for him to go against, Detective Hardwick and handle himself. And, I don't know, it's not revealed that Anthony knows who Michael is. In fact, no one perceives Michael as a cop. And maybe that is the prerogative of the writer director to not make that known, right? Other than from his own mouth when he talks to Anya. But that is very convincing, though. Now, we know who he is. We're not convinced, but it's interesting how the dialogue and the actions and the scene development and the plot development work so much in Michael's favor that he has so much prerogative to be a fully fledged, developed criminal, to the point that we have to remember it ourselves as the viewing audience. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's a cop. Because he is so convincing as a criminal that it never dawns on us that he is anything other than what he is presenting to us. So then he sneaks up on Detective Hardwick. He gives him a few punches, and then he throws pushes his head into the car window, and then he walks off saying, "Fuck you very much, Detective Hardwick, you fucking asshole." And so that is his way of returning the favor, in a sense that, Detective Hardwick, how he treated him. It's like returning the favor. But, it's interesting that this is a setback for Michael, because if he ever decided to return to police work, they're going to remember this, right? But it's also one cop fighting another cop. As much as Michael has transformed into a drug dealer, he's still a cop in his soul. He's still a cop in his skin. Just because the tattoos say one thing does not mean that in his heart he's not a cop. But increasingly, however, he's changing his viewpoints, because there is no resistance. Even while he's in a car and Anthony is spurring him on, there's no resistance on his part. He goes in quickly and does some sort of move that brings his opponent down. So it's funny that he crossed into this territory when he was trying to find out about his brother, and then they sort of rebuffed him, okay? And now he's crossing back into this territory to fight the very same cop who mistreated him and treated him like a criminal. And the irony is he has actually become a criminal. And so here's where he's basically cursing Detective Hardwick. Now remember, Detective Hardwick took his badge and his gun when he visited him. So I forgot to make note that where he get this gun is from when he was fighting those 4 guys, the Indigo guys, and he takes the gun off one of the men. And again, it's interesting that he's beating them with their own tools, right? He's resolving a problem with their very own tools. So this is the gun that he's pointing at Detective Hardwick. And again, there's no resistance for him to say, I shouldn't point this at a cop, even if it's a dirty cop. Cops tend to stick together, especially if they feel pressured by community leaders. And even if the person is really truly a bad cop, they make a lot of allowances for the person. They tend to be more sympathetic, because they are trying to protect the blue. There's nothing in this encounter that tells us that Michael is willing to protect this blue. For him, Detective Hardwick is not a true blue. Okay, so we get this scene now where we are in a neighborhood. Drugs are being sold, so we have drug activity. And Michael is really walking out his role. It's interesting now he's put on the very same sunglasses that Detective Hardwick took from him and put on and taunted him with, and he ended up, taking back. He's wearing these very same sunglasses. What this signifies, I don't know, but it could be somewhat hiding his eyes, hiding the intent of who he is, but he's definitely working this whole idea of being a criminal. And so we have drugs being sold. Anthony is the one who is holding the bag, and the guy in the car is an older looking guy. And this is basically the activity of selling drugs. And of course, they are together. It's interesting. Even though they are criminals and drug dealers, they can pass for cops. And at one point, I honestly thought that Anthony was a cop, because the way he comes in one of the scenes, and the way that he stands and puts his gun back behind his back, you would honestly believe that he was a cop. And so they can pass for cops. Only one is a true cop. Of course, they have this friendship developing. And now we have here Anthony pouring one for the homies. And so he's going to reveal why. It is Michael who asks why, and then Anthony is the one who says it was for DJ. And Squat makes a big deal of saying, why are we pouring the drink for a snitch? And Anthony says that DJ was no snitch. right? And Squad says, well, why did Zed make us do what we did? And Zed is again Elias's boss because you have to do it. You have to stand by. You can't reveal to anyone your real true feelings about the situation. And as much as you want to now pour for the homie who died, who was killed, it's really doesn't make any sense anymore because you didn't stand up for him. You didn't fight for him. You didn't try to plead his case. It was almost like he was in on it, but it still seemed like Anthony was really surprised when they surrounded him and Zed killed him. But pouring for the homies now when you were part of it, if you hadn't been part of it and you found out about the killing, it might have been different. But pouring now when you didn't make a move to say anything or defend his case or do anything to try to stop it or even put yourself in the path of him being killed. And of course, no one is going to do that, but something. Um, Anthony did nothing other than when Elias told him to step aside. So then you wonder when was Anthony's setback to the point that he didn't necessarily have a blank face like the other people on that scene, but he did have some kind of emotion. But when did he get to a blank understanding to the point that he's not going to even try to respond or say anything, not let anything come out? So Anthony is silenced. He's silent. Someone silenced him a long time ago. We don't know who that person is because the only backstory that we have is the fact that he has a sister. She's pregnant, and we will discover that she is David's pregnant girlfriend. But other than that, we don't really have much anything else. So we don't understand why he responds the way that he responds. This is some effort to remember and care about the situation. On some level, it bothers him. He lowers his head, but it's beside the point now because the guy's dead. And so, in some ways, Anthony looks defeated. As much as entering this life maybe energized him before, it doesn't have the same effect on him now. That throughout the rest of the scenes, he's going to have this kind of lowered shoulder, lowered head, eyes tired, mouth not quite as eager, sort of, I don't know, penitent heart or something like that, repentant. I'm not quite sure. But he changes. He's the one that says that no one is bigger than the set. And so here it is. This is where Michael finds out that it was Zed who had his brother David killed, and in fact actually killed him. I also want to make a point that there is an argument being put forth here that, remember the building blocks of argument, right? So claim, counterclaim, evidence, and rebuttal. It is squad well, let's see. Anthony is the one who is basically suggesting when he pours one for the homies that David's memory should be preserved, right? Squad is saying, why are you doing that? Because he was really a snitch. So that's kind of, we shouldn't preserve his memory. So that works like a counter argument. And then Anthony is saying that he was not a snitch, and that basically suggesting that they got it all wrong. So maybe you can use that as evidence because Anthony works like evidence because he was David's partner. So he works like evidence in this thing. And so then you have Squawk come back and say something about why did Zed have us do what we did, things like that or whatever. So it's almost like a counter again. And then Anthony still says no, he was still not a snitch. And so Michael asks something about Zed, and which makes Anthony, sort of suspicious. I thought you knew Zed. And then Michael said, yeah, I know him, but I didn't know he was down here looking for a snitch. So that makes a rebuttal to this whole argument. So now it's the writer director sort of positioning Michael to rebut all of them and support Squad. Rebut Anthony and support Squad's view of David as a snitch. But you would think that Michael would not engage in the dialogue to just basically honor his own brother, right? Because I would hate to call my own brother a snitch if I didn't believe it. And so you almost have to wonder if Michael believes that about his brother, and then you have to wonder how many times has David visited Michael's job to talk to him, and what did they talk about? Because it's very interesting to me that David would be so comfortable crossing that territory into a cop area, a cop environment, and you have to wonder if that's been the norm. So there isn't anything that basically supports David as being a snitch, but it's interesting though how Michael isn't willing to preserve his reputation when Anthony is. So the men are going to visit Elias. Remember, Elias is the one who tells Anthony to go get him and basically to bring him here. And they visit, and then the guys who are holding the fence and other guys come out. They load up, and it's usually drugs, right? It's to do a drug run, and they load up. And so we see them loading the car. We see them coming in. It's almost like they're coming in for a fight, right? All three men. Which is kind of going to be a little interesting because when they do the blood match at the end, it's going to look the same way almost. And so Michael is now being introduced to this world. He's coming in. He's been on the outskirts. He's been on the periphery. He's been fighting the Indigo. He's been standing guard waiting. He passed a little bit of test with Detective Hardwick. So now he is in. Now I don't know if this determines if he's truly in, or if this works no differently than maybe like an orientation. So we get Anya here, dressed in her garb, in her actress's garb, right? She is acting a role, and the role is not only that woman who manages as a BDSM expert, but she's also managing her role as a weapons expert. And so Elias is sitting back and thinking and talking, and Anthony informs Elias about Michael and what he's done. It's interesting here that Michael is so focused on resolving David's murder that he misses the opportunity to gather evidence, right? To log it, be accountable. Because remember, he's supposed to be the responsible one, and he's sinking deeper and deeper into this sort of moral conflict. But Elias goes through this sort of listing about him being having some serious banging skills, right? And Michael wants back in, and they go through the language of gangship. I don't know what that language is because I've never been in a gang, but Michael talks about the people that he knows and how one or two have died and another has been in prison and one has been released. And so it's Elias's way of testing him. Now, to me, this is not enough of a test. There's no real suspicion displayed on him. Like I said, he's sitting back in this chair like he did when he was watching the woman with the BDSM, and he just seems too much more relaxed than he should be. When we get to the debauchery scene, he's more active. He's more engaged. He's throwing up money. He's doing stuff with the women. You know, he's drinking and everything, but he's sitting back now. So which part of the job does he love? Because he doesn't seem to like the business aspect of it, to really check and see if Michael is who he say he is. He only likes the sex and debauchery scenes. So he's talking about his serious, you know, banging skills, and just interesting who he is as a character. I have to wonder if the writer director wrote him as this kind of just nonchalant, really don't care type character. I wonder what the difference would have been if Zed was sitting in that chair, and how more talkative he would have been and more suspicious. And with Elias being Zed's number two, I'm not sure that Elias is strong enough as a criminal to be effective, because he's basically the one who lets Michael in, and to Zed in a sense. So I wonder what the real relationship is between Zed and Elias, and we really don't get that. We see Zed shooting David and Elias standing on the side, no different than Anthony. And then Zed really does run the show. So just, I don't know, just kind of interesting to think about. So Michael is talking about his past, just briefly. Again, they don't detect that he is a cop. He calls himself a snake. And Elias accepts him and blesses him in. Now there's going to be a test, right? And he offers Michael some kind of smoke or something like that, and Michael basically says, "I'm good." And they kind of laugh at that. You know, Elias chuckles at that, because it's always the assumption that you're going to participate. And in very well developed other types of films that are sort of like this, they always make the character smoke something, you know, to prove, like smoke a line of coke or something like that. But they, you know, Elias offers a smoke. Michael says, "No, I'm good," and that's enough. You know, that's enough. I don't know. This is just kind of interesting to me. Maybe they didn't want to show the drugs being smoked or something like that, but that's just interesting that he wouldn't push further for Michael to take a line or smoke something or something like that. And that maybe has a lot to do with the writer director sort of using Michael to be so convincing enough, even in his look, that he doesn't have to prove whether or not he's loyal to, you know, drugs or something like that. And the fact that Elias is blessing him in, he's blessing him in, and Elias hasn't seen him at work, hasn't seen him at play, hasn't called anybody on his behalf to check him out or anything like that, but he's blessing him in. So there's a breakdown somewhere in this organization, that someone can come into this territory and say they are an assassin without any reputation other than the fact that Anthony saw him beat up 4 guys, that would be enough. So we are now entering the debauchery scene, where these women are going to sort of play around with each other. It's interesting also when I think about Anthony calling himself a snake. You know, in many ways, he's snaking himself. He's snaking his way in to this territory, but he didn't know, though, how much a frustration and annoyance is going to be, because people who sort of say they are business, they're not really business. And he's going to be annoyed. It's going to turn him off. These women are, it's a lot of women in this scene, and and it's smoky, and it's just a debauchery scene. So he sees Anya watching him, and so he basically returns the favor. And then we see Elias now engaged. So something has woken him up, and this debauchery has woken him up. So he's engaged, right? He's still wearing his shades, but he's engaged. People who wear shades, I wonder sometimes about why they are trying to wear shades. Again, I think they're trying to hide their eyes, because the eyes are the window into the soul. And usually when you are happy about something, your mouth shapes differently, your eyes gleam, your cheekbones rise, your whole demeanor and disposition reflects the happiness in your heart, right? Here, they're not happy, but they're going to act like they're happy. So they're no different than Michael transforming himself into basically an actor as a fake criminal, and they are almost acting out their roles as drug dealers who are really not happy with what they're doing. I have to basically assume that. So this is actually where Anya is watching him, and so he returns the favor. And I wonder why she feels the need to watch him. But we see in a later scene that she is the one who has a little bit of suspicion. Because remember, she snaked her way in. She doesn't call herself a snake, but she snaked her way into becoming sort of like a criminal here. And she's acting out a role. So we have to assume that she can recognize the person in herself in someone else. It's like watching a mirror, and she's going to find out that it's actually true. So he's watching her, and their eyes met much earlier in the scenes, but it was much better to bring attention to it now. So he comes out from whatever he was doing. He got a cigarette in his mouth. He feels alive, a little bit emboldened, and he is who he is. So here's the flipping of money, no real caring concern. It's interesting that we don't see Elias, conducting business. As I noted, I don't think he's a real businessman. I think Zed is the one who is the level head. We also see Anya in the background with folded arms. So it's interesting that she's not participating when we saw her at the beginning of the scene development with the whip and hitting the women. So it's interesting that she's not part of this group of women surrounding Elias and sort of participating. So then when she is being watched, so that's interesting. I didn't think about it like that. When she's being watched, she performs. He was sitting in that chair watching Anya take over the women who were tied up, and she was beating on them. So she performed when she was being watched. Now she's not being watched, and she may just be as annoyed as Michael, because her arms are folded, and it's almost like she has to put up with this whole encounter until Elias maybe gets tired or gets spent, or he gets his sex out of it, and then he goes to sleep somewhere or whatever. He smokes a bud, and then that's enough for him. But it's interesting, though, that when she's being watched is when she actually performs. So this is Michael annoyed, wanting to get on out of there. This is a scene. This whole scene does not do it for him. He's not turned around. He's not interested in participating. But I also I can't remember if I saw Anthony participating or Squat. I think Squat might have been interested and probably participated, but I don't remember Anthony participating. But he's ready to get out of here because to me, he thinks this is really not part of the deal. But once you enter this environment, it becomes part of the deal. So you then have to wonder that Michael knows the gang language, he knows protocol, but he doesn't know this level of debauchery. And so maybe that could be a gap in his research efforts. So Elias pulls at Michael, who was really leaving and on his way out when Elias pulls him by the arm and then pulls him up close. Now it's almost working like a father-son, dynamic. I don't know what's in Elias to the point that he feels like he can pull him close. Later, he's going to make him a general. And again, without any real proof that he really is who he say he is. So they're riding in a car. This is what folks do when they are in gangs. They don't, it's almost like they have to surveil the area. They don't have anything else to do until they are triggered and they have to pull out a gun and they have to fight or something like that. It's all about driving. So they roll up on a crew. We don't know who the crew is, but this is typical that I don't know if these people owe Anthony and his crew any money, but it seems like they find a crew to beat up, right? And I don't know if it's training ground or if it's just, I think, part of the code. Anthony is going to calls himself the Reaper, and he says, "Death is with me." So they're going to fight the men, and it's going to be Michael holding a gun on one of the men, but they don't shoot. So they roll up on him, surprising them, which should be kind of interesting why you should be surprised if an enemy would come against you. And so the guy here is bold enough to say, what you're doing here. And it's no different than the other guy from the Indigo crew doing exactly the same thing. And this speaks to what Michael was talking about with the Indigo crew. The prostitute, the hookers and the drunks are flooding the street is something that you should want to clean up. But they're not interested in cleaning up anything. The woman is not interested in cleaning up herself. Neither the drug dealers are interested in cleaning up themselves. And as a community, they're not interested in cleaning up what they're doing. They come out at night. They probably sleep all day. They come out at night and they guard what little territory they have. So now we have Anthony and Michael coming into this territory to disturb it. So Michael comes out of the car, very smooth, very intent on his purpose. Because if you're going to come out of a car, you're going to do something, and he does. So he displays skill again, takes the gun from him, fights this guy, right? Also takes out this guy, and it looks like one of the guys was about to attack him, and so Anthony is the one who jumps out of the car to fight the other guy. And then he holds a gun. To me, he's not holding a gun in the way that it should be held. Of course, I don't know how to hold a gun, so I wouldn't really know. But there's a focus in his eyes, but it's just the whole scene looks a little strange, It looks a little strange. I don't know. So Anthony displays aggression and fights this guy. And I always wonder, like I said, it's always they're crossing the color line, to fight white against black, right? Or black against white. But we don't see black crossing the color line. We always see white crossing the color line, and we don't see white. I don't remember seeing white fight white. And so again, it's some unwritten code that you cross territories, usually in black and brown communities, to disturb whatever piece they have, right? Whether that piece is negatively reflected in the fact that they get to control their own territory. Regardless, this is Michael and Anthony crossing the color line again. And so Michael is holding him off. And again, they're supposed to be assassins. Why haven't they killed anybody? This person on the ground was just hit, but he's not dead. And then you have this guy with the gun held on him, and there isn't anything in him that has skill enough to try to take the gun out of Michael's hands. That's why I tell you, these guys who join these gangs, again, they have no real skill. All they have is some fake bravado, some fake ego. They have a little bit of muscles. They try to dress and look the part, but they're not a true criminal. Why didn't the guy, right when Anthony pulled up on him, why didn't he pull out a gun? Why didn't any of them pull out a gun to hold them back, to hold Michael and Anthony back? So again, these gang members who are being taken down by the assassins, these are setbacks for them, because someone is on your turf. It doesn't matter if they look like you or not, they're on your turf. Where is your immediate reflex to pull out your gun and hold them back? Why isn't it a setback for Michael and Anthony? Because they know their enemy. In the same way that Michael knew the protocol of how to be invited, knowing his enemy, these men, these assassins, they know their enemy, and they know their enemy is not going to have the reflexes enough, because they're going to be distracted by the hookers and the drunks. And they're going to laugh at them and have a conversation about them, but they're not going to do the stuff that they need to do in order to represent themselves as a gang member, or as a gang leader, or as someone part of a violent crew. So this is a setback for them. So we have this hand here on Anthony's chest, the guy that he just finished beating. And this is the first time that I see a smile on Anthony, on his face. I don't remember, if I could be wrong, but I don't remember a smile, and he is happy. He has his face is shaped. That frown that he had, it has come up. His nose, his cheekbones, his eyes are glistening. His eyebrows, even his hair looks happy. His hair looks happy. So maybe this wakes him up. Maybe the idea of fighting someone who is kind of defenseless is enough to wake him up, and maybe he's not doing it often enough. But it's interesting how his facial features just change. The guy laying on the ground, he shouldn't be in a gang. He shouldn't have to hold somebody back with his arm, his hand, because he should have been able to overtake Anthony, right? But the fact that he can't do that tells you that he definitely should not be in a gang. So that works like a setback for him as well. So they're talking, kind of celebrating their recent activity, sitting on a car, drinking, smoking, and smiling. And here it is. He's smiling again. Anthony is smiling again. Michael is smoking a cigarette. And they feel good about what they've just done. Then a homeless woman comes along and she asks for some money. And Anthony basically tells her to move it along. He doesn't have anything for her. But in the next frame, you're going to see Michael give her some money. So we always understand that this is an obvious setback whenever we see a homeless person. And homelessness is not something that um, begins with just sort of one incident of homelessness. You may be houseless or roofless one night, but homeless and homelessness and chronic homelessness is something that processes, that is, developed over time. And so when you look at this individual here, this woman who is struggling with homelessness, and you know this to be a struggle, not just by the clothes she's wearing and how she looks in her face, but you can see the sort of the trajectory of her homelessness, that it likely started out with a dress, right, and a bag, and one day being put out somewhere, and then it has now turned into her creating a semi-home with all of her belongings. And these are, I don't believe these originated with her. I think she picked these up along the way. And so um, when she asks for money, Anthony is again basically saying, keep it moving. But it is Michael who walks up to her and gives her money. So the tender side of Michael comes out when he sees someone. And maybe the woman is reminiscent of his mother, because they go through this sort of thing about, talking about their families. Um, but it's interesting how Anthony says, we have nothing, keep moving, when he's part of the drug culture and he has everything in a sense, even though he's probably lost privacy, lost all different other types of just the happiness that comes with living right. But he definitely has money in his pocket. But he says, we have nothing, keep moving. So you don't have any word of wisdom. You don't have any kindness. You don't have any insight. You don't have any knowledge. You don't have anything that tells you, okay, there's a shelter down the street. Have you tried that? And that's the thing about these gang cultures and these people who stand guard over their communities, that they lack the knowledge to really help their communities, right? It goes back to what Michael was saying about the hookers and the drunks, or filling the streets. Maybe you should clean it up. That if you're going to be some sort of community gain person, why aren't you concerned about the people around your community? Because it's a selfish goal that you have to get whatever you need to get for however long you can do it, and never mind anybody else. But I thought that was very interesting that Anthony says, we have nothing for you, keep moving. So where is she going to move to? She's just going to be like a hamster in a hamster's wheel, walking around the neighborhood, moving from place to place. Nothing to direct her. If anything, give her some kind of direction. So Michael steps in, and he takes money out of his pocket and he gives her something that gives you some kind of direction. Is she going to stop being homeless? No, I don't know. She may not. But having something in her hand as some bit of a hope is more than just telling her keep moving. So Michael counters essentially what Anthony was saying, that we have nothing for you, keep moving. He's saying we do have something for you, or I have something for you, and you don't have to keep moving. Stop right here and let me give it to you. The face tells all. The face is something else. The expression that she gives, I can't really see if she's really hurt because of the way the face is, but it doesn't. Her face doesn't really have a blankness to it, as in the way that Anthony had a blankness, as in a way the other characters had a blankness. Hers is one of searching. Her eyes are one of searching, wondering, thinking, hoping. In terms of that moment, because when you're homeless, it's moment by moment, whatever you can get moment by moment. And she's not upright, she's not an individual. So you wonder then, how long has she been homeless? It has to have been more than 6 months, right? To get to a state of mind where dress is no longer important. She might have stayed in a shelter, and then, you know, shelters often have time limits. And so you wonder then, how long has she been homeless? What led her to becoming homeless? How what was that precipitating event that caused her to be homeless? Homelessness is not necessarily a sub theme in this film, but the idea that Michael tells David, "Come live with me," tells you that there's homelessness, even though we find him in an apartment answering a phone. So then emotional homelessness, maybe. And then once Michael is killed, Gloria is by herself, and Gloria wasn't working. So at the end of the movie, he tells Gloria, "Come live with me. I'll take care of you. I'll help you." So that's a homelessness for her. The men who are standing outside of each of these communities standing guard, why aren't they in a home? On some level, there's homelessness for them. It could be psychological homelessness, you know. Sure, they're working as drug dealers, but there isn't anything in them that says, why am I not on my couch at home watching TV? Why am I out here trading drugs, right? So there's some kind of homelessness there. I don't get the sense that Elias likes what he does. Only when he's you know, in a debauchery scene does he kind of wake up a little bit, but he's still wearing those shades, so he's hiding his eyes. But when he was out there with David and Zed shooting David, you saw a little bit of distress in Elias. He didn't have his shades on, which is very interesting. And then you saw something of concern in Anthony's face when David hit the ground, and you definitely saw something of concern when he poured one for the homies, and when he was so quick to defend David and not calling him a snitch. But then you saw a light in his eyes when he was hitting that guy. So he seemed like he was home more in hitting that guy and being aggressive and fighting than in standing watch and driving and pouring one for the homeless. He didn't, I mean, for the homies, he didn't seem, he seemed homeless there, but he seemed like he was right at home when he was hitting that guy. And then, of course, Michael is homeless, right? We never saw his original apartment, but we know he's living in that rundown hotel room, which makes him homeless. And trying to find and seek who killed his brother and for why and what happened makes him homeless. It's kind of like wilderness wanderings. Now, it's interesting to me that once he gets that knowledge of who killed his brother, that should have been enough for him to go on ahead and bow out, you know, gracefully. Of course, he's already in, and he has to see it all the way through. So that means that he would rather be homeless than to return back to his home and state of mind and police work. So he was home with police work. Now he's homeless as a criminal. So again, and these are all examples of setback, because homelessness is an example of setback. And I don't know, it's just something that Michael saying, "We have nothing for you, keep moving," that is very moving, that is very enlightening, that here it is, you're supposed to leave the right path to do this wrong thing and become a criminal and get everything imaginable. Even Elias tells I think Michael about, if you win this blood match, you have money beyond your imagination. But they don't all seem happy. They got access to money, access to drugs, access to resources, but they have nothing to give. We have nothing for you, keep moving. So this is homelessness, but I look at homelessness as a form of setback. I think this is the image that the writer director wants to truly convey of Michael, that Michael is really a person who cares and is concerned. And as much as Michael feels compelled to become a criminal in order to find out about his brother and who murdered him. And as much as he engages in criminal activity, crossing the territorial line, crossing the color line, etc., I think this right here gives us some hope that Michael will find his way through this journey that he has created for himself, because essentially he has created a setback. I also think this gives us a little bit of oxygen, a little bit of reprieve, because up until this, we've been inundated with different images, violence, territorial wars and fights, some debauchery, some fighting in other areas. And for him to sort of slow down, or the writer director slowing down the narrative just so he can give this woman some money, is something that I believe we need. Now it's going to speed up again. We're going to see in a minute a drive-by, but it's something here that really is counter to what Anthony was basically suggesting, that we don't have anything to give, versus Michael is saying we do have something to give. There's more to us than just the violence, than just the language, than just the gang banging, than just the drug dealing. That this woman here is in need. She asked for help. It's not like she passed you by and didn't ask for help, and then you could say, see, that's why people never get back together. That's why they never get their lives together, because they never ask for help. She asked for help, and so he's giving her help. And I thought this was a very interesting image of Michael, because this is the true Michael. I think when he was engaged with his brother David at the precinct and was kind of reluctant to help him, I don't think that he was reluctant to help him for the first time. I think that David might have disappointed him multiple times, and every time Michael tried to help him, he wouldn't receive the help. So it took David maybe getting a girl pregnant for him to be serious, and then considering marriage for him to say, I got to get out. And then that's when Michael said, okay, come on, I'll help you. So I wonder then if the other guys who are standing guard, in their respective areas, if they do the same, right? And I'm quite sure someone touches your heart. Your heart is not always made of stone. Even the worst criminal can, in some ways, be sympathetic to somebody. Of course, they might kill them right afterwards, but that's beside the point. But I just thought that this image here was it just gives us some oxygen. It allows Michael to breathe a little bit, breathe in some air, exhale, and then this lady is allowed or permitted to breathe in some air and exhale, because this is transactional, right? Remember that Michael is transactional. He really doesn't believe the things that he believes. He has to act out what a criminal would do in each instance. He can't say in the car, I don't think we need to ride up on these guys and hit them and do this or whatever and hold them at gunpoint. That's not allowed. You are a criminal. You become a criminal. You need to start walking in criminal understanding and really flesh out the criminal aspect of your new identity. So this gives a little bit of oxygen. This also slows down the narrative for a minute, because then they're going to talk about their respective families. So they're sitting here contemplative, talking. Each person is discussing their family. So Anthony is discussing his pregnant girlfriend, Gloria, and it's not clear if Michael knows David's ex-girlfriend's name, but he will realize who she is when Anthony is speaking to his sister and she leaves and walks off pouting or whatever. So then Michael is discussing the death of his brother, and then the death of his mother as well. And so they are bonding in a funny way over just having a fight with an opposing with an enemy, and now they have a drink, and you just wonder to yourself, how did both people end up on this road here? What were some of the decisions? We have exposure. We know Michael. We know how he ended up here, but we don't know really how Anthony ended up here, at what age, and they have age on them. So they've been doing this for a long time. It's not like they woke up one day at 40 years old, I'm going to join a gang. No, you join gangs much early in life. And so they think about, I'm quite sure, as men, usually around the same age, they're thinking about the same things. And at a certain age, you feel your mortality. And I'm quite sure, they didn't go the right way in terms of working on a job and staying on a job 20, 25 years, making, paying into a pension or retirement fund. So how are they going to retire? Sure, they probably have some money from all the drug dealing or any other activity that they've done, but can they fully retire mentally? Because while you are in something, it's motivating. It keeps you company. It's like a warm blanket that you put on yourself. It's purposeful. It's strategic. It's organized. But can you see these two sitting in on a love seat or a couch or a rocking chair, retired? It's going to be boring for them. And then all those images, they always come and flood your mind when you are in a state of maybe peace or quiet or solitude. And so it is clear that they cannot live in some ways without the chaos because they let it go too long. The first setback that they created in choosing this way of life, especially Anthony, they let it go too long. And so the longer you stay in a setback, the more it becomes second nature. It just becomes the thing that you do. It becomes an extension of your arm. It becomes the air that you breathe. It becomes the life that you live. You stop caring about your soul. You stop caring about your heart. If you die today, you die today. If you don't, you don't. And so there is no individual personal respect for yourself anymore, other than to hold that gun up in response to a specific threat, and then to go on the offensive to ensure that any potential threats know that you are not to be played with. But what if you get to 60 years old and 70 years old? You look at Elias. Is he going to be the type of person who's going to live in a debauchery scene forever? Can he carry that on, forever? And people don't always look at the vision of themselves. They don't think about the vision of themselves when the very future of themselves, when they are making a lifetime choice based upon a temporary circumstance. Again, people usually don't wake up and enter a game. Some precipitating event happened, and they feel like they have to use it as a response to that precipitating event, and then they find themselves in something for which they have not prepared. They had no idea that it was going to be what it was going to be. Case in point, David. He just did not really realize what he had gotten himself into, because if he naively believed that he can get in and get out, that lets you know he did not. He had no clue. And so Anthony is stuck. Michael knows that he can step out of this line. He can cross back over the territorial line because he has established himself as a cop. And so he has a record of successes as a cop. And so he has somewhere to go. He's not a true stuck. He may look like he's a stuck, and the writer director might have them looking like they're stuck. But of the two people, Michael is the one who is not stuck. He can easily overcome his setback by simply making a decision and exiting this path and get him back on to the next path. He could always, appeal to get his badge back. He can always do a number of things. He can always go into investigative work. See, he has skills. He has true skills. He had a career, right? And so with Anthony here, all he knows is gangbanging. That is the extent of his knowledge base. So then he would have to start all over again. And who wants to start all over again, especially at that age? And then who wants to start all over again trying to go get a job when he doesn't have a record of job history? And so and the only thing that he likely has a record of is just a record of going in and out of jail, maybe going to prison, etc. So he truly is the one who is stuck here. So it is at this instance where the Indigo crew that Michael fought are now coming up and about to conduct a drive-by, and Michael's reflex to sort of protect Anthony is almost, brotherly. Sure, he's going to protect him because he's not going to run off on his own because, I wonder if he really cares about him, because I want to say that he's doing it to continue to fulfill this role of acting, right? But in some ways, maybe he cares for him. He has developed a rapport. We haven't really spent too much time with these two characters other than when they are fighting somebody or when they, are bum rushing. But somehow, maybe Michael looking at Anthony pouring one for the homies, and that homie just so happened to be David, maybe that pricked his heart. That he saw something in Anthony's face that showed concern, that showed maybe remorse, that showed a number of things. It's funny that Michael didn't ask any more questions of Anthony about that situation to gain more insight into it. I guess in some ways it would have alerted Anthony that Michael might be a cop. So I think that is a very good strategy of the writer-director for Michael to not be so pushy. That he asks a question and then he backs off, right? Or he lets the two men like Anthony and Squat talk about what David was perceived as, right? But he doesn't push too much. He's very reserved, Michael, and that's telling and not telling at the same time, because then if in most cases in most movies when there's an undercover cop, they always try to get as much information as possible. They try to gather and by asking questions, and then you always have this person who perceives the undercover cop who is masquerading as a criminal. They perceive the person as kind of suspiciously. So who is this person asking all these questions and things like that? But the writer-director does a very good job of basically Michael maybe saying one or two things and pulling back and not saying too much more, just being reserved, just listening. So this shows a little bit of brotherly love here in a sense, right? Kind of like an adopted brother, because Michael is always tempted and preoccupied with saving his brother, even though his brother didn't want to be saved. And this sort of reminds you of what he might have done with David, and what he was probably doing all the way up into the time David was killed. This idea of trying to save him, trying to shield him, trying to help him. That's why you will see in the end when he rescues David's pregnant girlfriend, Gloria, it's all about trying to save her and give her a better life. So we cut to this nice island-like area. And I thought this was a very good contrast between one economically depressed area and one economically well-off area. And so now we're going to meet Arturo, and Arturo is a rich character played by Val Kilmer, and he's in his leisure. So it's funny. There's a difference between Zed and Elias and where they reside versus Arturo and where he resides. So in his leisure, in a way, in his retirement age, he's still running things, but he is doing so from a safe space, a safe place. You're not going to catch him out there on the streets. Maybe he hustled years ago and then he got to a certain age and he wants to live a better life, but you're not going to catch him on the streets. You're not going to. He is truly a boss. Elias feels just as much as stuck as Anthony in the surroundings. So that lets you know that they don't have the funds to live the same life that you see in this picture. They don't have, if Elias is telling Michael that if he wins the blood match or whatever, that you will have more money than your wildest dreams, that lets you know that they don't have money. They have something, and they have drug activity, and they have networks, and they have strategy and organization, but they don't have what this person has. And there's always a top of the heap. There's always some wealthy person at the top of the heap, and that person may never have ever done street drug dealing. They may have been the person who sponsored someone else and employed other people and had them to do all of it, and sat back in their mansion with relative ease, with security guards and good smelling air, right? Whereas the oxygen is very low when you think about where Michael and Anthony are standing, and that and giving the woman some kind of money, it brings some oxygen to her. The oxygen is very high here. He has access to, not only does he have access to resources and financial resources and money and land and property and territory, right? Territorial wars. You're not going to see this character Arturo invite any of his street thugs or anybody who works for him, right? But he has access to oxygen. He has access to water. He has access to clean smelling air. He has access to birds, He has access to a number of things, and he can leave quicker than what you see Arturo and Squad and Michael where they are. If cops pulled up on them, they have no other recourse but to be arrested, right? This guy here could likely land a helicopter, and he can be out of the country, land a helicopter, take it to his airplane hangar, and then leave the country. And he can take a boat as well and run or do whatever. But he has much more access than the men that you just saw sitting on a car feeling stuck. And they don't have the same kind of economic advantages that this particular Arturo does. So let's look at Arturo. So this is an image of Arturo that I thought was very interesting. He's much older, of course, so then he would definitely be much older than Michael or Anthony. And in some ways, the drug dealer aspires to become Arturo, at least if he has that kind of vision. Arturo probably started out with this vision. Arturo likely already had money or came from money or had access to resources in order to pay for somebody. Arturo doesn't strike me as the type of person who's going to put in a work ethic for drug dealing. That's just not him. He's going to hire somebody. He's going to contract that work out, and so he can continue to sit near the pool. He doesn't have that work ethic. And I think massive enterprises, drug dealing enterprises, cartels, they bet on they gamble on that very ideal that the lower masses of people need work, and that they would do anything to get money, and that they also want to feel like they are special. You know, they already know that they are socially rejected, but they don't want to feel like they are socially rejected. So Arturo is rich. He is sitting at a pool at his leisure. And he uses a terminology that Malcolm X uses concerning a drug deal that he's conducting over the phone. He uses by any means necessary. Now, you know that is crossing the color line. He's also talking about tell me about the American, and then investigate. So you know that the writer-director is crossing the color line here. That is definitely an instance of something that we have been conditioned to hear through Malcolm X. Now, I've been researching some aspects of race issues and by any means necessary, and it did not originate with Malcolm X. I can't remember who the person was, and I would have to think about that later, but it did not originate. And most sayings, most statements, most movements, most strategies do not always originate with that person. That history merely repeats itself. But it is interesting how Arturo is crossing over into another territory and using phrasing that is specific to, say, the black community, right? In the way that Malcolm X promoted it, marketed it, branded it, right? And he's again crossing territory. So it's like taking land, you know, taking, and we would say intellectual property here, right? But taking land, taking something and making it his own and claiming it as his own. And this is all throughout the movie. This is all throughout, you know, just life. That's why we had colonization, right? Going into another land, another territory, dominating the people and stripping them of their land and moving them across the seas, right? Overseas, and making them work and till the land and building a whole new country, right? And so this is what drug dealing really is no different than colonization. It's just more, it's more about drugs. So Arturo is using language and that is specific to a particular community, and crossing the color line, crossing territories, and claiming metaphorically land that does not originate with him. So he's at his leisure, of course. This is his house. He's sitting with his feet up as if he has done a full day's work. There are women at the pool, of course. And his work is not work, again, on the ground. His work is via phone. He's conducting his business like it's corporate, you know, like he is the CEO of his company, and he's taking conference calls, and he's taking you know, different types of virtual meetings and things like that. And he can do that in his mind because he's at his leisure. He only needs to come out for a time when he feels like he needs to defend his territory. And he's going to lose his territory, though, at the blood match. But that's the only time that he feels like he really needs to come out. You don't see him in another environment other than when he has to go and, you know, visit the blood match, right? It's like it's like boxers who are champions, and they've been champions for so many years, and when they're challenged, that's really the only time they come out to be more public, is when they're challenged. But other than that, they do their own thing from a place of leisure. They don't have to defend their title until they basically have to defend their title. So this is what we see as a drug dealer, a major drug dealer over an enterprise, over a particular territory, the Americas, and he's at his leisure. So now we have Anthony talking to Gloria, and Gloria is asking something of him for drugs. She doesn't necessarily say the word drugs, but it's just understood because of the way she is speaking to him, suggesting that I know you got it and I know you can give it to me. And so it can't be anything other than drugs. And so you often wonder what happened to Gloria. You're going to see her face in a bit. What happened to Gloria? What happened to her post high school? Did she, drop out of high school? She reminds me of the lady in the hotel that Michael meets, and, she basically gave up. And Gloria looks like that. For Gloria, David was her hope, was her oxygen. He was willing to go out and work and drug deal for her, provide a place for her. And now that he's killed, she doesn't have anything to depend on other than her brother right now. And Gloria is speaking to her brother. She wants drugs. And he says to her, I am not going to help you kill yourself. The attitude that he has towards the homeless woman is interesting, that we don't have anything for you, keep going. And he kind of, in many ways, he didn't want to give over his money. But, it's interesting that he had the money to give and he has the drugs to give to his sister, but he doesn't want to see her kill herself. And so, I wonder if he gave her drugs before, and that's why she's coming to him, because she must feel entitled in some kind of way to come and ask her brother for drugs, right? Something must have happened in their dynamic. Maybe he introduced her to drugs. Maybe she introduced herself to drugs. But usually, when you get on drugs, you don't get on drugs just by yourself. You are basically introduced to drugs from somebody, and it's usually a romantic partner, someone you're dating, right? Seeing, but this could be, the family dynamic. They might have grown up in a drug-based family dynamic. We don't hear anything about their parents, and we know that he's much older than his sister. This is also, kind of reminiscent of Michael and David's relationship. Michael not wanting to give in to David's poutings, right, in a sense, that he put a lot of distance between him and his brother until David made up his mind and said, I want to get out. Of course, he waited too late, but there did come a time when he said, okay, I'm tired. And Gloria was the motivating force for him. So he's saying here, I'm not going to help you kill yourself. She returns, I will go suck a dick if you don't give me none. If you don't give me what I want, I will go suck a dick. So that she's using that as a manipulative tool, because when you get that image in your head of her bending her knees to give a man oral sex, that she knows that will bother her brother. But he still doesn't give her anything. I also want to note the irony that he doesn't want to give her drugs to kill herself, but he doles out drugs for other people to kill themselves. So, drug dealing has its limits, right? It's funny that in some ways he's acting like the moral enforcer, that Michael was acting like the moral enforcer with the Indigo crew. That his limit is his sister, and he's not going to contribute to her downfall, even though he contributed to David's downfall and sort of luring him there. Even if he might not have known fully what was going to happen, he still lured him there. And Anthony might have been the one who introduced David to drugs himself. So this, dynamic that she could feel so comfortable in saying this to her brother is tells me this is not the first time that she has used certain type of language to pull at his heartstrings, to get him to do what it is she wants him to do. Now he refuses, and then she walks off. So Gloria is here saying that I will, suck a dick. Here's her face. Again, she looks like the younger version of that woman at the hotel. And that if Gloria doesn't make decisions for her life to do better, in some ways it shouldn't always take someone to come along and say, let me help you. That help should come from within. That the desire to do better should come from within. Now, you may need a guiding hand to sustain your decision, right? But it shouldn't be that crowds of people come to your rescue and say, let's help you, let's get you back on track. Where is the the individual personal mandate for yourself? Aren't you tired? Aren't you tired to have to come out of your house and walk the streets and try to find drugs and try to do something to get drugs? Aren't you tired? Something in you should be tired. And so she's not tired enough, because she's resorting to these little statements that she knows will pull at him and mess with his head, and he's going to visualize her doing the things that she says she wants to do. And so they still have their exchange. It's not enough that she make that one statement and walks off. She's still trying to put forth her argument that he needs to give her drugs, period. And she will stay there until he makes a decision. But he's resolute in his decision. He's not going to do it. And so he represents a stumbling. He represents a block for her, that she can't reach her goal for the day. And what happens is, when you are confronted with hindrances and blocks and to your goal, it becomes time for you to reflect on, maybe I need to stop doing this particular thing because it's not yielding me positive results. It's not yielding me, I'm not accomplishing my goal today. I set out to leave the house and I created this goal to get drugs, or to get my brother to give me drugs, and I keep doing this and repeating the pattern, but it's not working. And people, until they realize that is basically insanity, to continue to do something hoping for different results, until they reach that, they will continue on this particular path of because it's habit forming. It's habit forming to come out and do exactly the same thing over and over and over again until they get their result. And so something in her should say, it's not working. I tried this, I tried that, I tried this, I tried that, and he's still not moved, right? And I often wonder if she has gone behind his back and talked to, some of his crew members, because when she's kidnapped at the end, it's interesting. How is it that she's kidnapped, of all people? How is it that she's kidnapped? How is it that Zed and Elias really know about her? It's interesting. And I thought about that at the end, and we'll get there. But I thought about that at the end, how she ends up being the one kidnapped. But this dynamic between Gloria and Anthony is one that will continue until one of them decides to make a decision, make a change. And Anthony might have to put some distance between him and his sister, in the same way that Michael had to put some distance between him and David, until David decided that he wanted to change, and until Gloria decides she wants to change. So she walks off, right? And here's Michael and Squad coming up in the opposite direction. And this is where he finds out that this is Gloria. So because she turns around and gives her brother the finger, and it reveals the ring that she's wearing, that it's Michael's mother's ring. So we're going to see that now. And so that's the finger that she gives her brother. She's likely given that finger to him before, and it still didn't work. And he's still going to do what he's going to do in terms of protecting her and not wanting to help her kill herself. So in other words, he has basically resolved in his heart that if she continues on the path that she is on, she's going to kill herself. But he's just not going to be a participant in it. But I believe on some level he was an initial participant. You usually, when you come come into something, you usually want to share it with somebody, especially when you feel kind of fearful of the thing that you have just taken on. You sort of want to spread the risk, right? And so, well, if I give her a little bit, I won't feel as bad about the decision that I'm making to become a drug dealer. So this finger that she puts up is a finger that you can't really trust, because she is reckless. How are you going to put up a finger to somebody who is the only one left to help you? David is dead. And it's interesting that the writer director doesn't have her go to a funeral for David or cry for David, other than when she is meeting with her brother. You know, that is missed as well. Again, that's always the prerogative of the writer director, but it's just interesting that she only cries when Michael confronts her later about wanting to help her and telling her about the ring that she's wearing on her finger. But that finger up it says a lot without even saying a lot. And that's a person that you can't trust, because no matter what you do for that person is going to put that finger up. No matter if you give that person all the drugs in the world, or you give that person all the money in the world, or you give that person all the resources in the world, right, to do better in life, that person is always going to put that finger up. She is not sorry for her decision. It takes a long time to visualize a decision that you're going to make. And before she put this finger up, she had already, visualized this. It's habit forming for her. In the same way that she leaves out to try to find drugs or try to, get drugs by any other means, this raising the finger and, cussing somebody out or something like that, she's been doing this for a long time. So then when did this finger begin? When did her setback begin? When did she start using it as a child while she was on the playground? Did she start using it as a teenager? Most likely. She seems like she's probably 18, 19, 20 years old, maybe 21. But when did this finger begin? When did she feel comfortable enough to throw up a finger in somebody's face or from a distance? And really from a distance, it's funny that she didn't do it in front of his face. So on some level, she's not crazy. She knows that there are some things that she can say to her brother, and then there are some things she can't do to her brother because he might get violent with her or something like that. She does what she does from a distance. And so that finger represents some kind of setback for her, because you can't give the finger to everything. You can't give the finger to everybody. You can't give the finger to the only person who is able to help you. She's given the finger to the only person left who is able to help her. So that finger has history. That finger has a dialogue. It has a narrative. It has a habit. It has um, um, a fake wisdom about it, right? Ego, pride. There's a lot going on with that one finger. So they are discussing how they're going to meet up with Elias, because Elias is going to make Michael the new general. And this is going to be a test for Michael. And Squad here with the two braids is just has a lot of energy beyond what he needs to have for the situation, right? Because he's sort of building himself up to take down the people that they're going to take down. And I think it's still going into the Indigo crew area, right? And Anthony is going to outline to Elias Michael's, quote unquote good deeds, right? What he has been doing up until this point, proving himself. And so we're going to see that now. Also, I want you to take note of the background. So I like these visuals where we see the background and how people live, and what it suggests that people tend to, and it's a big contrast to the background that you saw with Arturo, right? Arturo would never be caught dead in this background. He would never be caught dead in that car. He would never be caught dead hanging out with Anthony or Squat. And he would definitely never be caught dead even knowing about Michael, right? And so this background shows us a lot about the difference between territories. So this is where Anthony is talking about Michael's good deeds. And it is here where we get a philosophical Elias, in a sense, right? Where he's talking about the perception of the world and how the world perceives drug dealers. And he says, the world sees us nothing but as thugs, street rats, and urchins, and that he's going to make Michael a new general. But I thought it was interesting that he doesn't promote Anthony to be a general, right? It's interesting that he doesn't promote him. Why is it that this outsider can come in and all of a sudden run things? Maybe Elias perceives something in Anthony that is no longer enthusiastic, right? He doesn't have the same enthusiasm that he had when he first started. But it's interesting, though. Also, Elias talks about soldiers knowing nothing but thugging, fighting, and having sex, right? And that it takes a man like Michael to come along and become a general. And that he also says the world needs us, but we need the paper. So we have this promotion ceremony, basically, that Elias is promoting by word of mouth, by Anthony's word of mouth. He is promoting Michael to be a general. We don't get anything from the woman standing there. She's playing her part, right? And she's off to the side. And look at the difference between who's on one side of the table, the two on the other, the three on the other side of the table, and the two on the other side, on the front side of the table. How much Elias gives permission to Anthony and the woman, free reign to be on that side of the table with him. When in most environments you would never really see that if Elias is such a big boss, and he's second to Zed, from my understanding, if he's such a big boss, he's sort of too friendly with his own people. The fact that he doesn't recognize or even is not even suspicious of the woman being an undercover cop tells a lot. That the way that she was able to get in was through BDSM activity. And so, because he's so preoccupied with bondage and domination and sex and masochism, she was able to get in and distract him, because her handling of weapons, when she's working with the rifles and other guns or whatever, should be something that prompts him to think about her, but he never thinks about her. He never considers her. He never looks at her as anything other than what she can bring to the table, which is sex appeal, and then of course sex. And then Anthony standing off to his right suggests that there is some sort of trust between Elias and Anthony, but again, they being behind the table as if they are co-partners is something to think about. So that lets you know Elias is really not business minded. He's not a leader in terms of being a head drug dealer. I don't think you would ever see Zed standing there and Anthony and the woman standing beside him. I just don't think so. That there's only room for one person at the table in terms of leadership, and that should be either Zed or Elias within that room. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. This is basically a promotion ceremony. So we're now at the spot where they're going to bomb rush the Indigo crew. Notice Anya's face. And remember, Anya is an undercover cop. So the way that Michael is conducting this operation reminds her of something. And remember, Anya is the one who has history with this assassin group. She knows how they operate. And she makes a point later when she reveals herself as an undercover cop and reveals that she knows who he is, that if you hadn't have been there, if Michael hadn't have been there, they would have gone in, guns a-blazing, no organization, no strategy. But the fact that he's having kind of like a briefing meeting, right, in a sense, Michael is tapping into the skills learned as a cop. And so he is having essentially a briefing meeting so that everyone is organized and everyone is on the same page. And none of these people still suspects him. Nobody, other than Anya, because she knows the lingo. She knows the strategy. She knows how this works. Well, for Anya, this is kind of like a setback for her because she thought she was the only one undercover. And the possibility that there may be somebody else who is also undercover that she never had the opportunity to coordinate with creates a setback for her, because then she has to figure out what he knows. And then when he realizes, when she reveals herself, he got to figure out what she knows. So this is sort of like a setback for her because she thought she had this all under her control, and that she thought she knew all of the people who were part of this crew. And this person coming in is a setback for her. Another thing to note is that Anya is also the one who says to Michael at his promotion ceremony, "I'll be watching you tonight to see how good you really are." So there's that sort of watching again. Well, this shifts her strategy because she's been watching all the people around her in terms of trying to figure out who they are and, gaining intelligence about the situation. Now she is forced to change her strategy to begin thinking about Michael and watching him. And her watching is going to lead to her having sex with him as a way to get his DNA later. But so again, like I said, this is a setback for her because she honestly thought that she knew all the people in this set, in this group, in this drug dealing enterprise, and to now have to regroup and think about who this person is, who Michael is, and why he's here, is something that is going to shift her view in terms of watching him and trying to figure out who he is. The last thing I want to say about Anya, which is interesting, as much as Anya is trying to look like them in terms of being a part of a drug criminal enterprise, she still holds her gun like a cop. And it's interesting that Michael doesn't detect her as a cop. Now that is, my goodness. Oh my goodness. I did not think about that. That Michael doesn't detect her as a cop. Look at how she's holding a gun. Most gangbangers don't hold a gun like that. They hold it out to the side. It's usually in their pocket, really. And so she's holding a gun like she is about to, go into a meth lab and take it down. But Michael is so preoccupied with strategizing through his briefing exercises that he doesn't see her. He doesn't suspect her. When he looks over at her during that debauchery scene, there's nothing on the inside of him. Even when he comes in with the other two other guys, Anthony and Squad, that 3-shot of them coming into the warehouse, and she's handling the guns and rifles and everything. Nothing in him sparks an interest in who is she? What kind of person is she? She doesn't look like the same type of woman that these other women are, tied up, as part of Elias's entertainment. So who is she? And the way she's holding his gun, the way she's standing, the way her hair is pulled back in every instance, it reeks of cop. Even I thought that before the writer-director reveals who she is, I thought she looked strange. I wondered about her. So the writer-director positioning her in this way and giving us a view of her and how she stands is very much strategic, maybe in pulling at our senses, in the same way that Gloria says something to pull at her brother's senses. Her stance here is pulling at our senses, and her lowered head and her face as being kind of confused about the situation is also pulling at our senses. Now we are wondering about her. We didn't really wonder about her before, but the way that she's holding his gun and listening to how Michael is conducting this exercise is something that is really giving us pause. So we see them lined up, ready to go in. And again, remember, she's the one who said to Michael later in the film that if you hadn't have been there, it would have been guns a-blazing. And even so, that lets you know that Michael has really good influence on all of these people, but also even on Anthony, because she doesn't remark about Anthony as much. If Anthony was a true leader, why would she need to make a point about Michael being a cop, and that had he not been there, it would have been guns a-blazing? So she's suggesting that there's a big contrast between how Michael handled this situation and how even Anthony handled this situation. Even though Anthony is leading off after Michael's, briefing, it's funny that she doesn't have a good word to say about him or any kind of word about his leadership, right? So I thought that was kind of interesting, the way they are all lined up, ready to go in. Michael is the one who briefed, but Anthony is standing up here at the front, and Anya didn't say anything about him, and she doesn't have anything to say about him later on. So we have this scene. It's a good setup. Basically, everyone is just sitting around, smoking, drinking, talking, in the back room. They are preparing drugs. But it's just a standard scene that you might see this in a music video, really. I wonder if the writer director thought about that this looks like a music video to me. If I would have given you the full view of it, you could see that it's a music video. But there's a difference between this environment and the environment with Elias. We don't see dancing women, we don't see bondage, we don't see anything of what we saw in the environment with Elias. It's kind of interesting to me that there were no guards outside the building where Michael, Anthony, and Anya and the other crew were lining up to go in to come into this environment. So that suggests on some level that they feel like this is a safe space for them, that there's no sense of urgency. I mean, I don't remember even in the full visual of anyone standing guard. I don't remember seeing a gun, a person. Usually, in certain drug-based environments, you see somebody holding a gun or something like that, and you don't even see them a gun off to the side or anything. So they feel comfortable. Now, of course, this is the epitome of setback as well, that they feel comfortable in their setback. That there's no sense of urgency that, okay, what I'm doing here, sitting around drugs, preparing drugs to sell and things like that this is wrong for me to do. They don't have any sense of that. They don't care about that. Whatever they felt about it initially when they first started, that has gone out the window, right? So you have to wonder what was their initial decision that pushed them into this kind of setback, so that they are basically, desensitized. This guy with the glasses, the shades, is no different than Elias. He's not a boss. It's clear that he's not a boss in this particular visual, in this frame, but he's really no different in a sense than Elias, that they are essentially, desensitized. Even the guy off to the right of the frame tilts his head. There's nothing much more than he can say other than have a conversation. So then how did their setbacks begin? Because it didn't begin with them, getting out of bed and sitting on the couch and talking about drugs. And usually they're not even talking about drugs. They may be talking about a party. They may be, talking about other types of things. Drug dealers don't always talk about drugs. They do drugs, or they sell drugs, or they coordinate, the network in terms of how they're going to get one product to the net, across territories and things like that. But they don't just have a conversation about drugs. You honestly see that with Arturo. The strangest thing, that he's the CEO basically of his own sort of drug dealing enterprise. So he's coordinating meetings and ways to get the product across the border and things. He's talking about drugs. But these are little foot soldiers. They're not talking about drugs. Only when they're triggered and it's time to perform, what a drug dealer looks like and what a drug dealer does, only then are they talking about drugs. But right here, they're just probably having a conversation, a regular type of conversation. So they come in blazing, right? Anya is pointing, and you're still going to see Anya also pointing. This is the scene where I thought to myself that Anthony was undercover, because the way he moves about, he doesn't really move about as a drug dealer. Squat definitely moves about as a drug dealer. He acts like he has ants in his pants. I don't understand what the anxiety is. He's already made the decision to be a drug dealer, so what's the big deal? But the way that Anthony moves about, and it's clear that Anya is a cop, I just wondered to myself if he was a cop himself. And so we have Michael, sort of leading off. Remember that sticks in the background with the bandana on his head, and that's the one, if I'm not mistaken, is him or someone who kind of looks like him. I would have to go back and look into the film, but he was one who was wearing the same kind of bandana. But Michael is very focused in his efforts. Of course, this is reminiscent of when he, at the beginning of the movie, when he's coordinating the operation to take down the meth lab. But they all come in, guns are blazing, overpowering the people in the safe house. So again, this is crossing territories, right? And then later, Anya is going to fight this woman. So before that, Michael is holding a gun like a cop. Michael is holding a gun like a cop. And again, no one suspects that he is a cop. And the way that they are, telling them to put their hands up and things like that, that's cop language. And it's interesting, again, if they are supposed to be assassins, why didn't they come in shooting? I don't know why the writer-director doesn't have them shoot, maybe because of budget. This is an independent film, but it's interesting that you're going to call yourself assassins, and only one person really shoots somebody, and that's Zed shooting David. But all these people who are supposed to be trained assassins, right, according to, the lingo, and skilled and aggressive, why aren't they shooting people? Why aren't they killing people? So that's a interesting conflict with the narrative in terms of development. It seems far-fetched that they would be true assassins. It seems far-fetched that they would be really effective in their goals, right? That the only thing they basically do is fight. Well, isn't assassins supposed to be a higher, more elite force of drug dealers and fighters and things like that? And the Indigo crew is a crew that you got to always take down because they are mediocre or something like that. Okay, because I'm quite sure the Indigo crew was willing to come at the assassins, meaning that it was the Indigo crew who did the drive-by, right? So they were willing to shoot. The Indigo crew was willing to confront Michael and fight him. They didn't win, of course, but they were willing to do that. But we see here, we don't see them shooting anybody. I just kind of thought that was interesting. So this is Anya fighting, right? And it's clear that Anya knows how to handle herself. That's not a problem for her. And she fights a man as well in this scene, and she takes him down. And then again, she's holding a gun like she would a cop. So before Michael fights with this guy, it is Squat who is fighting with him, and he's not winning. It's interesting that the gun is on the ground, but no one has thought to pick up the gun. It's somebody's gun. It's likely the guy's gun, but no one decided, hey, let's pick up this gun. Like I said, these are amateur drug dealers. These are the most that they understand to do is fight. They understand to use their hands, and that's basically old school. Even Michael says at the end, right before the blood match, that I'm old school because Squad is offering some sort of garb for him to wear, like you would see a boxer wearing, boxer shorts and a robe or something like that. He was trying to offer him the same thing, and Michael basically says, take that away, I'm old school. And so this represents old school, that you don't need a gun, right, to take down somebody. You just fight them. And so we see Michael performing, right, because remember, I think he's still in test mode. Even though he's been promoted to general, he's still having to prove his loyalty. And when Squad is when a guy is beating up Squat, Michael comes in and says, I got it, right? Meaning that I got this, I understand this, I understand the skill level needed. So then when you look at Squat, why couldn't Squat, with all that energy that he demonstrates within the movie, why couldn't he take this guy down? The guy doesn't look like he's big enough that Squat couldn't take him down. So what's missing in Squat's fighting skill repertoire, right? What is missing there? Because that's a setback for him. He should have been able to take this guy down. It shouldn't have taken really the main person to come along, Michael as a general, to come along and take this guy down. In the same way that it shouldn't have taken Zed to come along and shoot David. Why wasn't Elias much more keen? Where was his vision? Why couldn't he take him down much earlier so that Zed didn't have to come in and do the grunt work? So this is what you see, Michael having to do the grunt work for a person who is really not as skilled as he presents himself to be. So then what is Squat missing? What kind of skill level is he missing? Does he lean too heavily on other people to fight his battles for him? Because he's a man and he can't fight his own battles, and he takes another man to come in and fight his own battles. But he has all this strength. He got these two braids. He got these built physique. He got all this energy. He's always acting like it's time to go. Let's do this. But when given the challenge to fight this guy here, who doesn't seem like he's all that taller than Squat, right? To fight this guy here, he couldn't do it. So this is a setback for him, for which he's not going to reflect on, because as long as Michael comes in and saves the day like Superman, he's going to always rely on Michael. Michael now is the new general, and of course maybe he needs to prove himself. But it's interesting that he couldn't sort of lead Squat into finishing the task that Squat started, that Squat didn't finish. That's important to note. Squat didn't finish. And so, and it took someone else coming in to finish his work. This sort of scene also reminds me of watching TV. You know, Anthony and Squat are merely watching Michael fight this guy, right? There isn't anything in them other than to watch. And, in these environments, you're triggered in many ways, right? But it's important to note that this is sort of like that watching aspect of it. I'm beginning to think watching is sort of like a sub thing. It's a sub thing to the theme that I'm proposing, but it could be definitely a main theme to the film itself, right? For another film analysis. And if they're watching like they're watching TV, all they basically need is remote. And so now Michael is, displaying skills, right? Where he got these skills, we don't know. That he's able to defend himself very well. They go rounds, he fights him and takes him down. We don't see this skill displayed, however, at the beginning of the film. We see him boxing, but we don't see anything that tells us that he has these types of defensive skills. Now, again, this could be the prerogative of the writer-director, but I would have thought on some level that he would have exposed us to Michael and his fighting arsenal, his repertoire of skill set, right? His knowledge base. But he definitely knew what skills to come in with, knowing the environment and knowing there's at least one or two people who have certain types of skill sets that require a certain type of defense. So I don't know, it's kind of interesting that we don't get this much earlier. And then Michael is if you look at this scene in the film, it works again like an argument. There's claim, counterclaim, evidence, and rebuttal, and they go back and forth with each other, and Michael is winning. But it is this hit right here with his fist that takes down this guy, that finally takes down this big guy who has height on him, who has um, some fighting skill. But it's interesting that he can't take down Michael, that he has much more height on him and um, fight in him to the point that he should have been able to, body slam Michael or something like that. But he's not. He's not able to do that. He was able to take down or fight Squad, but he can't fight Michael. And so this hit right here is the rebuttal hit, or is the counterclaim hit or something like that. This hit here takes him down. And it looks like he's wearing dog tags, so he might have had some previous military experience. We don't know if Michael has had previous military experience, but the way he handles himself maybe suggests that he has had some kind of experience like that. And so now the guy's down. And this is reminiscent of all the different fights that Michael and Anthony have had, where the guy is now taken down. And then Michael sort of lowers himself on him and says, you belong to the assassins. So then that's that territorial thinking, crossing the color line, crossing the territory line, to now be the victor who takes the spoils. Or Arturo is going to say exactly the same thing when Michael beats Hector Gonzalez at the blood match, and Zed and Elias wins as a result, that let the victor take the spoils. So the guy, whoever they capture as an as assassins, they become the spoils. So with Michael here, he is the victor. Okay, so it's no different than colonization, that you go into a land, you take the inhabitants, and you do whatever it is that you want to do with those inhabitants, and those become your property. They become your spoils. So the victor takes the spoils, and he's basically saying you belong to the assassins. So now we're at the party scene, and there's a lot that goes on right before it, but we are here with Anya and Michael, and she's sort of pushing him away. It's a fake push away, right? Of course, but she has other intent. It's clear that she has other intent, because she was waiting for him to come back to that area, and so she knew that he would, right? And she sort of sets him back with a big stick, in a sense, right? And she talks about how she's warrior blood, and that she sort of keeps a safe distance so she doesn't get let down, and that you will learn more about me. But then Michael says she is elusive, right? But this prompts an engaging conversation with them about who Michael is, because she's suspicious of who he is. So remember the watching that she said that she was going to do. I'm going to watch you to see how good you really are. This is her now changing lanes and trying to figure out who Michael is and how he was able to get in under the radar without her even knowing about it, right? And she sort of uses emotional language to sort of reel him in the same way that Gloria uses emotional language to try to reel her her brother in. She says, I don't want to get let down. That's sort of like female emotional language. We don't usually hear men talk like that. And the way that she's carrying herself, the way she hasn't been in a dress the whole time in the film until now. She has always been this sort of Amazon looking type person with leather pants and a tight top and pull back, and she's been this bondage type person, whatever. She has not been in a dress the whole time in the film, and even at the end, she's not going to be in a dress. She's going to be in pants with her gun shooting Zed. So this is strategic here. We know that it's easier to, raise a dress, right, for a sex scene, or we know that there's this feminine aspect that she wants to put forth, and the writer director definitely has this in mind, that there's a feminine aspect that she wants to put forth, that she's not as hard as she's been presenting herself, that she's a girl, that she's a woman, and that she wants to be loved, and that she wants to be held, right, without necessarily saying those words, right? And so he's intrigued, of course. He's going to be intrigued. He's a man. But I thought it was interesting, and I didn't think about it until now, that she hasn't been in a dress the whole time of the film, the whole time until now. So then they have a conversation that leads to her pulling him close to kiss him. And so now, is this real? No, I'm not quite sure. But the way that her facial features looked, and I should have, thought about a frame for that. The way she looked, she seemed very real. She seemed extremely convincing, in the same way that she's been convincing throughout this whole film as being an undercover federal agent. She's been very convincing. But this right here, I sort of immediately thought to myself, there's something that's going on. She's planning something, and kissing him is going to sort of pull at his heartstrings. Now, think about this scene in terms of the woman being able to say something that was feminine and looked feminine, and Michael willing to engage, versus Anthony's sister pulling at him, trying to use feminine language in a sense, right? But it only pushes him away. Now, of course, he's not going to have sex with his sister, but in terms of just how each woman is using feminine language. And then you think about the hotel lady using feminine language. If you ever need anything, I'm right down the hall type thing. And he wasn't willing to engage, even though there was opportunity right in front of him to do something with the woman. He wasn't willing to do it. So this woman here is kind of like sort of like the woman of the film who could get Michael to move, to change, to do something different, right? And we see this now because she has managed to get him to do something different. So now he's sort of engaging her in a sexual act, right? And I wonder how tired he is of sort of having to play this role, that he can just relax. He doesn't know that this woman is an undercover federal agent, but there's some willingness on the inside of him to engage her in this way. But then this is not a proving loyalty task here. Elias is not using Anya to persuade or move Michael. Anya is using herself. And so that means Elias is somewhere in his debauchery, and the party is going on, and they are engaging themselves while a party is going on. There's no door. There's just some kind of divider, right? But there's no door to hide them. So it's interesting. It's kind of interesting. So then Michael has let down his guard. So her feminine energy has essentially made it possible for her to gather DNA evidence. Now, remember, when she reveals herself to Michael at his apartment, at his hotel room, she's going to say that her goal has been to gather evidence and build a database. So then what is the implication there? Has she slept with multiple men to do this? Because this is kind of like the only way that she can really get this done, absent maybe taking a cup that somebody was holding and hiding it in some place that she can, and then, taking it to the lab. So how many folks have she used in this way to gather evidence? But this reminds me of Samson and Delilah. Tell me your strength. What is your strength? When she's asking, who are you? And what are you after? What are you doing here? It's no different than Delilah asking Samson, tell me your strength. What's going on? Tell me. And the more that he does it, he tells her fake things, and then she brings in the Philistines, and then here they are, they're going to overtake you, and then they don't, and he overtakes them. And then finally he gives up and tells her the truth, that if you cut my hair, I will lose all my strength. And she brings in someone. Now, how is it that he doesn't know someone is cutting his hair? Samson, how is it that he doesn't know that? In the same way that you see here, how is it that Michael can be so deep in sleep that he doesn't feel someone putting a large Q-tip in his mouth? That's weird to me. He can't be that drunk. He can't be. So I had wondered at first if he was faking. I wondered if he was on to her or something, or he was just faking and just playing out the role, but he wasn't. He was really asleep. So somewhere he let his guard down with this woman, and it was likely much earlier when he saw her for the first time. So she pricked his heart much earlier. But to lay in this bed and not detect anything, not even detect her movement, her smells, her putting this thing in his mouth, or not even that, lets you know he's tired and that he has loosened his guard. So then we can conclude that this is a major setback for him, because if he's going to be revealed, that's going to set back his agenda. Now, she's not going to tell off on him. She's going to reveal that she knows who he is, and she's not going to tell off on him. But this is a setback for him, because in all this time throughout the film, he's been in control, in the same way that she's been in control. He's managed everything. He's managed the fights. He's managed his language, his tongue. He's very careful about his tongue. He doesn't speak his mind so freely. He's not hasty in how he interacts with everyone. And he's managed to fool everyone into believing that he's one of them. And so to now be revealed by a woman, taken down by a woman, no less, is going to be a setback for him that he's going to have to overcome. And the only way that he's going to have to overcome is sort of to push this idea of trying to get to Zed much quicker. That's why he doesn't have a problem fighting in the blood match. Well, it's expected of him anyway. So Billy is talking to him because, remember, he had asked Billy to conduct an investigation, and Billy basically reveals, before Anya can reveal, that the feds are all over this particular issue with Zed and Elias. So it works kind of like a warning for Michael, right? And Billy basically says, I know what you're trying to do. And he's the one who calls it vigilante. He's the one who uses the word vigilante in this particular instance. But he makes a very interesting statement to Michael over the phone. And it works like a warning and a moral imperative at the same time, in that this is really Michael's crossroad moment between life and death. This is truly his crossroad moment. So he says, Billy says, with the badge, if you do anything with the badge, it's justice served. But if you do anything without a badge, it's murder. And Billy offers his services. I will, just let me know, and I'll be Johnny on the spot. He offers help. But it is Michael who says, no, I got to keep this clean. But this is really his true crossroad moment, because he's getting a moral imperative. For some parts of the film, he's been like a moral enforcer, especially with Indigo, right? And he takes over, certain battles and things like that. But this is the crossroad moment. This is because if he slips too far into trying to find Zed to kill him, there's no true turning back. He could always make the case, even if he didn't receive the authority to go undercover, he could always make the case that I was trying to gain as much intel and then come back and give you a report for when we actually do go undercover, right? But he couldn't do that if he shoots and kills somebody. So now we kind of understand why the writer-director is choosing for Michael not to shoot somebody. We still don't understand why the writer-director doesn't allow for, say, Anthony to shoot somebody, or even Squat. Squat is so hyper. He's so hyper. He's so anxious. Why isn't he shooting somebody? Why isn't he really demonstrated as reckless? Because of the way he acts, the way he thinks, his dialogue is reckless. Why isn't it? He should probably be the biggest stumbling block in the movie, but he's not somehow. But Billy is the one that the writer-director uses to issue a moral imperative that Michael needs to make a decision. And we're going to see that he does end up making a decision, because Billy ends up helping him in the end after the blood match, taking down Elias and arresting him. But this is the true crossroad moment right here. This is his true crossroad moment. It is this moment here that gives him a sense of urgency when he goes to approach Gloria to help her. So Billy is having this conversation with him over the phone, of course, and he's, putting forth this idea about justice served with a badge and without a badge, murder. So I thought this scene was one of the scenes that I think that the writer-director was really trying to push as a narrative warning, right, for Michael to make a decision. And then Michael is very surprised that the feds are all over this issue. And this is Billy again trying to make his case. And so now that there's a sense of urgency, it is Michael who goes after Gloria to ask her about, to reveal himself to her, that he is David's brother. And it's very surprising to her. And the thing about Gloria, it's something about her that you can't really trust her with knowledge. She ends up telling her brother, as she would, but she doesn't strike me as a person that you could trust with responsibility, trust with knowledge. She's always running. She gets into these sort of pouting modes where I have to assume that as a child, she was a little bit of a pouter. She stomp her feet, fall out on the floor, cry until someone gave in. But no one is really giving in other than David, but he's dead now, right? No one is giving in to her. And so she just continues to sort of walk like she's like in a wilderness somewhere. And, it's a wilderness wandering for her. She has no real aim. She has no real focus, no direction. I don't think it has anything to do solely with David dying. I think she's just the type of person you got to take care of. She's just not going to do it on her own. There isn't any initiative in her to suggest I need to do different. I'm tired of this walking around and not getting anywhere. There isn't anything in her that suggests that. And so she just reminds me of a person who would live in perpetual setback, that she would just do life as life does her. And if she's able to gain a little money by doing something, or gain some drugs by doing something, or get a little something or whatever, okay, that's fine. But she's not going to do much more. You know, it's interesting that we don't see her in the apartment. We see her in the apartment when David gets the phone call to meet up at the spot. But we don't see her cleaning up. We don't see her cooking David any food. We don't see David really engaging her. She's just asleep in the bed. So Gloria is the type of person, there's something going on with Gloria that is sort of insecure with her. She reflects an insecure attachment. No, she doesn't really trust anything. She doesn't stick with anything too long, and she'll leave at the drop of a hat, and she'll try to emotionally manipulate you to get what she wants. And this is Michael trying to appeal to her. So first she flirts with Michael, you know, saying, aren't you one of Anthony's boys, right? And so, but Michael shuts that down and reveals who he is. And she basically, and he basically says, I'm trying to get you out of here. You're having David's baby. That's why I'm here. Let me help you. You have my mother's ring, right? Meaning that there's something special about you, so much to the point that I need to help you. And my brother David is gone, so the only thing that's left over in terms of his legacy is the child that you're carrying. And I don't want you out here by yourself, unable to care for yourself, scared, you know, to raise this baby alone. You know, it's interesting that Anthony does not sort of address the fact that she has a baby. He says to her, I'm not going to help you kill yourself. But he doesn't really address the presence of her belly. Not really. You know, it's interesting that he was there at David's killing, but he doesn't say anything about it. Now, of course, he's not going to say anything about it, right? But it's interesting that he put so much emotional distance between him and his sister about that one knowledge. And that it takes Gloria talking to Michael about how you people killed the only person I ever loved. And she's talking about David, for her to show any real emotion, to reveal her truth. When she's talking to her brother, she's only trying to get something out of him. So she understands that's the only kind of relationship she can ever have with him. She can't speak her mind. She can't reveal her emotions. She can't reveal how hurt she is and how much pain she is over David's death. It takes Michael coming along, his presence, coming along and saying that he wants to help her. Because remember, Anthony is not saying that he wants to help her. He's saying, I'm not going to help you kill yourself. That's a big, big difference. Michael is coming along and saying, I want to help you. So something in what he's saying has pricked her heart to now, for her to now just not explode, but just spill her guts, so to speak, right? That y'all killed the only person I ever loved. And so he continues to appeal to her in the same way that she likes to appeal to her brother. He's trying to stay the course to try to convince her, in the same way that she tries to stay the course to convince her brother. She's still kind of not having it, but he's leaving some kind of mark on her. He's leaving something that basically suggests that she might come around. And so he's the one who acknowledges the belly, of course. Michael, because of the urgency of Billy's statement, has created a new mission. And that Um, he got to get Gloria to a safe space, right? And Gloria's attitude, though, in not wanting to be rescued and not wanting to be saved is a setback for her because she's not really doing any better alone. So why not accept the help? When we get to the very end of the movie, we see that she was reluctant because maybe she doesn't feel like she deserved to be saved or helped, right? So we get to see that emotion from her. But right now, she's putting up the guard. She's no different than Anya holding the stick to Michael's chest. Anya had a physical stick, but Gloria has an emotional stick. I don't necessarily think she's trying to manipulate Michael here. It's just that when someone says, I want to help you, she resists. So that has become, in some ways, her standard, her code. In the same way that the drug dealers have a code, she has her own code to resist and not believe, because she even says to him, I don't believe you. And that's when she uh, walks off. So she walks off. um, Michael's mission, his goal here is not fulfilled because she's not walking with him. She's not walking towards him. And she's not walking away from her current environment. She would rather turn. Now, she doesn't give him the finger, but this is really no different than giving him the finger that I'm not going to listen to you either. Now, she ends up having to listen to him because she has no other choice. But this is her way of rejecting help. So then Anthony comes to Michael's place. This is the first time we see Anthony come to his place. And it's interesting how he looks at Michael, right? Michael is suspicious because remember, it is Anthony who calls David to come to the spot. So now he is physically visiting Michael to tell him to come to see Elias, like come to the spot. So Michael is holding a gun, of course, right? Because, that's what you do when you feel threatened. But he essentially goes with him. I think Anthony's look here is something to take note of. We don't know for certain if Gloria has contacted her brother, and we don't know the time period, the time frame between Michael approaching Gloria and now Anthony standing at his door. But this look here is not a look that Anthony has had towards Michael. And Anthony has had a blank look. He has had an excited look when he was fighting the guy on the ground. And he's had a sure look just, in his dealings with Elias and Squad and Michael together. But this look is one that bothers me. And I'm the viewing, I reflect one member of the viewing audience. And this look bothers me. And I wouldn't have wanted to go with him either. It just bothers me. I can't really explain it. But it sends shivers down my spine, like what is about to actually happen. And the writer-director really conveys suspicion very well with this look. Trying to figure out who Michael is, right? And he still doesn't think of Michael as a cop. Because even when he calls him later about Gloria, is still from a standpoint of being an assassin whose brother was David, who got killed. But this look is something to think about, and this actor Edward Quinn really does convey suspicion very well, almost borderline contempt. as if Michael has done him an injustice in a sense, right? Remember what Billy says, that with the badge, justice served, but without a badge, it's murder. And it's almost like Anthony here is feeling um, that Michael is not telling the full truth, that there is something that he's hiding. And it's hard for him to really stay within his suspicion because of Michael's surroundings, because Michael knows how to handle himself. Michael knows how to talk the game, talk the way necessary to maintain his cover. But that image, that look, and Anthony has shown us many looks, but that one is the one that kind of scares me. So they're having a conversation. Anya is in the middle, right? Smoking, holding a gun. Now, this is the Anya who looks like she doesn't know how to handle a gun. Now, this would be the real, if she wasn't an undercover federal agent, I would believe that she was a person who didn't know how to handle a gun. She's just holding it, just to hold it, right? For whatever reason. But I would be much more convinced that she wasn't undercover here. So Elias is having a conversation with Michael, and he's having a territorial thinking type conversation. He was kind of philosophical when he was talking about the world's perception of us, right? But now he's talking territorial, colonizing, borderline businessman thinking, right? So he makes this statement: we don't divide and conquer, we conquer and divide, right? And I never heard that before. Someone might have said it, but I never heard it before. That to divide and conquer takes time. It takes process. It takes you going in, gathering intel, trying to figure out who's what, right? Who represents what, in the same way that Anya is doing. Anya is basically going in and dividing and conquer. She's been undercover for a very long time. So that means she didn't come in conquering and dividing, right? She is in there to divide and conquer. And her dividing is basically not necessarily dividing people between each other, but trying to figure out as much evidence, gather as much evidence, and input that information into a database to later, divide and conquer. So it takes her processing to do this. But what Elias is saying, we're going to skip all of that processing. We don't have time for that. That's good. That process takes patience. It takes a lot of heart. It takes a lot of not getting let down. We just need to go in, guns a-blazing, conquer, and then divide. And that's what you see when Michael is conducting that exercise at that safe house, right? And you also see it too at the beginning of the movie when he goes into the meth house, right? So that's what Elias is saying. And he goes into distributions of, he goes into outlining the distribution of territories. So Arturo represents the South Americas. And then he says Zed and he represent the North Americas. And then it is Michael who asks the question, who's covering Europe? And Elias here says, I like your thinking. What he wants to do is, he and Zed want to do is unite North and South America. And then that will put Zed at the top, and he would, Elias would have, direct control over North America. And then Michael basically says, okay, sounds like a bloodbath. Okay, so this is the engaging in the conversation about territorial thinking, outlining who's going to do what. And he didn't say who was going to take over Europe, but Michael basically asked the question, who's going to take over Europe? So I don't remember getting an answer for that. And then Elias basically says, I'm going to bring in my best general to fight at the bloodbath. And Arturo is going to bring in Hector Gonzalez, right? And then Elias, I'm going to bring in mine, which is you. And then Michael says, how can I help? So it's interesting how at the sound of Zed's name, I have to assume that Michael is asking this question, how can I help? So he can get close to Zed, right? Because he knows that it is Zed who is responsible for killing David. Because when Anthony pours one for the homies, he reveals it as much, right? As well as Squat. But how can I help? He's changing his strategy. And Michael, in the strangest way, and I have to assume that the writer-director is using Michael like a solution to problems, right? In the beginning, he's trying to pay his dues. He's skipping the jumping in process. He's blessed in. He fights to prove himself, prove his loyalty. He saves Anthony, right, from gunfire. And then Elias makes him a general. And it's interesting that we don't see any coordination between Elias and Zed talking about Michael becoming a general. We see Arturo talking on the phone about who is this American, investigate, right? But there's no coordination between Zed and Elias concerning Michael, right? Maybe for film time, they had for film budget, they had to cut that out. But it's very interesting how Elias is making a solo decision concerning Michael fighting Hector Gonzalez and becoming a general and being the answer and solutions to their problems. So the blood match that Elias is talking about is winner takes all. And so, and what he is suggesting is that if we lose, we work for Arturo the rest of our days. But if we win, we will have riches beyond our wildest imagination. So remember when Elias was talking about we need the paper, right? And the paper is money, of course, and it sort of buys them to a better life. So Elias and Zed are really low-level drug dealers. If they're saying that if we win, we will have riches beyond our wildest imagination, why don't they already have that? They should already have that, right? They should already look like Arturo. So they're really after Arturo's territory in terms of living a leisure life, not always just because he runs the, South America. It's not so much that they want the territory, they want the leisure. They want the money to be able to leisurely do whatever it is they want to do, even if it is to continue selling drugs or running drugs. They don't want to be the foot soldiers anymore. That's really what that's about. They don't want to be the Indigo crew who are hanging on the corner. They don't want to be the assassin foot soldiers anymore. They want respect, and they feel like Arturo has that kind of respect, and so you will have riches beyond your imagination. It's interesting that when Michael looks at Anya, she turns her head. I don't know why she turns her head. I don't know if this is a manipulation tactic or if it's a trick or something like that, but it's definitely strange that she would turn her head. Now, we know what she's done. We know that she's taken DNA from him, so maybe there's some sort of suggestion that she really knows who he is here, and that she doesn't want to look him in the eye because she got the information really behind his back. I think she honestly manipulated him into going to bed with her, and then just so she can get that that DNA from him. So This is maybe like a reflex because she knows that she did what she did in an immoral way, lack of integrity way. But she's already reflecting this because she's undercover anyway. So it's here where Anthony is calling Michael because Gloria has revealed to Anthony who Michael is and that he is David's brother. This is the first time that we see Gloria sitting in the car with her brother. So interesting, this dynamic. This is the first time that we see her sitting in a car. So there's so much concern for Gloria now to the point that he's willing to let her sit in the car. And no one really has sat in that car other than Michael and Squat. So for her to, and then she gets the shotgun seat, she gets the passenger seat. And that tells you, that gives her some kind of respect, right? And so it's interesting that she's now sitting in the car. It's kind of interesting how Michael is becoming this go-to person, to solve the problems that Zed and Elias have. I remember something that Zed said to Michael that, and this is basically regarding the blood match that's going to come up, that you're fast, more powerful, more intelligent, you will win. And to me, that has some survival of the fittest undertones. But this is still basically a setback for Michael that he's going to realize because he accepts a challenge, but he doesn't know his opponent. And you're going to see this reflected towards the end when he's doing a little bit of push-ups and it seems like he's a little bit concerned about it. But he's the go-to for everybody, and he's the go-to as a person that no one really knows. He's a solution to a problem, but they don't even understand him as a solution. And that all of their senses are dulled about this particular person being a solution to the problem, right? But again, that has some survival of the fittest undertone. So Anthony calling Michael to come and meet him because Gloria has told him about David is interesting because why don't we see Anthony solving Gloria's problem by helping her to get out of her situation and get to get to better ground in life? Why is he always parked at this location here where it seems like Gloria lives? Why isn't he concerned about trying to get her to a better place? Because you have to wonder, how much money do they really have? How much resources do they really have? If he can't get his sister to a better house or a better apartment, then he doesn't have as much as it seems like the narrative is putting forth, right? So Anthony calls Michael about Gloria. Mike takes a gun with him. And it seems like Anthony is a bit of a disgruntled employee with a narcissistic employer. So Gloria is still wearing the ring. She's bothered. And she's just a ball of emotions. She lost the love of her life, according to her. And so the only person that she's ever loved, rather. And she's wearing the ring. So in her heart, she's still married to David. So this is where we see Anthony, to me, as someone who is almost defeated. He just seems a little defeated. I think that if David was not killed earlier, he was going to be the Anthony that we see sitting on this hood of the car, just not having the same enthusiasm that he had before towards entering the gang culture and the drug dealing business. And he just seems like a very disgruntled employee because um, he's saying that Elias and Zed have lost their way and that no one is bigger than a set, right? In the same way that Billy says to Michael, no one is bigger than a set. In the same way that Anya says to Michael, no one is bigger than a set, right? And so Anthony takes it very personal if one person is trying to be bigger than everybody. I thought we was in this all together as drug dealers, and if anything, we don't see ourselves truly as drug dealers. We see ourselves as, community providers, community service people, whatever. We just don't have a legitimate organization. But when you get one who is narcissistic in their understanding about things, and they want to basically take over everything, it reminds you of Nino Brown, The World Is Mine, right? I forget the name, New Jack City. The world is mine. But everybody at that council table, they were all in it together as a group, as a family. But it's Nino Brown who's acting like the world is mine. And so Anthony just doesn't have the spirit for it. He just doesn't have the appetite. He doesn't have the heart for it. And maybe he was feeling this way prior to David's killing, but I think David's killing really did him in, because David is the one he used to ride around in the car with, I'm quite sure, doing drug deals and talking, having conversation. And it's clear that David dated his sister, right? Because she's pregnant and they were engaged. But he just doesn't have it. He has lost his steam. He just doesn't have the same enthusiasm that he had before. And so it has a lot to do with more than just the organization itself. And so we see here Gloria saying, I want to get out. But again, the irony is she has a brother who's supposed to have resources, and why can't she go to him and say, I want to get out? Why didn't she feel comfortable enough? That's interesting. Why didn't she feel comfortable enough to talk to her brother and say, I want to get out? And what this suggests to me in some ways is that she's using her brother for the wrong thing. So she's using him to get drugs or to get money or to get access to something else or whatever, but she's not using him as the right tool to help her get out. That he is also an answer to her problems, but she won't use him as an answer. So that creates a further setback for her. It shouldn't take an outsider to come along and say, oh, let me help you get out, when you have resources around you. So there's a distrust with her brother that started way before, I believe, he got into drug dealing. So you have to wonder about their family dynamic. It must have been toxic, right? Their mother, Gloria, probably looks like her mother in the same way that Anthony probably looks like his father. And so I just think to myself, how is it that it took Michael coming in, disguising himself as a criminal in order to bring help to Gloria? And you also have to wonder, why didn't Michael just go straight for Gloria without having to become a criminal to do so? I understand why, because he's really trying to find out who murdered his brother. That's not hard to understand. But even in this scene right here, even in this scene, in this, dialogue between the three, they still don't suspect him as a cop. Now, I'm quite sure David says something to Gloria about him being a cop, or he might not have. But somehow they still don't really suspect him as a cop. Not from what I gathered. So Michael is in his room. There's a knock at the door. That knock at the door is Anya. So he's always alert. You never see, it's funny, the only time we saw him sleep was when he was with Anya, right? But this time he's much more wide awake, and I think it has a lot to do with what Billy said, and that the movie is moving into a sense of urgency. So again, he protects his turf, his territory, this little room, holding a gun to against the door just in case there's a issue. And so it is here where Anya is revealing to him that she's undercover, and that she knows who he is, as Deputy Michael Savion, and he's actually shocked that she is a cop and undercover, and that the feds are on this. Well, Billy had already warned him that the feds were on this, right? But to see her as one of the people who represents the feds is very shocking to him. She says to him that, I know you are a cop, and he keeps denying it. But then she makes a point of saying, but I saw how you cleared the Indigo house, and that had you not been there, it would have been, guns a blazing. It would have been just chaos, right? And then she provides her skill set that she was trained at Quantico, and that her role as an undercover agent is to build a DNA database of gang members, and that they need them all in one place, and that Zed is really the target. Because remember, we don't see Zed anymore. We saw Zed at the beginning of the movie, but we don't see him anymore until the end. So Zed has been incognito for the longest. We don't know what Zed is doing. We don't know what Zed cares about. All we know is that he's at the beginning and he's at the end. He works like, bookends. And so Michael provides a reason behind why he's undercover, and reveals to her that he's undercover solo, and that it has a lot to do with Zed killing his brother. And she says to him that he can't do this, vigilante. That's the second time that word is mentioned. First it was with Billy. Now Anya is mentioning, vigilante. We don't see him as a vigilante in the beginning. We see him as a concerned brother trying to figure out who killed his brother, right? But towards the end is other people who have this sort of moral imperative, who comes out and labels it, vigilante. So he reveals that Zed killed his brother, but it's interesting that the writer-director doesn't prompt further more questioning, right? Like, who was your brother? Why doesn't Anya say, who was your brother? Because then if she said, who was your brother, he would reveal the name David, and then she would basically have a face about it. It would show up as a concerned look, scared look, right? So I thought that was interesting that she didn't ask, because remember, she was there at the killing, and she saw Zed kill David, but there's no discussion of it, that, okay, he killed my brother, and you don't ask who the brother is, right? And so their relationship is now hitting a setback, in a sense that, maybe like a second setback, because how are you going to be in a relationship with this person in any kind of capacity, knowing that she was there at David's murder? And she's not going to say anything, and he doesn't seem to ask anything about it beyond this basic, dialogue, and it's a good dialogue, rather, about no vigilante justice, that this is bigger than you, and he can't mess this up. We need them all in one place, and Zed is the target. So I just kind of thought that was interesting that she didn't ask which brother or who brother, what was his name, because remember, she's building a database. So why wouldn't she be concerned about who the brother is? So we're now entering the scene where the people are going to crowd around uh, for the blood match, and this is the bulk of how these people look. You know, there's no sophistication. There's it's a huge contrast to the environment that you see with Arturo. And so, sure, a blood match is not going to be a bunch of people with suits and things like that. However, even millionaires and billionaires, when they go to a boxing ring, they dress up in suits. They dress up in their best and finest or whatever. Everybody else doesn't have that kind of access, but even the women dress up really nice or whatever. But this is what we're dealing with. This is the extent of the viewing audience and the environment and the level. And Zed and Elias want to get out of this level and get to the level of Arturo, so they can leisurely sit down and conduct business at the pool on the phone. So this is where Zed. Now we see Zed and Elias again, and then this is Arturo, and they're dressed in their suits, of course, right? Arturo is mocking Elias and Zed, you know, that you have basically a scratch of earth, but it is Zed and Elias who wants Arturo's scratch of earth. It's kind of interesting how Arturo is laughing at them. And you know, he can do so from a space of, I guess, riches beyond his imagination, as Elias puts it, that his riches create such a safe space for him that he can mock those who want to do better in life, who want to move up the drug dealing ladder, you know, so to speak, right? And that he's basically saying it's just a scratch of earth. Here it is, you want my scratch of earth, but you're not really capable of having my scratch of earth. So that's why he's basically snickering and, you know, kind of mocking and taunting and, you know, suggesting that his general, Hector Gonzalez, has never lost. And and anyone who goes up against him is going to feel significant pain, in a sense. So we still have this acting where Anya tells him to win tonight and to wait for her signal, and that this whole thing is bigger than you. So do keep that in mind. Of course, she gives him a kiss because that's what you do when you are acting out a role, right? But this is where I thought it was very interesting that we see Michael actually doing sit-ups. He's preparing for the fight. Whereas we didn't see this throughout the movie when he goes and fights the Indigo crew, or when he has to prove himself at the safe house or any other area of the film. There is no preparation. He just taps into the skill set that he already has and just applies it, right? But I think he's worried because remember, he has no clue about Hector Gonzalez. And if we're calling something a blood match, we know that the enemy, the opponent, has greater skill than any of the types of skills that Michael encountered on the ground, in the streets. This has to be something bigger than what he's already been encountering. So that means that he has no knowledge of Hector Gonzalez. He doesn't spend enough time with Squad or Michael or even Elias to find out even more about him, because Elias focuses on the money aspect of winning, right? He doesn't focus on the skill set of the fighter. And so this is very interesting that we see him preparing to fight when we haven't seen him prepare to fight before. And so this is Squad offering sort of like what you might see with a boxer. And it's confusing to Michael. Why would he think that Michael would care about this now when he's been old school the whole time? So he looks at it. It's not worth anything. He doesn't want this kind of help. You know, everybody in the movie kind of needs some kind of help. This is not the kind of help that he actually needs. And so you see here um, Arturo saying that we both want the same thing, control, scratch of earth at all costs. And so, but his control is different from Zed and Elias's control, because if they really had the kind of control to live the kind of life that Arturo lives, they wouldn't need to engage Arturo. They wouldn't need to try to take his scratch of earth. So that means so that means that they don't have the territory that they think they have. That Arturo, they have to cross into Arturo's territory in order to get anything and have anything, right? Uh, we're not going to divide and conquer. We're going to conquer and divide. So they want really his control of earth. But to me, I don't think it's just about the literal territory. They want the fruit of the labor. They want the money that comes with having that territory, so they don't have to do all of this footwork. They're tired. They're basically tired of being foot soldiers. That's really what I perceive this is to be. So these women come in. This is the extent of this environment and what to expect, of course. And I guess they are considered this sort of battle between good and evil, black and white. So it's interesting how they choose these women, right? And right before this scene, it was Anthony saying that he needs to go find his sister. She's missing, and that he's going to go ghost. And at the end of the movie, we don't see Anthony. I always wondered about Anthony. I really did. I always wondered if he was an undercover cop. I just, something about him just kind of turned me into that thinking. But we have this entertainment. Everyone is surrounding the person in the middle, right? Remember that everyone crowds around the person in the middle in this belly dancer. And this is basically them all watching TV, being entertained by this belly dancer. And then Arturo comes along and he sort of says, "Hail Mars, son of Juno, god of war." But these are all watchers. So Michael comes in like we will see in a boxing event, right? Anthony is at his back and Squad is to his right. And both men enter the ring from their respective sides. So he is respected. Here is Hector Gonzalez. He has a Spartan sort of hat, right? And he is respected. He likes the hands on him, you know. He walks slowly enough for them to touch him, okay? And that is something that kind of spurs him on. So they're standing together. There's Arturo with the cane, and they are standing together, but both parties don't know each other. They have no idea who the other is. And so, but they're going to fight. Now, Hector has never lost a fight, so he's basing all of his strategies that he's going to use on Michael on that one idea. Never mind, he doesn't know anything about Michael. He doesn't know anything about his skill set, and that there's a possibility that Michael could overtake him. But these are the two people who have come together to fight a blood match for rich people. Keep that in mind too. So there's that fire that comes up that basically, suggests that the fight is about to happen. And he gets into his gear, and I think to myself, why didn't he put that on right before? But he puts on this sort of Spartan hat, ready to fight Michael. Now, this is where I thought it was very interesting, because remember, Michael isn't the one being hit throughout the whole movie. He's doing all the hitting and knocking everybody down. But he comes across a person who is his match or maybe better than him, and he gets knocked down. And it's very surprising that, remember, he doesn't know this opponent. So that represents his setback in the knowledge in terms of not know thy opponent. So he doesn't know his skill set. He doesn't know when he's going to throw a punch. And the punch that he's throwing takes Michael down so fast that he doesn't even realize he's down. So this is Michael down on the ground. Remember when he got on top of the other guy at the Indigo safe house and he says, you belong to the assassins. It's Michael now who's on the ground. And now he's got to sort of figure out how to rebuild from the ground up. You know, in the same way that you would be in a setback, how to rebuild from the ground up, right? Once you hit that ground, and that can be emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, financially, how do you now rebuild? So he gets up on that one knee, right? Because you know you got to get up in this environment. There's no way that you can stay down, okay? But it is a task for him to get up, to get the strength to get up. Because had he come with the knowledge of his opponent, he would have been better prepared. But he still fights back. He struggles. But he realizes on some level that he doesn't have the kind of training that Hector has. And Hector could just be fighting from pure ego because he has never lost a fight too. That can be very energizing, right? So Michael finally gains the advantage and hits Hector in such a way that it moves him to the other side of the ring. And so the anger that comes through Michael's face maybe comes from a number of places, but it definitely comes from a place of ego. I'm not quite sure he's thinking about his brother here. I'm not quite sure he's thinking about all of the things he had to endure to get to this one place in the film. But he's definitely not going to be undone. He's not going to let Hector take him down. So he has regained his strength. He has overcome that minor setback. He has some kind of clue now about who Hector is and how he's going to take him down. And so Hector takes off that hat because he realizes that helmet that is not serving him any good. And so now he is really getting serious in his mind. And then Hector catches Michael by the arm. Again, Michael has no clue. He hasn't even had this sort of exposure to fighting before with the other men. The other men that he's fought, they've been just very low-level people. Just, they don't know how to fight. And so those are kind of like easy fights. It reminds me of Rocky. Remember when Rocky realized that many of the fights that he had endured were, you know, kind of fixed fights. They were sort of easy wins, and that he hasn't had a real fight with anybody. And it took Clubber Lang to kind of shake him up. And then that kind of left him depressed when he lost that fight and he had to go to Apollo to bring him back. And so this kind of reminds me of that because Rocky did not prepare for Clubber Lang. And he went on a promotion tour and he did a little bit of running and everything and a little bit of showboating in terms of boxing, but he did not train. And then you saw the contrast between Rocky's little training and Clubber Lang taking it very seriously and him training harder. And so this is what happens when you don't know your enemy and you don't know what your enemy is capable of, and you rely solely on the wins that you have had to date. See, in fighting the Indigo guys and fighting the guy at the safe house and fighting everybody else, you rack up these wins in your head that you're good. But it isn't until you come across a person like this with a different type of skill set and strength, and he's still going to overtake him in the end, but it's a struggle. It's not something, he didn't have to struggle with the other people that he fought throughout the film. He's struggling with this one. So this reminds me of that Rocky Clubber Lang situation. And then he catches him by the neck, right? And so, and this is where he throws him out of the ring, and he has to And this caught by the neck is like another type of setback in life, right? Because he's cutting off his oxygen. Remember when we felt that little bit of a reprieve from the writer director when Michael is giving the homeless woman, some money, and we felt a little bit of oxygen that we can breathe from all this fighting and violence and talk and things like that, and we can just kind of sit here and let Michael help this woman however he wants to help this woman with money. And we felt like it was oxygen for him to kind of rest, and it was oxygen for her. Well, he's cutting off his oxygen here. He's cutting off his windpipe. He's cutting off his ability to breathe right through this fight. And so this is another bit of knowledge that Michael did not know, that he did not know this type of skill set. Sure, he might have, when he took down the guy in the Indigo safe house and he says, you now belong to the assassins, that kind of shut that guy down. But you don't see Michael putting his hands on somebody's neck. You don't see him putting his foot on somebody's neck or anything like that. And so that's not part of his repertoire of skill sets. And so when he now has to confront it with an opponent, it's, you know, kind of shocking to him. So he ends up throwing him out of the ring. Michael has to get back into the ring. All the people around him are chanting and shouting him on to hurry up and get back into the ring so they can continue to fight. Because remember, these are all watchers. But Michael ends up getting the advantage because Michael still knows his own skill set, right? And this guy doesn't know this skill set, but it's interesting that there was a chain there. And this is a warehouse, so you know you're going to have chains, of course. But he ends up getting the better of him, lands on him, on his neck. So whereas Hector caught him by the neck, Michael is now catching Hector by the neck and by the shoulders. And then Hector ends up tapping out because it's too hard, which leaves Michael to win. So that means when Michael wins, he's overcoming his setback of lack of knowledge concerning Hector, and he's overcoming the setback in terms of now winning the blood match, which now makes it possible for him to stay in good with Zed and Elias. Had he lost this fight, who knows what would have happened. It wasn't Hector who felt like he had a lot to lose. It was Michael who felt like he had a lot to lose, because if he didn't win, there might have been major consequences for him, which could have led to death. So they win. Zed is very happy. Elias is hugging Anya, right? And then it is Zed who's now going to tell Arturo that we're going to take your whole empire. So again, there's this sort of mocking or reverse mocking, but it is Arturo says to the victor goes the spoils, and then Zed says, I'm going to take your whole empire. I don't think Zed is really capable of taking his whole empire. Why would you need a blood match in order to accomplish that? If Zed was truly capable of crossing territories to take someone's full empire, he would have done it already. So he's speaking from a place of ego, as well as past successes, I guess, at killing people or something like that. But I don't think he's quite as capable as he's presenting himself to be here. So then we have Michael confronting Zed. Anya gave some signal to somebody that we don't know. We didn't see her give a signal, but we now see where Gloria was, and that they had Gloria the whole time. But it isn't clear how Gloria knew them and how they found out about her, and if they know who Michael is. And it's not clear if they really understand that Michael is a cop, undercover cop, or that he's just David's brother. You know, it may be just assumed that they know he's a cop and that they had to kidnap her, you know, to get at him. But there was just kind of like some uncertainty here. But they do have Gloria. Um, Zed is holding a gun to Michael, and he's going to hold a gun to the to her belly as well. So then he kidnaps Gloria with the gun, throws her in the car, and the cops enter and Billy fights, right? And I don't know, it's just interesting how, if you were going to kidnap Gloria, why didn't you kidnap Gloria to get at David? So something is off. I wonder if Gloria contacted them to try to get at something, because remember, Gloria is kind of reckless. She's really no different than Squat. They make reckless decisions, and I wonder if she was trying to get at him, because usually when help is on the way, when it's time for you to accept help, you try to do something to keep from getting it, right? To keep from accepting it. So I wonder if she contacted them and told them who Michael was, and then they turned around and used her against Michael. I just wonder. It's just something to think about. So Michael gets on this motorcycle to try to go after Zed to rescue um, Gloria, and we haven't seen him on a motorcycle since the time that he made a decision to go undercover. So this motorcycle has been there because if anything, he's been riding in the car with Anthony. So this is kind of interesting that he's on this motorcycle. So he ends up catching up to them and then hopping onto the car. And this scene has him going back and forth on the car. Saying it's kind of like going back and forth on your argument, right? Zed shoots through the hood of the car, and then somehow the car ends up losing its grip somehow, and then it crashes, it tumbles and it crashes over whatever, and Gloria is unconscious in the car. And so he runs to pull her out, and then Zed stands on top of the car, holds a gun to them both, but he's shot in the back by Anya. And then she walks up to Zed and says, right before she shoots him, blood in, blood out. And Zed lies on the ground just like David did in the beginning. So it's kind of like bookends, right? The writer-director is, sort of bookending the film the same way that Zed dug a ditch for somebody and killed that person, and he was laying on the ground. Zed ends up the same exact way. The interesting thing is we still don't see where Anthony is. Where is Anthony? I wonder too if Anthony said something, because we don't see him. He said he's going to go ghost, but for what reason? Why would he need to go ghost? Regardless, though, I'm bothered by Anya when she comes and walks. So I can understand her shooting Zed in the back because he had a gun. But when she walks up to him and says blood in, blood out, I thought her goal was to be an undercover federal agent gathering evidence to bring them to justice. Why is she personally killing him and not arresting him? And that's something that it's funny that she pushes this moral imperative to Michael about this is bigger than you, when she ends up becoming the person who does exactly the same thing that she's accusing him of doing, almost, vigilante justice. So she bothers me. She bothers me because it's just interesting that she takes that particular route and not the route that she's supposed to take. So she really ends up no different than Michael. Michael doesn't shoot Zed. He's not even really looking to kill anybody, but she ends up killing somebody. I don't know, just something about that really bothers me. And so the car is tumbled over, right? She ends up in the car unconscious, and so he pulls her out. And then Zed is holding the gun, for which um, Anya is going to kill him in the back, shoot him in the back. She shoots him, right? And then she holds the gun to him, blood in, blood out. And that's her face. And this face right here, I don't remember this face at the beginning, but it's definitely a blank face. It's a different face than what she was showing at the beginning of the film, throughout the middle of the film, and now to this end of the film. And you almost have to wonder, is she who she says she is? Because what is this on her arm? Is this a snake on her arm as a tattoo? I don't know, but she just doesn't look like who she says she is. And so here's Zed on the ground. Remember how David was exactly the same way. So we are at the end of the film with this is right after Anya has shot Zed and said blood in, blood out. And this is Michael appealing to Gloria again to come stay with him so he can get her back on her feet. But he's giving her an ultimatum, or it comes with conditions. No drugs, no games, or else I would have to lock you up. What's interesting about this scene is we don't see her brother, right, of course. But I also think this is interesting because remember how Michael was holding the hand of that little girl with the meth lab operation, and she ended up dying? He's now holding this girl's hand, even though she's an older lady. It's almost symbolic, as if the girl had grown up throughout this, film space. But he's holding her, so he couldn't save the little girl, but he's going to do his best to save this young girl here. And so I just thought that was interesting. I didn't catch it before, and I caught it. I'm basically catching it now, and decided to re-record. And so she's going to have to make change in her life. There's no way in the world, because she's carrying a child, and she's carrying, David's child. And I don't think Michael is going to so easily let her go. But I also think it's interesting that her brother is not here. Anthony is nowhere near around. And so, again, we don't know where Anthony is. He did say he's going to go ghost, but it's interesting that he's not here. So this is the end of the film. Hopefully you were able to gain some insight. He tells Anya at the end right here that I think we got it from here. And then this basically ends the film. So these types of films, I didn't expect it to go this long. But the thing about these types of films, like Blood Out or any type of film that sort of presents a cautionary tale, you want to take your time with. There's so much that goes on in these films, and it's rich with, opportunity to analyze. Again, this is not a critique, but it's just looking at the concept of setback and applying it to different areas within the film, and looking at the totality of setback as a concept and how it might be reflected in film. So I'm very glad you were able to get through the whole thing. And we're going to finish out the process with applying the 7 stages of setback to gain more insight. So let's recap Michael's setback. So how the writer-director creates setbacks for Michael's character. So there is an accumulation of Michael's setbacks. One of those setbacks is his career takes a professional hit. So I think in some ways that he is kind of guided by this idea of trying to repair what broke in a previous instance, even through maybe trying to be there for his brother. So that death of a child due to the meth lab operation, and also due to sort of like an incompetence on his part in not securing the area. That this is all of us in a big van with guns and gear and headgear and everything going into a neighborhood, and we all understand that neighborhoods have kids. And so to not have someone, even a female officer, secure the area, move the children, is something that reflects a little bit of his lack of skill development in this area. So his career takes a professional hit. This could be a motivator for why he makes the decisions that he makes throughout the rest of the film. So his brother is killed and he is unable to help him. So remember, David came to him for help, and he was unable to help him. And that is a family, sibling setback, right? Personal to him. Then he's unable to get support from a fellow officer. Not Detective Hardwick is not his direct fellow officer, but he's an officer, right? And so when he goes to try to get information about the status of his brother's death, he's blocked, right? So that's a setback for him, which may also contribute to that becoming a motivator for why he makes the decisions he makes. Then he chooses to go undercover solo without help. So he's it's not clear in the beginning if he's pursuing a vigilante justice objective, but it becomes that probably throughout the rest of the film when two people tell him, Billy and Anya, that this is bigger than you, and that you can't go on some vigilante justice type of goal. And so he's unable to get support from that fellow officer, and then chooses to go undercover. And then he becomes a criminal and engages in criminal activity. So as much as he is a cop who took an oath to protect and serve, he becomes a criminal to engage in criminal activity. Of course, that's fighting with the Indigo, surrounding himself with drug activities, fighting in other ways, going into crossing territory. So he's crossing from law enforcement into drug activity and to environments where people are breaking the law, and he does it with such ease. Then he displays cop-like tendencies to Anya, which creates a setback for him, because then she's going to now watch him to see who he is and why he's there. Then he reveals to Gloria his connection to David. So that means he's uncovering himself. He's supposed to be undercover, and he's uncovering himself. And so that is a setback in and of itself, because how can you trust Gloria? You can't really trust her. Michael lowers his defenses, which results in Anya taking his DNA while he is asleep. So sure, you're going to want a connection with someone, but if you're there to solve a particular problem that you created, and your problem is essentially I need to go undercover to find out who killed my brother. And so that automatically creates a setback for yourself, because now you have to become something that you're not. And so he lowers his defenses in engaging with Anya, which results in him taking his DNA, and then results, of course, in him being revealed that he is actually a cop. So he has a crossroads moment coupled with a moral imperative. So remember, it's Billy first who tells him that this is, bigger than you, and that a cop with a badge is justice served, but without a badge is murder. And so that's the moral imperative from Billy, his partner, that pushes the narrative with urgency for him to make a decision, get out of this setback, and pursue a solution that's going to net him a better result. And then he struggles with Hector Gonzalez, and all that is that he struggles with not knowing his enemy. The enemies that he had fought prior to Hector Gonzalez, they were easy enemies. So he didn't necessarily need to train for that. He could tap into the skill set he already had. But he didn't know Hector Gonzalez. Sure, he won the fight. He won the blood match, but it could have been his death at the same time. And so he didn't know. He knew the drug enterprise. He knew the hierarchy. He knew that he needed to be invited. And there's a number of things that he knew. He knew language. He knew he needed to tat up. It's a number of things that he knew, but he didn't know Hector Gonzalez. And that's important because that's an enemy that can take you out if you don't know. And that could be, Hector Gonzalez could be a person who represents the lack of knowledge in an area that you should be aware of. He could be the biggest threat to you. You can look at Hector Gonzalez in a number of ways. So these are Michael's setbacks. There could be more, but these are the ones I wanted to focus on for now. So the seven stages of setback, the definitions and what the stages suggest for Michael's acting and the writer-director strategy. So remember, Michael is masquerading as a criminal. That means he's acting in the same way that Anya is masquerading as a criminal, and she's acting as an undercover federal agent. So what are the seven stages of setback? What are the definitions, and how do these seven stages, what they suggest for Michael's acting and the writer-director strategies? So recap the seven stages of setback. So missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advance. These are the stages that I came up with for my book, Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering, Exiting, Correction, which will be available August 2021. And so missed opportunity is always connected to the fact that you missed an instruction or you missed a door. And you can always feel when you have missed something. So then punishment follows because you decided to disobey an instruction or dishonor someone who was trying to guide you down the right path. And then you feel the pain of that decision. And then you have to go through your correction process. The recovery from correction could always take longer because it requires you to recover from bad thinking. And then restoration always requires that you have a mentor. And then advance is that continuous and forward movement. So these are the 7 stages of setback that we're going to go over. And that we're going to answer a few questions. And then that's going to be the end of the film analysis. So missed opportunity. To miss something is to fail to notice, hear, or understand something that was crucial for you to know. What was Michael's missed opportunity, and how did the writer-director create missed opportunities for Michael and any other character? So when you think about Michael missed opportunity, it looks like he is proactive in trying to figure out what it is that happened to his brother, the status of the murder investigation, and how that would impact any decision that he's going to make afterwards. But I feel like his missed opportunity, even though he did his due diligence in trying to figure out what went wrong and visiting the precinct and speaking with Detective Hardwick, I feel like he did do some due diligence. There was some patience on his part, but his missed opportunity with regard to him having to become a criminal was simply that he didn't have to go undercover to find out who his brother's murderer was. His missed opportunity was what he should have done with Anya, what Anya was doing: gather evidence, build a database, right, and investigate what's really going on. The obvious missed opportunity, of course, is when he didn't secure the scene, or I don't know if that's the right language, right when the meth lab operation, he didn't assign an officer to take care of the kids in the neighborhood, right? That is, of course, a missed opportunity. You have a missed opportunity to push for David to come to his house immediately, especially considering that David is in a gang and that anybody could be watching David, right? And so his missed opportunity to me is just, instead of having to become a criminal and engage in criminal activity, he could have done it a lot differently. Now, of course, if you're going to put a cop on the situation, people are going to know that you are a cop, and so they're not going to be come forward with information. But I just don't necessarily think he had to become a criminal in order to understand the criminal enterprise. It seemed like he already had a good knowledge base as a cop about the drug dealing and criminal enterprise. And then how did the writer director create missed opportunities for Michael and any other character? So, of course, Gloria's missed opportunity is just using language and her actions to avoid help and avoid change. Gloria really wants to stay in her setback, and if it was up to her, she would. It's convenient for her, and so she doesn't see the need to change. So her setback is just continually pushing her brother away, possibly not wanting to accept change without somebody having to swoop in and come in and tell her different. It took her having to be kidnapped and crashing in a car for her to now accept change, when change was always, change and help were always available for her. All she had to do was ask. So I feel like with Gloria, that's her missed opportunity. Billy, I don't see, Billy needed to remain clean in the situation, as Michael suggested. So I don't see him having a missed opportunity. He sort of fulfilled his role as the ultimate moral imperative person, telling him you need to make a choice, right? Anthony's role, his missed opportunity is essentially not really listening to his sister. He's kind of dull in his senses about his sister. He doesn't hear her plight. She's really talking about something else. Even though she's talking about, I want drugs and I'll go do some man to get money or whatever. She's really not talking about that. She's talking about she needs a big brother, that she needs someone to talk to about the fact that she just lost her boyfriend to a murder, right? And he can't be that for her. He has to put so much distance between her and him because he was there at the killing. So if he talks too much, if he allows her to talk about her about David too much, he's going to reveal his own complicity. And so I think the writer director purposely creates a distance between Gloria and her brother Anthony on purpose, like a very strategic thing, so that he keeps it quiet that he was there at the killing. Anya's missed opportunity was I'm not sure she has a true missed opportunity in terms of ignoring something. I think she goes there to do exactly what she had planned to do, was to masquerade as a person in that environment to gather evidence. She comes in very strategic. She comes in purposeful. She knows she's an undercover agent, and she's likely told her boss that she's an undercover agent. And so she comes in with the goal of inputting names, gathering, inputting names in a database, taking, DNA, and building up a record. So I don't see her. She's doing what Michael should have done. If he had the same, they could still become criminals, right, in a sense, and act out their parts. But she was much more responsible than Michael. Michael came in with a different agenda, and so it affected how he dealt with everyone. Still, no one ever perceived him to be or suspected that he was a cop. But I feel like Michael should have done what Anya did. The purpose of punishment is to address negative and or bad behavior. To punish is to inflict a penalty, discipline, and correction. What was Michael's punishment? How did the writer-director punish secondary characters? And then what was the rationales? So Michael, when you think about Michael in the beginning, when he's conducting the operation for the meth lab, and he messes up and contributes to the killing of that young girl, he's not punished after that. He's not placed on desk duty. He is not written up. He's not even expected to go and speak with the captain about the situation. There is no investigation. The captain, all he basically says is that sometimes there is collateral damage, and Michael is concerned about the young girl and asks if she makes it, but there isn't anything beyond that. I don't remember any sort of punishment beyond that. So if you look at that first experience we have with Michael and him leading parts of the meth lab operation in a good way, and then some part of it that he doesn't, we should see a punishment, but we don't see a punishment. When David comes to see him, and David is appealing to Michael to help him, and there isn't anything, Michael is willing to help him after he feels convinced that David is willing to change. He's ready to change. You might say that when David is killed, that in choosing to become a criminal, he's self-punishing, even though his goal is to try to figure out who was the one responsible for killing his brother. But he might feel like he's going to become a criminal in order to do that, right? That might be some sort of form of self-punishment. There's a false punishment, however, when he crosses territory and goes into the other precinct where Detective Hardwick is, and they sort of attack him, and then Detective Hardwick, well, we don't know for certain, but we just know that he's handcuffed to the bottom of the sink. And so they are basically treating him like a criminal, handcuffing him for just coming in and asking about the status of his brother's murder. And so that might work like a punishment in a sense, that who are you to cross territories and come over here and try to tell us what to do and tell us to do our job? Because Michael is coming in with some sort of moral imperative, even at the beginning of the movie, do your job, right? And so they kind of punish him. It's a false punishment in the sense that they didn't really have the right to punish him. He has every right to ask questions about his brother's murder status. And now he may be too bold and aggressive in the way that he's coming over into the other territory, but he did make a point of calling and trying to, set up some kind of opportunity to discuss it. And Detective Hardwick just refused to answer his calls. So him choosing to become a criminal in order to find out what's going on with the brother could be his way of self-punishing, meaning that he should have had a sense of urgency about his brother, saying he wanted to get out, and that because he is part of a gang and drug dealing, and because he is a cop himself, Michael is a cop, it is really obvious that someone might get wind to the idea, that David wants to leave, or someone might get wind to the idea that David is connected to a cop. And we know that to be true because Styx was sitting in a car watching them. So how did Styx know to watch David? So I didn't think about that until right now, that there must have been some kind of inclination in the whole system to begin watching David, because all of a sudden he's showing up in the car, hiding and looking at or watching David and his brother have a conversation, right? So that could be Michael's punishment there. How did the writer-director punish secondary characters and rationales? So we know why David is punished, because David really didn't know the system under which he was serving, right? He wanted to get out, and so the best punishment, the appropriate punishment for anyone who wants to get out is blood out. You cannot walk away. There's no sense in walking away. Um, the rationale for that is kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure there is a clear rationale, but the rationale for Zed in killing David is, has David talked to anyone, even if he's not a snitch, he has a brother who is a cop, and that he could eventually snitch to his brother about the operation. So his rationale, you just have to kill the enemy because you have to shut it down before it becomes anything else. So I think killing David early sets a tone for the film, and it gives Michael a motivation to seek out some sort of justice for his brother, even if he's not using the term justice, and even if it looks like he's pursuing a vigilante justice. It's something to motivate him to figure out what's going on. And so that's why he spends a lot of time on the phone. That's why he crosses territories. He puts on his uniform and he goes to the other side and asks them what's going on. And so it is his way of trying to figure out things. So other punishment, you know, other characters receive some form of punishment. You know, the Indigo crew, the fact that they are not as skilled as they seem to try to be ego-wise. You know, if you're going to stand guard of a community as a drug dealer, you definitely need to be able to handle yourself. They couldn't handle themselves. It took one person to knock all 4 men out. So that was maybe a way to punish them. I mean, when you see Michael taking a bat to the one of the guys, it's no different than a father taking a belt to a child, right? And so the punishment could have been, you're too young for you know, to worry about these things, right? That's why he said, so if you're so concerned about the community, you got all the hookers and the drunks around the community, maybe that's something that you should clean up. And so in Michael's duty to be moral in that instance, he's basically you know, sort of disciplining them, telling them that they need to do better in a strange sense. Punishment for Anthony. Anthony loses his friend. He loses his partner, David. And it's funny that it's not Anthony who recognizes the fact that David has a brother who is a cop. So we don't see Anthony sitting out there in the car with sticks watching David talk to his brother. And maybe that is the writer-director's strategy, so that Michael is not revealed as a cop to Anthony, and Anthony is not revealed as the person who was there at the murder of David. So who else is punished? Not many people are punished other than the fights that happen. I will say that Michael is kind of punished at the blood match, you know, for not really knowing his enemy. He takes a good beating before he ends up, you know, taking the guy down and the guy having to tap out. But he takes a good beating for a while before that actually happens. So that could be a form of punishment. But the writer-director structuring how punishment is doled out is definitely interesting, because there is an absence of punishment in Michael at the very beginning, and so he's not really punished throughout the rest of the movie, as if he can move along without any real sort of discipline, right? And that could be like a sign of a child who continues to move about without any real discipline, but then they come to the end of their road and they are forced to be disciplined. So that situation with Hector Gonzalez at the blood match, that disciplined him. He will be sure to pay attention to that kind of fighting skill necessary for anything else he's going to get into. So those are some of the punishments I think that are kind of interesting, because there's, in many ways, there's absence of punishment until everything comes to a head at the blood match. So the pain reminds you that you have done something wrong, you have made the wrong move, and you need to undergo a process to let the pain ride itself out until the fever breaks. What was Michael's pain? How did the writer, director film and or interpret pain? Through the lens, through the perceptions of characters. So what I feel Michael did wrong, again, it begins at the very beginning of the movie, where he does not assign an officer to clear the area so that the men can come out of the truck and storm the meth lab. So the pain is the pain of having to hold the hand of a young girl who was hit by a bullet intended for someone else, hold her hand and feel the limpness of her arm. And you see at the end of the film in the frame where he's holding the hand of Gloria, and so he doesn't want to feel that type of pain ever again. That's why he keeps pushing the issue. Come live with me. We'll take care of you. We'll get you all together. No drugs, no drink, no drugs or any type of gang activity, because he doesn't want to feel that pain again. He doesn't go through a real process of pain throughout the movie. We don't really see him crying. We don't see him off to himself, really thinking and contemplating the pain felt from that initial encounter, or the pain felt from his brother. Even when he visits the crime scene, he's not crying. He's pausing, but he's really assessing the scene as if it is his crime scene, and as if the man on the ground is not his brother. So his pain really doesn't ride itself out. There are too many distractions. The idea of becoming a criminal, and then the fighting, the proving, the testing, any other type of criminal based activity, the discussions, the almost drive-by that hits them, and then the blood match at the end. And he doesn't have time. He doesn't give himself time to process his pain over the death of his brother. And maybe, we don't know how long there has been sort of conflict with his brother, but sometimes you do get tired of trying to tell somebody the same thing over and over and over again, to the point that you're just kind of dulled in your senses about it. If they come around, they come around. If they don't, they don't. I do think as a character that he wishes he might have stayed with the idea of trying to get him to come home with him immediately, maybe leaving work himself and taking him home with him, but then that might have increased the threat levels towards him. So I think that was his pain, in the sense that his pain really wasn't felt pain. He didn't have time to process his pain. For the let's look at Gloria. Gloria is in pain because the person she's ever loved is dead, right? And so now she is forced to be a single individual as a single mother, without having to live with her boyfriend who is dead. I also think there's a pain between her and her brother, meaning that there's some kind of distance, emotional distancing with them. It might have started from childhood. It might have started from a death in their family. But there is definitely some kind of pain going on in between them that they won't talk about. That's in contrast to David and Michael, discussing the pain in terms of their, not necessarily the full thing, but in terms of their childhood and how they lost their mother. And then you do see Michael and Anthony right before the drive-by comes along, them kind of discussing the pain of having a sibling who is kind of, trouble, Anthony with Gloria, and then having a sibling who died. Gang banging. So that's Michael talking about David. He purposely omits the idea that David really died at the hands of someone else, not necessarily gang banging. Gang banging would suggest that he was out there shooting, with opposing gangs, enemy gangs, and he got shot and then he died. Now, this was a complete different type of situation. It was a murder. And so he sort of omits that pain. And it could be because, in thinking about the writer director, it could be because Michael doesn't want to let on too much about what he knows in terms of how Michael died, because then if he lets on too much, especially that knowledge, is going to reveal much more to Anthony, that Michael is not quite as who he seems to be. And so I think the writer director holds Michael back in a lot of areas so that he doesn't reveal too much. Keep the cover, but he doesn't reveal. So he holds back Michael's pain, because when you are in pain, like Gloria, you want to speak it out, even if it's bad behavior, like she throws up the finger and everything. Even if it's bad, you want to speak it out. And so Anthony's, dealings with Gloria, I'm not going to help you kill yourself, right? And then I'm not quite sure you have a lot of pain from the other perceptions of characters, because they're all in it for whatever it is that they're going to be in it for. But you wonder how much Squat has pain in terms of perceiving David as a snitch. And there is supposed to be some sort of loyalty within these environments. There should be something that basically said we're not going to tell off on each other, and when we do, we feel the pain of disloyalty. So we could make that point. But mainly I think Michael is really not feeling his pain. He doesn't have time to feel his pain. But I think at the end of the movie, when he now has to begin taking care of Gloria, that pain is going to come through. The frustration is going to come through, and it might actually scare him. So correction, the purpose of correction is to get you back on the original path set for you, or you set for yourself. Correction is defined as the returning of something to its former place or condition. So how was Michael corrected? How did the writer-director use Billy and Anya to correct Michael? Was there an expectation that all characters needed or would be corrected or get the opportunity to be corrected? And then, was correction important in the film? So Michael was essentially corrected. That question, along with the Billy and Anya reference. Essentially, Michael was corrected when they both said, this is bigger than you. And Billy in particular saying that with a badge, justice served. So any action that you commit with the badge is justice served. But with the badge is murder. And so if you don't want to be equated to Zed killing your brother as murderous, then you need to look at this crossroad moment and make better choices. And then when Anya comes along and reveals and uncovers herself, she said, this is bigger than you, and you can't go about this thing as a way of vigilante justice. So his thinking is corrected. His thinking is corrected, which then pushes an urgency in the film to finish this thing clean, right? Remember when Michael tells Billy, who wants to help Michael, no, we got to keep this clean. But once Billy and Anya both present this crossroad moment to him, he's now wanting to end his journey clean. Even if he doesn't say as much, we just have to assume that. Was there an expectation that all characters needed or would be corrected or get the opportunity to be corrected? The only characters I would think in terms of the need to be corrected would be Anthony, Gloria, the Indigo crew, any of the other gang members. I think that the Indigo crew, the fact that they can't defend their own territory is a thinking that they need to consider about. They may need to abandon their efforts at being gang folks and go on and do something better, because they can't even defend their own territory. That should be something that comes to mind. One man took out 4 people, right? I think Anthony is just on this road to being corrected, because he has a problem with the way that Zed and Elias think about things and how they have to run the world, and the world is mine, in the statement of Nino Brown. And so something about that, them thinking that they are bigger than the set, they're bigger than the group, which is contrast to what Billy and Anya say, that you are not bigger than the group. Something about that, Anthony really has a problem with one man thinking that he can run everything, and that I guess we're not all in this together after all. And so his face, his facial expressions, his demeanor, his disposition, they're all ready to be corrected, I feel. His thinking about the matter. This statement about I'm going to go ghost, I have no idea what that means in terms of what happens to Anthony. But if he's going ghost, that means he's abandoning his sister, because we don't see him at the end with the sister. We don't even see him chasing the sister or even trying to find out, because he said, remember that I can't find my sister. And so, and in the same breath, he said, I'm going to go ghost. So we don't know. Maybe the going ghost is he's made a decision that he's no longer going to do this thing anymore. And it's possible in a way, because Zed is going to be killed, and Elias is going to be arrested by Billy. So we don't know if he's going to be corrected. What is his name? Gloria is corrected, or she's going to be corrected, but it took all the way to the end of the film for her to sort of be corrected in her thinking. In some ways, she pulls at people, suggesting that she needs them, but then when they offer help, she pushes people back. Right, this pull push strategy that she has. But like I said, it takes her being kidnapped and crashed in a car, that car flipping over, and her being unconscious, for her to now make a decision, I'm going to have to receive help. And so correction was important in the film, because you cannot continue to go down a certain path thinking that it's going to net you the best results. The film corrects Elias in his thinking when he thinks he is much bigger than the set, because Billy ends up arresting him. And so that is sort of like inherent correction. So he's not going to be able to go through the rest of the stages of Setback as a free man, though. He's going to be corrected, and so then he's going to have to go through what he's going to go through and process out of correction, all the way into other areas of the stages of Setback while he's actually in prison. So yes, correction was important in the film. To recover is to return to a state of health, mind, and strength. Without soundness of mind, it would be difficult to accomplish or achieve anything. How did Michael recover? Did the writer-director permit recovery for any other character? And so Michael, I do believe he recovers, because if he was out for, if he didn't change his mind about vigilante justice, then he would have picked up a gun and shot Zed. He would have immediately, he had access to Zed. I'm quite sure he had a gun somewhere, and he could have picked up a gun and shot Zed. But he was willing to appeal to Zed, calling him a coward when he was holding a gun near Gloria's belly. And he was willing to just kind of process through trying to get him to stop. Then, of course, there's commotion, and then Zed ends up kidnapping Gloria and taking her into the car. So Michael does recover, because if Michael didn't recover, we would have seen Michael shoot Zed and not Anya shoot Zed. And then, does the writer-director permit recovery for any other character? In some ways, Anya is permitted recovery when she uncovers herself, meaning that she felt maybe a little bit of vulnerability when she saw Michael take over the Indigo safe house, right? She wondered who he was, and then that was kind of like a setback for her because she thought that she had this all under her control because she's an undercover federal agent. But then when she takes his DNA, she sort of kind of helps herself understand what the issue is, right? She gains in knowledge. Okay, he's not just any old body. He is a detective, right? And then when she goes to him and uncovers and tells him that she knows who he is, that sort of eases her anxiety. And then she basically pushes for the idea that please don't mess this up. This is something that we've been doing for a long time. We're gathering evidence, and this is not, bigger than you. You're not bigger than this, right? And so it is her way of recovering control. I think that's the best way to say it. That it's her way of recovering control, because if she didn't reveal herself to Michael and then also kind of hold him back from doing something that could be very dangerous and hurt the operation, then that would have left her completely at a failure to manage the operation. So she recovers in that way. And then Gloria is going to recover. It's obvious. Elias is not going to recover. We don't know where Anthony is, and we don't know where the other characters are. So Michael does recover, and Anya recovers as well. Restoration requires mentorship, and mentorship is predicated on learning from someone who has walked out the process. So how was Michael restored? How did the writer-director use mentoring? To whom did the writer-director target for mentoring? So, of course, Gloria is the best opportunity to think about mentoring. I'm not quite sure she's all that receptive, but in some cases, she has no other choice. Her brother is gone. And so Michael is restored in a sense that Billy and Anya basically tell him the right way to do things, right? I would say Anya actually is the one who does the restoring, because she's telling him that the right way to do this is not some undercover solo vigilante operation. The right way to do this is what I'm doing, whereas I go in undercover, I gather evidence, I input it into the database, I collect DNA. That's actually the right way to do things, versus Michael deciding that he's going to go to the tattoo shop, become a criminal, and then begin the process of proving himself. That was really a waste of time. That if he had gotten permission and authority to go undercover, that would have been a much better operation, and he would have been accountable. So it is Anya who makes him accountable. Billy starts off the process about with a badge, justice served, and without a badge is murder. So he starts the process. He pricks at his heart. But it's Anya who really restores him, mentors him, in a sense that she's showing him the right way to do it. And that when he left Detective Hardwick, he shouldn't have left in anger to the point that he's going to become a criminal. He should have gone back to his office and figured out a better strategy for how to deal with the murder status of his brother in the operation that he was connected to. So that's how I feel like the writer-director used mentoring to restore Michael's understanding about how to do things the right way. Because he could have gotten killed, he could have gotten other people killed. And so Anya, the writer-director puts Anya times Anya at the right time, in having her visit the his apartment, his place, to talk to him. And so to whom did the writer-director target for mentoring? Of course, it's Anya to Michael. You can also say that Michael is targeting. You could also say that Michael is targeting his own brother for mentorship. The strange thing is, Michael's, discussion with the Indigo crew is some form of mentoring, right? The writer director is using Michael to better sort of educate the Indigo group. So you are guarding your neighborhood, right? As an Indigo crew gang, but you have all these drunks and hookers on the street. Why shouldn't you want to clean that up if you are guarding, right? So in some strange way, even though he ends up fighting them, right before that, there is this discussion that is kind of borderline mentoring. It's a weird way to say it like that, but remember, Michael is operating in this sort of moral imperative, right? This moral compass, even though he is dressed in the garb of a criminal. So that's how I think that the writer director uses mentoring, using Anya to sort of mentor Michael towards restoration in his thinking about how to handle problems. If he continues to handle problems in this way by becoming a criminal and engaging in criminal activity, he's going to end up dead himself. And then, of course, the writer director using Michael to kind of target mentoring towards those four Indigo guys to think better about their situation. So to advance is to move forward in a purposeful way and make or cause progress. Advancing is a forward and continuous movement. So how did Michael advance? And did the writer director advance any other character, and how? So Michael does advance in the sense that once he gets the mentoring from Anya, he and as well as Billy, he no longer pursues his vigilante justice. Now, he had to go through Hector Gonzalez in order to get on the other side of his situation. So once the bloodbath with Hector Gonzalez is kind of like the melee, the way to resolve the conflicts within himself, the way to resolve the conflicts and dealing with this sort of drug dealing culture, gang banging culture, right? And so he does advance in his understanding. Now, advancing is a forward and continuous movement, so he is going to have to make sure that he stays the course. That's going to happen because now that he's going to bring Gloria into the fold, into his house, into his environment, he's already set to task certain conditions. And she can't gangbang, she can't do drugs, she's just going to have to do right. And that's the thing about some people, they don't want to do right. And did the writer director advance any other character? Billy was already on the right path. Anya was already on the right path. Anthony is in a emotional turmoil in terms of decisions that he needs to make. We don't see him advancing really. Zed and Elias kind of advance as a result of Michael winning the bloodbath, but then they are set back when Zed is killed and when Elias is arrested and taken to jail. So I think Michael really is the only one who truly advances because he takes to heart what Billy and Anya say. He stops the vigilante justice that he was trying to go after, and he moves forward with more of a moral imperative this time to do better. So I think Michael does advance. It's debatable, but I do think he advances. So what can we learn from Michael's setbacks and conclusion, and what can we learn from writer director's strategy? So Michael's setbacks is just always predicated on the idea of learning from your weaknesses before going on to greater battles, and that The setback that began his professional, the setback that began at the beginning of the movie is where he should have learned from his particular weaknesses. And that weakness is there was a weakness in his leadership. He had them all lined up, the police officers, right? He had them lined up. He had the whole thing worked out, how they were going to bomb rush the meth lab, but he forgot, or he just completely ignored the idea that this was a neighborhood, and that the neighborhood has kids, and kids are going to be playing out there in the front yard. And when they came across the kids, there was nothing in him that suggests, hey, go over there and go get those kids and move them to safety. So I felt like that's really his major setback. The other setback, it could be in him choosing to become a criminal out of some anger of dealing with Detective Hardwick. There was nothing in him prior to that encounter with Detective Hardwick that said, I'm going to become a criminal and go find this thing out. It's only when he was challenged and attacked and disrespected and dishonored by Detective Hardwick and his crew that he chose to then become a criminal. So I think that is a major setback, right? And then the other setback is when he was pushing so hard to try to find out everything and prove himself and become the ideal leader in that environment, to the point that he got so tired and went to sleep. It was after sex, but he still went to sleep. So that made him vulnerable to the point that Anya was able to take his DNA. What if someone had a gun to his head? So I think those are sort of like the three major setbacks. And then what can we learn from the writer-director strategies? Well, the fact that he holds back knowledge using different characters to further the plot is very important. So, for instance, Anthony is pouring one for the homies, and he says his name DJ, but not David. But Michael doesn't push to learn more about the situation. He takes it in stride. He understands that he's talking about someone who was recently, killed or dead or something like that. And he sort of participates with him and calls David a snitch as well. He also holds, the writer-director also holds back with Anthony as well, that he doesn't fully tell Gloria that he was there when David was killed. Because then if he did, the writer-director allows Anthony to hold his peace and only dole out what is necessary in speaking with Gloria. And what creates a distance between Gloria and Anthony is this idea, I'm not going to help you kill yourself. So that means on some level that Gloria sort of wants to kill herself in a sense, right? And then Anya doesn't really reveal that she was there at the killing of David. And also she doesn't ask when Michael says, I'm here too because of my brother. Zed killed my brother. Okay, the logical question then would be, okay, so who was your brother? Because remember, she's an undercover agent. She has taken, the DNA of everybody. She knows everybody. So why doesn't she ask that question? It's a logical question. Well, that's the writer-director strategy and having her not ask. She needs to stay focused. If she goes and tells Michael that she was there at the killing of his brother, it's going to change the course of the whole narrative and the urgency that Michael needs to have to go the right path. If she says, I was there and I saw it, it's going to make him even more angry, because then he's going to say, why didn't you stop it? You are an undercover federal agent and you didn't stop it. And so I think those are interesting strategies of the writer-director in holding back certain characters, holding back the dialogue, holding back obvious dialogue that you would have in a real life situation to sort of make sure the main character doesn't go off the rails, right? So I think that's interesting. So questions for further discussion. So why should we continue applying the theme of setback as a film analysis tool? What should be the rationale? And then what should be the limits? So I do think we need to apply, especially for cautionary tales, that the theme of setback really explores how a particular character is set back, or how the writer-director sets back that character using particular obstacles. So for instance, with Gloria, she purposely sets back herself. Whenever it looks like her brother might be extending a hand, she throws a monkey wrench into his help. And she said, well, I'd rather do this, right, if you don't give me this, right? She uses emotional manipulation. With Anthony, he pushes her back because he can't completely reveal what he has done, what he has seen, and how it will impact Gloria herself. And then there's setback throughout, you know, the guys who are gang bangers who can't really handle themselves. The fact that one guy comes along and takes them out is a setback, because you're supposed to be so confident in your abilities to take out anybody. That's why you are guarding your neighborhood and running drugs through it, but you can't handle yourself, right? And so that would be an interesting way to look at and apply setback. And then, of course, Michael and his decision making immediately represents a setback. So I think for these cautionary tales, right, I think for any sort of film that looks at the person losing everything, becoming homeless, or struggling with their anger, that's all part of setback. And I think that the theme of setback works in those types of films. The rationale would be to sort of, it should be used because we can look at the characterization of the characters, and we can look at how the writer-director plots and times setback with multiple characters. So I think yes. And then I'm not quite sure there should be limits, but setback may not apply to every context. It may only apply to contexts that are specific to the person experiencing loss, or experiencing a career setback or something like that. So it's hard to say. We would have to apply the theme of setback to certain types of films to see if it actually works. And that's what I plan to do. All right, so hopefully you were able to gain some insight from this lecture. Please like, subscribe, and like the video, subscribe to the channel. You can visit my website, reginayfavors.com. You can always send me an email. Please purchase the book when it comes out. It's going to come out approximately August 2021. I needed to make some changes to it and do some final editing. So the book title is Overcoming Setback: 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. Thank you for listening to this audio. Have a great day.